The Dota here at Fissure never stops. We just finished with the playground and now we are back in the universe. It is gonna be the qualifier for episode 4. 1, 2, and 3 are behind us, and now me, Harry, and Lizard are gonna be taking you through the closed qualifiers of Eastern Europe. Lizard, how have you been doing lately? I don't think we ever got to cast some games, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I don't think so as well. We definitely never cast a game together, but we did panel back in the day.
That is true.
There was 1 or 2 tournaments that we did panel together, so that was always fun. But yeah, let's see how this one turns out to be. It's a lot of competitive teams, right? Like in this qualifiers, it's not. I was casting recently Miswa qualifiers with Snare, you know, and it was anything but competitive. So this is, I wouldn't say a breath of fresh air. That was a breath of fresh air, but this will be definitely different for me.
Yeah, Eastern Europe is always insane, right? They're just some random stack of 5 players you've never heard of, and they're just coming in and punching everybody in the face. That's kind of how it goes in this region. That is definitely the most competitive and probably the strongest at the moment. And even if maybe the top teams aren't the strongest, but they're very close, the bench of the region is insane. I mean, if production is ready, we can go into our brackets to kind of introduce the teams and see who we got. Liga for Pirates, Avilis, 1W, 1Move, Asakura, and Blue Submarine, and 9 Pandas. So you and me are gonna be on Liga for Pirates, and I think 1Move, Asakura. Which of these series are you more looking forward to?
Both series are kind of cool. I would, like, looking at all of the games, I would actually say that Avilis and 1Win is probably the strongest game today, right? Like, just in general, but of course we're gonna see one or the other in future days, so gonna be fun. For today, I would say maybe Liga and 4 Pirates. I'm not even sure. 1Move and Asakura is also strong. There's just, it's competitive, right? Like both of these Liga team, if this was Liga team 3 months ago, maybe this wouldn't be as competitive, but right now there's too many switches happening, like players coming in and leaving, so it might be not as one-sided as you might expect it.
Yeah, and for people that don't know, the format is the following. The first series of the upper bracket is a best of 1, everything else is a best of 3, and of course because 2 teams are going to be qualifying, the lower bracket final will be a best of 5, the upper bracket final will be a best of 3. Whoever wins that is going through. So we're going to have 2 teams that are going to be qualifying from Eastern Europe, and I think this region definitely deserves multiple teams to go through. Not even here in Universe, I'd say Lizard, even in some other qualifiers, that Eastern Europe at the moment is proving to be one hell of a region.
Yeah, definitely. There was a short stint of time where Eastern Europe felt kind of weak because these great teams disbanded, and then you started having different mixes. But that was pre-Spirit era. I feel like post-Spirit era is just different for Eastern Europe. There's just too many good upcoming players that have been making their stamp in the universe of Dota. I expected SA and SCA to be the ones. You know, I expected these 2 regions to be the ones that are just filled with talent and that would eventually take over. But yeah. Eastern Europe, it is what it is. They just never, okay, there was a small period where Western Europe was a bit stronger, but Eastern Europe was never out of it, and the new talent, it seems like they're all coming from there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many of them moved to Bosnia, but you know, when a couple of years ago, that a lot of people from Eastern Europe moved here to Serbia, and man, in every freaking PC game club now it's all Dota. You hear the Russian language, and everybody's playing Dota. It used to be everybody was playing League, a little bit of Counter-Strike. No. Everybody from Eastern Europe seems to love this game, and I mean, you can even look at the numbers of like Russian streams, like, and Russian streamers. it's just everybody is so into Dota. And I know that you mentioned like Western European teams were the best, but I feel like they've always taken at least one Eastern European player, right? But mostly it has been carries that have been poached from the region. Either way, let's focus on Liga and 4 Pirates. So 4 Pirates recently, they started looking pretty strong, maybe a couple of months ago, 2 or 3. Liga, a much more recognizable name, let's say. Going into a best of 1, they've got any favorites?
The best of 1s are kind of crazy, right? Like anything can happen. Looking at 4 Pirates, they do have some sneaky players, so they can definitely surprise with, you know, like your Meeples, your Broodmothers, something like that. So if there's a chance for them to win versus Liga, I would say it's a best of 1. I wouldn't say that they're the favorites overall in this matchup. I would say that even with Liga's changes, I think it should be an easier game for them than it is for Liga. So that's how I see it. What about you?
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel as well, but so many times I've been like 4 Pirates are not gonna win this, and then they smash their opponents. So I'm definitely not sure. These guys have surprised me in a couple of tier 2, tier 3 tournaments as well. Looking at the games, they've been looking solid. And there is one thing on Liga that you can always exploit. I mean, they've got Violent, who is a hell of a carry, but he's also very greedy. So I really want to see if he can put a little bit of pressure in the early stages of the game. But overall, we didn't get a patch, so it's just the end of Crownfall Lizard. Do you think the patch is stale? And do you imagine we could see something a bit different than what we've been seeing in tier 1 tournaments from these two?
I don't think we're gonna see a lot of new things, because the things that are good are too good and broken. So we'll see some Lycan bans or Lycan picks for sure. Dude, I still can't get over this. Miss for region, Nigma is playing versus, who was it? Chimera, right? Like the 2 top teams. And both of them are like, they literally broke me. This best of 5 broke me because they kept on picking Lycan. Both teams kept on picking Lycan, but no one was picking Alpha Wolves. Like, and I'm like, am I crazy? Am I insane? Because like Alpha Wolves weren't popular back then. It was before Fissure, it was before Blast Slam, but people were spamming them in pubs still and absolutely demolishing. So I was like, what's going on? Am I crazy? Are they crazy? What's happening? In any case, let's see which one of these 2 teams is gonna ban Lycan. I believe we have a draft when our Deer production is ready. We should have it. But do you expect anything else besides Lycan? This Bounty Hunter became really popular.
Oh, I'm a big fan of the hero. I'm so glad that it's back. But I feel like not every team can utilize it, and thus not every team is playing it that much. But yeah, nothing much comes to mind that is going to be different than what we've been seeing in tournaments so far. But I've been going through some of your games, and in pubs, also some pro players have been playing a hero that you've been playing a solid amount, I'd say, and that's a Pudge, right? So what are the chances that somebody pulls that out? I guess in a best of 1 maybe low, but maybe in best of 3 later on in the day.
No, I wouldn't mind that. I feel like the hero is interesting. I think it's absolutely awful on position 4, where he used to be like mostly picked. But I think he's really good on position 5 or 1, maybe even offlane. I think those positions, like 1 or 5, I would say. That's 1 in very specific circumstances, like you're playing versus some Naga or something like that. And 5 in almost any game, if you have a competent 5 player, that's where this hero can work. But we'll see. Maybe not in a best of 1, like you said. You don't want to... it just puts extra pressure on you. You have to be so confident to pick it up.
That's true. And when I look at Antares and Respect, at least from Liga, they don't play Pudge and Pubs, so yeah, no such luck. And we get to see Nyx Assassin. No surprises there. This hero has been a staple for quite some time. These Invis heroes, I was hoping to see them ever since the map increased and the sentries got reduced, and then nobody was picking them for like a half a year, and now finally they're here. The Ricky, the Nyx, the Bounty Hunter, they're all back.
Yeah, I feel like there's also this fact that Nyx Assassin is just way too strong, way too broken.
One shots everybody, yeah.
Yeah, and also can farm, you know, like literally you pick a hero that can kind of stick on the offlane by his lonesome, and then you pick Nyx to just creep skip and kill some neutrals. Meanwhile, Clockwork and Pudge were always my two favorite heroes into Invis heroes. Spirit Breaker as well, but he's completely out of the meta, so is Pudge, whatever. Clockwork is definitely in it. Why is he so good? He just gets scouted 24/7, and you can't, like, you want to be sneaky, you want to run away, you can't run away because there's a hookshot always ready and available. Plus, if you're Invis, in general, these heroes that can be Invis aren't really tanky, so Clockwork can solo them through the majority of the game. Well, yeah, I do like this response. Of course, it's a meta response. It opens up a lot of picks on your position 1 as well.
That makes sense. I mean, I was a big Nyx spammer, and Clockwork is like the worst thing that you can deal with, especially in the laning stage. Later on, you're fine, right? But early on, man, he level 3 Clockwork kills a level 5 Nyx Assassin. That's just how it generally goes. But overall, for Pirates, they ban out the TA, a hero that we do see come out from time to time, and I feel like that would be a great hero for Liga, right? Give Violent something that is greedy, but still hits a timing early on, right? So it makes sense to get rid of it. But what do Liga want as their first pick in the second phase? We still have a Beastmaster in the pool. That could be the way to go. We have those Lions and Shadow Shamans, which the Nyx Assassin also hates playing against. Anything in particular you're looking at?
There's the Wolf Boy. Like, I've been talking about him earlier. That hero is just stupid. And to me, it's insane that he's untouched, unpicked. We'll see if it...
Yep.
I think, honestly, I think this hero is first pick, first stage material. No matter what drafting order. You can itemize any way you want to on him. Like, you can itemize to... sure, there are some counters, like, I don't know, in the lane or later on, some Bloodseeker can rupture you. But that's not the case. The problem is, he just sends his wolves, and like, you can AFK with this hero. Like, your hero can go AFK in the jungle. You can just control the wolves, and you'll be homing, like, killing supports.
This is PTSD from pubs, right? Of a support player, right? Lizard, you've been playing a solid amount of support lately, and then you see a Lycan, you instantly get scared. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense.
Like, when you play a lot of Dota, you don't have to see pro games to know what's really good. Like, you just... It doesn't have to be really good in pro game, meaning like you can find ways around it, but in pubs you can see that something is just destroying on its own, and eventually pro gamers are gonna find, these e-gamers are gonna find a way to incorporate it into their strats, and it took a bit for the Wolf, but he is online now, and I see Warlock, I see Nyx. Nyx can run away in Invis, Warlock is... good luck.
He is gonna get eaten. And there's the Seeker. I mean, you mentioned it as a potential counter for Lycan. To be honest, whoever is gonna be laning versus a Seeker and the Warlock is gonna have a bad time. But I'm seeing more of Warlock. So first Kidero in Alliance started playing it, and then recently there was in Playground, right, with Fisher, Whitemon was giving an interview, and he said it was very funny. It was a poke at Alliance. He said, we saw Alliance playing it and winning every game, and we're like, if Alliance are winning every game, this hero is OP, right? Those were his exact words. So it was definitely a fun poke at Alliance, but also a clear showing that this hero is quite powerful at the moment.
Fun poke at Alliance, like we're poking Alliance for 10 years now straight.
Yeah.
Like 10 years of my life as I've been playing or casting Alliance is getting poked left, right, and center. Yeah. In any case. This Warlock, like you said, it's strong. It's a good laner. Later on, you get this AoE BKB piercing ability. It's just overall good. Like, the Fatal Bonds are really nice, but what's really nice against Fatal Bonds is a way to dispel them, and now you get that with the Photic Shield, right? We've seen this position 1 Abaddon as well. Maybe this will be a 5. I'm not sure. No matter what, I feel like this puts Clock onto a 4. Because if Ava is 1, you don't want to really lane with Clock. If he's 5, then Clock is a 4, so kind of giving that away.
Abaddon?
I mean, it can be a 3, but at the same time, do you want to put the Lycan on 1 versus Bloodseeker? Not really, right? Like, he just shines from the offlane. The way you play that is you just creep skip and you get the equilibrium in your favor. It's not like Warlock is gonna stop you from creep skipping, right? So you don't even have to face this Bloodseeker. Eventually he ruptures you, you just TP out. Unless there's a Nyx there, so... Right now that's something they're missing. They're missing low committal stuns on 4 Pirates.
Yeah, that is a problem. Though we've seen Warlocks hit level 6 at like 7-8 minutes into the game if the lane is going well, if you are invested in a couple of kills. But we see a Batrider, so instantly there will be a Timbersaw response. This is actually a really good pick, right? We've got wait, Batrider, they didn't change him. He's not universal, right? Or is he?
He is.
He is. I mean, he is. Yeah.
Versus Bat, it's kind of maybe not the best, but everything else you're really happy to play against. Like, versus Lycan, versus Abaddon, versus Clock, right? So
these are literally four universal heroes in Liga, actually, right? Yeah. Every one of them got changed to universal. Nobody's
is Lycan is Wolf?
Yeah. He is. He's universal.
Okay, cool. Yeah, in any case, it's a pretty good Timber game, right? It shouldn't be that bad for him.
They don't have magical burst. I mean, they still need their mid laner. So I guess you could get like a Quap or something along those lines. But when you see a Nyx Assassin, those high magic damage dealing heroes instantly are not as appealing as you would want them to be.
Yeah, they are dangerous to pick into the Nyx, like you said. You could... It depends also where Timber is. Is he gonna go mid? Is he gonna go offlane? You're not really sure. Right now, I am expecting the offlane, and so is Liga. Like, they ban out the Invoker. Makes some sense. Like, this is most likely Abaddon 1 with the Bat 5. That's how I see it.
10 seconds remaining.
I know Abaddon 1 is not really the most common thing out there, but I have seen players start to pick that, so... that might be the reason it's becoming more popular.
It's very weird, right? I'm looking through the pubs of both Alberca and Violent, and neither of them are playing an Abaddon. So I was like, okay, we're gonna get to the bottom of it. Neither are they playing a Lycan, so these are two cores that they're definitely not confident on.
So is there a Bat mid possibility then? I mean... I hate this hero on a core. I think he's much stronger as a support. I still think maybe Abaddon is a hero that you just don't play. But if he is meta and broken, like, what do you have to do? You just have to open up one replay of Hector and learn how to aphotic shield yourself, and that's it. Right? Like.
Okay, that's a smart approach. I'm also very much interested in what 4 Pirates are gonna put in the mid lane.
You can have the Manta on Abaddon to insta silence the Timber, and you can also have Orchid on Lycan if you want to. Like some plus Lycan is a natural born nullifier builder as well, so that can help you later on versus Aghanim's. Like, overall, there's a lot of nice things, but I like this a lot, though. Do you like the puck?
I don't know, man. Tiny's in the pool, right? They've left the Tiny now for Accent to pick up. He's not like super big of a Tiny player, but I feel like it just looks like a perfect pick here. Both Nyx and the Warlock can be bursted down. It's magic burst. It doesn't care much about the Nyx Assassin. You kind of countered the puck. I feel like it's a straightforward pick.
Okay, I do like the Tiny idea. I just felt that puck is, in general, like really good for them. There's a lot of circles, Dream Coil, Tiny. This is maybe even better from Tiny. Like, my problem with Tiny is if you don't crush the lane versus this puck, like later on, you're just gonna be food for the Timber, and like you can maybe find these backlines, but In this kind of a game, I feel like they might be jumping you more often than you are jumping them. Unless you completely demolish mid lane. And Sniper kind of plays on, I'm gonna destroy puck and then I'll just chill back. And eventually we win this game, you know, like eventually. Our draft isn't that great, but we're gonna win it if this game goes 50.
Yeah, I get it, right? The Lycan sends his wolves, shoves out the waves, you always have info on what's going on, you're annoying the supports, and then you have the Clockwork and the Abaddon rather than running forward, protecting the Sniper. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. It's actually a pretty good approach.
Yeah, pretty much. So overall, I do like it. There's a lot of cool sets as well, by the way, in this game. I haven't seen this one on Bloodseeker before.
Is it
but
new?
Yeah, you guys will see it in the game. I guess it's new. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah.
Look, it's very metallic.
Yeah. I like it how when casters always announce like there's awesome sets, guys, and the viewers they can't see them. They're not gonna be allowed until we get ourselves in the game. Looking at the two drafts, Lizard. I guess you know it's. Saying which one do you like better or whatnot. I like the question of which one, if you were on a team, would you rather play, right? Which would be more fun and I guess easier to pull off.
More fun to play is definitely Ligas. Why? Because they'll be the ones splitting the map, just biding their time, and it depends on your understanding of fun. You know, so we can jump into the game and see which one of these two teams is going to play which way, because I feel like we're getting two completely different approaches to the game. Like you said, one team needs to split, just buy some time, and the other team needs to just get these good team fights going with Warlock Golem, with Dream Coil. So we'll see which play style actually works out in the end.
Yeah, well, production, take us into the game. We want to see what's going on because there's some late smokes, meaning that we might just be getting some early fights here in the first game of the close qualifier of FISSURE Universe Episode 4 here between Liga and 4 Pirates. And I think what they were doing there, Lizard, they were getting the female audience to enjoy the view a little bit more. But now we are in Dota and Otakar.
What? Otakar might go down here.
Yeah, he's gone.
Very dead.
Very much dead, and they gave it to the Sniper. Okay, I'm a puck, and I'm laning versus a Sniper. I'm already mad, and then I see my carry give him first blood. That is not nice.
That's absolutely terrible, for sure. Like, he's gonna go into the lane with the bonus raid band immediately. Like, this is... yeah, this is gonna be rough for the puck.
Yeah, you know, there's some mid laners that get a bottle, but then you are a hero that doesn't really harass and you don't care about no bottle. And this one, that's not the case. And Respect already killed Mr. Morale's career. It did deliver, so you do get your items. But this mid lane, don't Google Sniper versus Puck. Natty Narwhal is not gonna have an easy time. Look at what he's doing to him.
I love how invested you are into this. your sadistic tendencies on the mid lane are showing. But
dude, I don't play mid lane often, but when I do, I'd love to play a Sniper into a puck, right? So
yeah. Honestly, you know what? Like I like playing lanes where I'm having the weaker matchup, because I'm naturally bad on mid. But if I have a weaker matchup, at least I have a excuse? You know?
Yeah.
It's either weaker matchups or cheese picks. Like, I love my Coddles mid, Phoenix mid, you know, heroes that win the lane without playing the lane and then just own afterwards. But yeah, Sniper right now, 8 CS, 5 denies versus the puck. It's gonna be rough.
Yeah, let's just not watch that lane for now. Just keep it family friendly, at least for the start of it. But overall, side lanes. Let's talk about them. I mean, the mid lane, it's obvious how it's gonna go. Where should we put our sights to? Where the kills gonna happen? Are they gonna happen? And are there gonna be any early rotations through the twin gates?
There are possible rotations to happen, of course. Like this Nyx Assassin can leave the bot lane. It's not like Timbersaw will be zoned by Lycan and Clock, at least on paper he shouldn't be. On top lane, Warlock isn't really a rotating hero. As I'm saying that, he's moving towards the Twin Gate, but never mind, just avoid it. So Warlock will just be there, right? Using his Shadow Word, healing up the Bloodseeker, and that's pretty much it. Maybe Antares can rotate. Yeah.
Probably, but they're just kind of, everybody is farming. Nobody is falling super hard behind. So you were talking about the offlane Lycan, but we get to see it in a position one. Do you like it more now when there's a sniper who is also gonna be a kind of pseudo carry? And you're gonna have to hold that thought as we're getting a bug being squashed. I mean, we talked about the Clockwork versus the Nyx Assassin, and this is just them showing how the matchup works.
Yeah, I feel like you're still going to be playing the same way that you will be from the offlane, maybe a bit greedier. The Clock is absolutely dominating here, but you're just waiting for Timber to come online, and then it becomes a bit different, as you can see right here. So the Lycan here isn't the true carry, it's the sniper, and that's the way you're going around this game.
Yeah, makes sense.
See. Yeah.
I like that. I really like that. You use the Lycan more of as a guy who's shoving in the waves rather than the guy that's gonna win you the game in the end. And obviously he's gonna annoy every support. Nadinar needs to be careful. Oh, he doesn't even pick up the water rune. That is pretty bad for a puck. He's gonna have to go back to base.
At least, you know, at least he doesn't have anyone dying on the sidelines, so no one can TP in and rescue him. I think that's one thing that separates big teams. Like right now, if this was Liquid, Insania would already be diving someone dying, TPing mid to refill the bottle. You know, like he'd be feeding on purpose, more or less.
Makes sense. That makes sense. Like, which one of my supports is going to die? That's what Nisha would be saying.
Look at the Twin Gate, by the way.
As they're coming. Actually, they're coming with the multiple. Even the Wolves are here, but also TP in, as they will get the cogs off. Perdanchik doesn't look like he's going to be surviving. Is they're going to be trying to go into Antares. The Antares is attacking him, and Ariel wants him dead. Not going to be happening. There's the Aphotic Shield. He'll survive that as well as Otakar. He's kind of speedy, but doesn't have the guts to go forward. There's absolutely no chance he would get out of that one alive.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. First 3 kills of the game are here, and I feel like the Bloodseeker is the one that should be the happiest with it, at least. I know his teammates died, but at least he's continuing to farm up a bit. We'll see what happens when the Grimoire is up and used. Warlock once again.
Kills. He just TP'd in, and here comes Respect as well to block him out with the cogs. Perdanchik will be taken out. Alberca standing his ground, no problem whatsoever. Had a full wand to continue going forward. And one thing we haven't discussed is this Orb of Corrosion. They are here to murder you on the top lane.
Yeah, so they're owning top lane. The mid lane is an absolute bloodbath. I mean, no one has died, but 40 CS on Sniper versus 10 on Puck. It does not look very nice. Yeah, the lanes... at least the bot lane is good for them, right? Like the Timbersaw is getting a lot.
I mean, yeah, we can search for silver linings, but when the puck is lower on the net worth scale than both of the supports of Liga 6.5 minutes in, that kind of feels like a complete disaster. And yeah, you mentioned it, Timber is having a good time, and he's about to hit his level 6, so maybe, just maybe around Mr. Morale, they can make something happen. But look at Liga, they're already smoking to the Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, minute 7. And Perdanchik. Why do I love this nickname? Perdanchik.
It just sounds so nice to say. And obviously to kill as well, because that's what Liga are gonna do. They're gonna get both of the Wisdom Runes. And really, when you look at it, Nyx Assassin and Warlock, very level dependent. This is a big deal that you're taking it away.
Yeah, like, probably the worst thing that can happen to them, realistically.
Radiant's
And they
bottom
didn't have a
tower
mid
is under
laner to
attack.
stop that from happening. Like, just bringing someone low on resources is a very important aspect of Dota that people don't, at some level, of course, they don't put too much attention to. If you
Darius is
constantly
just
turn-
running in.
He has sniper and clock behind.
Yeah, he can do whatever the hell he wants. Berdanchik dead again. He only has one point of his grimoire, so he's not gonna be eating it anytime soon, as it's 6-0 start. And you mentioned that Ligar coming in as the favorite, definitely of the series. In a best of one, anything can happen, but this is as good as it gets when it comes to starting off the game. Oh,
And they have
there's
to
the coil. Well, they're gonna try. Bloodrite as well, even Mr. Morale, but very nice cogs to push them forward. Go and kill my sniper faster. That was the goal coming out from Respect. He'll get the shield rune and run himself away. So, 4 pirates, they do strike back.
Yeah, kinda cool, right? Like the full 7-8 man rotation on the mid lane. Everyone rotated in, brought a friend as well. Nicely done. You need to, like, this sniper is strong as long as he has some front line. The moment you can circle behind him, you can kill him off. So, nicely done. The trick is to do it as long as possible before Abaddon is online, but Alberca, this is just...
That's very dumb. You are a seeker and you just have to run away from that lane. The only reason you survived there is because the sniper was a fraction of a second too late with his assassinate. And there it is. They want the XN close to the Abaddon. That's how you'll be fine. Otakar? Is he winning that duel versus the Centaur? I hope he is.
By the way, is this like that player Honey? It's not, right? Because it would be... Nah, it's not. It's just XN.
Yeah.
I'm seeing things. I'm trying to
Yeah,
put some
XN
things
is
together.
fairly new. Fairly new. Yeah, Honey is like very old school. I feel like a lot of people wouldn't have even heard of the name.
I'm thinking maybe some new. I know that there's another one. There's that old school one that you're thinking about. Actually, there's like 3. There's Honey from Fnatic, old school. Then there's
Yeah,
that.
that's what I was thinking about.
Yeah. Then there's the Eastern European Honey as well. I think there's a Serbian one as well at some point, right?
Oh, we've got a lot of Honeys here in Serbia, that is true. Ariel will get a nice stun off. He's still dead. That's not gonna change anything. Poor Nyx, he's just trying to get his level 6.
By the way, is this the most Slavic cast on the English streams that people have ever had? I think it is.
Yeah, for sure, right?
Did you ever cast with Lacoste?
No, I haven't. So,
I'm not sure if I have. I think I haven't as well. People are gonna get enough of the Bosnian/Serbian accent for their lives in the upcoming qualifiers.
For sure. Yeah, I can even go a little bit harder if you want to, but maybe
let's go very hard.
Yeah, that would be very good for sure. Also, I mean, we were here at Playground, and one of our talent handlers, right, one that you like, you call her Sasha. She doesn't like being called that way. She says that when she needs something done, when she wants to scare people, she speaks in a Slavic way. So that would be. I don't want to scare our viewers, Lizard, so I'm gonna try to talk very nicely, right? A little bit more British, if you will. Though my British has been destroyed by Rob as well, because I don't know what that is, how he speaks. Either way, though, back to the game. Nothing has been happening, as now it will be happening as they are going for Mr. Morale. He's being eaten by wolves, also shot from afar. They have the assassin. He's not gonna be going away. They even planted a tree in front of him. He's not gonna be going anywhere.
And that's like the one hero that you need to take care of, right? When you look at the net worth, he's on top. For Dire, that is almost on top of the net worth charts in general. So finding ways to kill him is definitely the most important for you. Top lane.
They should be able to get... No, they're actually scared because the Abaddon is close. Yeah, better not.
This hero is just like, I'm gonna show up. run up and you can't do anything about it. Or anyone else around. What do you think?
Oh, very nicely done by Natty Narwhal, pushing away the Clockwork, stopping him from getting the Arcane Rune, and now he even uses the coil to get the kill. Natty Narwhal, he needs to come back into this game with kills, and that's a solid start.
Good block from Nyx as well. Like, he ran in front and he blocked the hook shot, so he couldn't get away on Clockwork. He's buying Shard, by the way, wants that break for Abaddon. Once you get the break, if you have break plus Orchid, you can actually kill him before he pops ult, right? So.
Yep. I mean, you got Puck, so you don't need to have an Orchid or even the Seeker. That's a little bit harder to utilize, but with the Silence for sure.
Fair point as well. The only problem is the chances of you, I don't know, the chances of you actually utilizing that properly are very low. And keep in mind that Alberca doesn't even have it leveled, like he doesn't have ult. And this is the standard build, 0440 on Abaddon. I see this all the time.
They got the Seeker. He's gonna get the Rupture off. Blink Dagger reveal, doesn't even use it. The instant TP is coming over to save Arthur from afar. No way he's gonna die. He needs to get a kill. Not gonna be happening. Ariel was waiting a little bit longer. There's the hookshot as well. Ariel is gonna be taken down. No chance in hell that those Seeds of Serenity will save her life. And Natty Narwhal will be shot from afar. He will survive, but only so barely. They've lost the Batrider, but claimed 2 and forced out so many rotations. Another win for Liga.
Very messy win, but a win nonetheless. I feel like if it went just a little bit better for Pirates, they could TP in the Timber Saw, and then Puck plus Timber can maybe take down Sniper. It just didn't happen. The Wolves helped out a little bit because Clock, he shared most of the Battery Assault damage. They shared most of the Battery Assault damage, but still, the advantage is too big at the moment. So
yeah, it's kind of hard to play. At least this time around, they'll get themselves a Wisdom Rune. Warlock, 14 minutes in, finally has his ulti. Hasn't read the Grimoire yet, as Natty Narwhal needs to get away from Alberca. He does have his ulti if he wants to skill it up. There it is. He might need some help at the moment, but seems that he's speedy enough to escape.
Yeah. He also has Regen still active, so he's gonna Regen up completely. Yeah, okay. That's a reveal though. The only problem is that's a reveal from the blink, and now they will smoke up anyways. Like they do have Vendetta, so this is the place where 4 Pirates need to find a way to come back in. Ariel is just being hunted down by wolves.
Oh, he's gonna do hunting of his own. The thing is, there's nothing to hunt here. Everybody's on top.
There's one cool interaction in this game, and that's one cool thing that they have on 4 Pirates is the passive from Nyx. That is the Nyx Sense, the innate ability. So
yeah, help versus the wolves.
But wait, this is Nyx Assassin can protect heroes within 350 units, so it's
really
does it even work on wolves? I think it might not.
Yeah, with the way it's worded, it shouldn't. Yeah. But Dota tooltips are weird. Let's see. Okay, the wolf just went past the Nyx Assassin in 350 range, and he didn't even.
Look at Warlock. Look at Warlock. Look at Pedranchik. Okay, he's up.
It's fine. It's fine. Or is he fine? He needs to get the golem off, and he will be doing it, but at the cost of his own life. Hookshot onto the Puck, the lasso as well, pulling them in. Can they save the bat? No, they can't. Alberca pops his ulti. He is healing up and going for more. Mr. Morale might actually take him down. That Abaddon needs help, has the Aphotic Shield, will be fine. As the chase is on you, he wants to squash the bug, will be able to do it. Mr. Morale, he goes in, says, kill me as well, please. I don't want to live in a world without my teammates. And the only one surviving will be Otakar on his Bloodseeker. Liga, they demolish 4 Pirates once again.
Absolute demolition, like you just said. Your Bloodseeker still doesn't have Radiance, so he's unable to fight. And you could see that, sure, Timbersaw can stand and fight. At the same time, he can't really do a lot versus Abaddon, because he's afraid of being silenced as well, so... he can do a lot to Abaddon, but to an extent. If he gets hit too many times, he's in problems. So he has this thin line that he needs to tread, and... yeah. Unfortunately for them, they're also 9k behind, so it's not that simple. Yeah, overall, the Radiance is up on Bloodseeker, and maybe this is the time for them to start making some plays.
Whenever a big timing comes out in a game where you are losing too much, then suddenly the enemy team gets Roche, and it feels like your timing is for nothing. And I'm looking at this Roche and the Shard and the Lycan, and it feels way stronger at the moment than just a Radiance.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Midas, Echo Saber, Shard on him. The Aghanims, of course, goes to sorry, not the Axe, the Aegis on Sniper, so he can pew away from. I mean, there are still some ways for Pirates. Like, the way I would approach this is, I mean, actually, I don't see the way. I lied. I lied.
That was Lizard trying to hype up his team and then say, like, "Yo, guys, can we just call GG, please? I don't want to play this game any longer." But it's a best of one. You have to.
Yeah, you have to, of course. It's like you want to jump this sniper, and you can even kill him twice before the BKB is up. In normal game, you could, because he got the Aegis. Like, if you can find some wraparound. The problem is there's also Abaddon that you have to worry about, and he's gonna Aphotic Shield the sniper. So, let's see, top lane.
Here's the coil. And a very dead Antares. Ariel will be in trouble. He already used the Spike Carapace, so no chance to survive there.
They use Rupture or Claw. This is also very unnecessary usage, because you probably want to save it for the Wolf at every point in this game.
Well, going in on the Sniper, you talked about it. Let's see if they can get away with an Aegis. There's the Aphotic Shield. No chance in hell. They do see the Sniper clearly, but I don't think they can do much with that information.
You see, the idea that I had, they had as well. And then this happened, which we also talked about. It's just Aphotic Shield and the Sniper runs away. So maybe you can even kill him once. The trick is, like, how do you kill him the second time when your cooldowns are kinda not there yet? Like, you have that 4 or 5 second period.
Well, we'll see. We'll see if they can do it. Antares has been the one that they've been hunting, and he is looking like he's in trouble. Everybody seems to want to buy an Orchid, so right now the idea is counter the Puck, counter the Nyx Assassin. The Orchid really does help. Though, in all this, Otakar does look like he's gonna go down. There's the lasso, help is coming. Maybe he can kill Antares and heal, but no such luck.
That's your position 1. Now this Bat is actually buying an Orchid. Antares has a blink and almost a full Orchid completed. And what's kind of crazy is that he doesn't even need any heroes around him. He just needs the Wolves. Like, the Wolves plus Bat kill, I believe, almost any single hero on the dire side. Besides Timber, perhaps. He's a harder one.
Yeah, especially now with the Crimson. But yeah, you know what though? Nyx wants his Shard, and they are gearing up for a Tormentor. If they are lucky and get this Shard on a Nyx Assassin, they can finally kill the Abaddon. I feel like that's a path to breaking the positioning of Liga. Let's see. But you always get unlucky in these situations.
Right.
Yeah, see? Always. It's Dota knows.
And now the Wolves.
It's just not a nice thing. He got a Shard and then instantly goes down.
Yeah. It's like these dumb imps that you get. It's rough. Plus the Wisdom Rune is lost now as well. The 21-minute rune.
So there's the first Orchid, the one on the Bat. There's also a gem now on Abaddon without the Shard and the Nyx Assassin. It's really not that easy of a hero to kill. Well, let's see. 4 Pirates are not giving up. 10, 11k gold lead. It's not insurmountable. You can still play this game. There's Invis. He has a sentry. Taurus.
I'm not sure who's running here even. Like, at some point, I feel like the Puck is running, but at the same time, the Bat is, because the Wolves could have killed the Puck if he didn't juke around a little bit. So yeah, it's a nice kill. They get the Bat. Like you said, 10k, like, it's playable, but at the same time, seeing the heroes, I'm worried. You you know, because I'd expect the other team to be having maybe an advantage.
Well, Clockwork, he will save the sniper. BKB TP out. Not gonna be allowed. He's gonna be losing his Aegis in 15 seconds. Let's see what he can do. Until that point, they want to wait for those 15 seconds. The problem is that this guy's too strong. They're gonna take it away. Perdanchik already dead. The upkeep not gonna be doing anything now. They're surrounding the sniper, but Gavadon is here. They won't silence him and trying to finish off the sniper, which they do succeed at. You very low, trying to get away. Violent wants to live. He's not gonna be allowed. They do hunt him down as well. And Abaddon without his ulti and the Nyx Assassin on his tail. Let's see how fast your horse actually is. But the puck has been found with an Orchid. Will be taken out. The support of Liga is doing the job. Alberca tried to finish off that Nyx Assassin and will be able to do it with the overtime damage. He's just surviving through it all. If Antares gets here in time with an Orchid, this could be a problem for Mr. Morale. He does have the Golem helping him. And the Wolves scouting Mr. Morale. He is going to be killing that one. A little bit of bad micro coming out from the Lycan, even though was dead. There is no lasso, so no way to stop this one. But Antares, he's a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, Antares level 14 on this support bat, like almost as much farm as the enemy puck. He's just... Yeah, he respawned, helped out in the last few minutes, last few seconds of the fight. But it's crazy that 4 Pirates had everything handed to them. Like, that was such a bad BKB by Sniper. Like, you can't BKB TP out versus a Warlock. I think he just forgot that there is a Golem in the game. Or maybe hope that he's far enough. But yeah, that was the best situation because you killed the Sniper off with the BKB. So the second time killing him off is like not really a problem. He dies so fast. Okay,
not
so
at all.
Everything I was talking about, like how much I valued Liga's draft and how strong they are, I still believe that, but this Bloodseeker is a stronger carry now than he used to be. So there is a chance, I would say, for Pirates. On Ottakar's back, yeah. Yep.
Oh, let's see what Antares will do. He's going forward, scan off the mark. His smoke will break soon. Okay, doesn't. They don't know exactly where the opponents are at, but they see XN. He needs help, and the help isn't coming. The sniper will be taken out. 4 Pirates, they find an opening. Respect gonna be going on to the Warlock, who doesn't have his Golem at the moment, but will have it in 10 seconds. Let's see if the defense will be there. They're being encircled on 4 Pirates, but the thing is, I don't think Liga have the strength.
Yeah, they don't. With the BKB on Bloodseeker, it's really hard for them to find the right targets and the right openings. And it will become harder once Puck has Yules. I think they need to utilize their Orchid right now on this bat and maybe get the fight as soon as Sniper is up. They just broke from... The thing is, like, Liga's draft is easy to play right now, but they're making it hard on themselves. They're breaking formation, losing Sniper first. Like, you have Clock Abaddon, even bad. Like, you have a gem. Like, your Sniper shouldn't be dying that easily.
I have no idea what they're doing. Okay, now I know. They're going for a Timbersaw, get pulled in by the cogs. He's still gonna be fine. Assassinate from afar. Will not really do all that much damage. Respect is falling low. As Alberca runs in, he's gonna get silenced, broken as well. Goodbye, my friend. You thought you were strong, giving the gem away. Liga making some crucial mistakes at the important part of the game, and the Nyx Assassin Shard changes everything.
Yeah, that you have to. You have to laugh at that. The way he ran in, like he was feeling very, very confident. They just ruined their own game. Like Liga, I feel like they threw a massive lead. They had...
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, this is like a 12k advantage into a 7k advantage. Even more playable now. Keep in mind that, like you said, Gem is up now on 4 Pirates. They almost have an Aghanim's on Bloodseeker. Gotta be careful about that break.
Well, they won't even be needing a break. Spike Airpace to stun him, and the Timbersaw burst to kill the Batrider, take him out of the skies. Yeah, I don't think that Liga are utilizing their lineup at all. Their lineup is split push, shove in the waves, play around the sniper. That's what you do. And they're just going hunting. I even feel like the way that they've itemized with these Orchids just isn't the way that you should be going about this game. I understand wanting to win more, but it was so unnecessary.
Yeah, it's just a fact that they couldn't catch puck. Like their catch is lasso and that's it. So they wanted to get one orchid. I get it. Like on one of them, right? Like one hero. It's more about positioning.
True.
Than anything else. They will get another Aegis though.
Oh, well, that's nice. You have an Aegis, you have a banner. All of the tier 2s are gone. That is still an advantage that they have. The wolves will be shoving in the waves. You have a banner. You can siege high ground, and sieging high ground gives you a good positioning always, right? The Nyx assassin, not the best when the enemies are together.
Yep. Tara's mid lane.
Oh boy. Okay, they will miss the stun. Shield is there. Lasso will be used, but there's the coil as well that gets broken. They get themselves a kill. Not the second Mephotic shield will be coming as Otakar needs to pop the BKB. Violent is not fast enough. Seeker is faster. Mr. Morale gonna be going in. This is quite dangerous for him, but they're gonna be getting all together with a very nice rock and the upheaval from the high ground. Wolf doesn't really care. He needs to take him out. He needs to stop that upheaval and will be able to do it. Both of the supports are dead. Now the puck next on the menu. They don't have the second orchid, so it is gonna be a little bit easier for him to escape. Orb, blink, the puck is away.
Yeah, so you forced the rock, you traded some supports, not really the worst for 4 pirates considering they're playing versus Aegis. It is bad that they don't have the rock now. Also, I don't know, there is a Photic shield, of course, but I still find value in Fatal Bonds. I think that the Warlock should be using it in these fights. Especially that fight, like they're all caught in cogs and rock on top of them, and he doesn't use Fatal Bonds for some reason. Maybe next fight. We'll see. And
he has 7 Black Grimoire. I mean, he could get a couple of levels, just max out those Fatal Bonds and make them very, very dangerous. I'm not sure what he's doing. I guess he doesn't like reading.
Yeah, there's like 2 approaches I found to this Warlock and his reading. It's either pop it immediately in the laning stage to get level 6 and catch someone off, or save it forever almost.
Mr. Morale, he will get scouted. They still want to go forward. The Blink Dagger of the Bat was already used. The chase is on, running forward like madmen. Hookshot as well. Mr. Morale seems to be fine. He will be going on to enemy vision where they might be wanting to strike. There's the silence. He blinks in. Doesn't have a way to remove the silence. Still has the Crimson Guard. If need be, Howl used as well. There's the Rupture. Batrider in so much trouble. The double stun as well. Silence. They didn't get the break. And now trying to get himself away. They have the Yules to prevent that from happening, and the Abaddon will be left all alone. Liga once again just running in like madmen instead of just holding their position. They're gonna try to pull out the sniper, and now is the other way around. It is gonna be 4 pirates that are gonna be chasing forward. They only find the Clockwork. It seems that the sniper will be fine. He will be able to waddle himself away while the Clockwork takes a beating.
It's crazy, like the way they chase is absolutely crazy. Fun, definitely fun to watch, but definitely not helping them in this game. Like, you're chasing into a Timber Saw and like you wasted almost all your spells and you're still going in. Of course they're gonna eventually stand their ground and counterplay you. That cliff was good, and they're actually lucky that Timber got orchided very fast. Like, a good orchid on time prevented him from doing even more damage. But you still lose the Abaddon, you still lose the clock, and all of that with an Aegis on your side. They need this Manta, like this Manta on Abaddon. They just needed a bit more time to chill and farm instead of, like you said, hunt 24/7.
Even then, if he gets stunned up after he got them broken and silenced, he's still going to die, so... Oh boy, it's rough. It is rough at the moment for Liga. Not gonna lie, that win probability, I think it's showing... If Liga play this game well, they're most likely to win. But the way that they're playing, I still think is completely wrong. And they're just continuing to do it. They see a hero and they're running forward. And the Rezo recently, when we were talking, he mentioned, I used to play Dota. I see a red dot on the map and I run towards it. I feel like Liga, that is what they're doing. They're playing like 2015 Dota instead of 2025.
A little bit of bloodthirst in their on their side for sure.
And they're not the ones with the Bloodseeker though, so we'll see how that works out for them.
He's got, what, S and Y now on top of Ags, Radiance. This is like the standard build that I'm seeing on Bloodseeker as well. Sometimes Mjolnir as well was the build, but Radiance Ags is the most common one at the moment that I'm seeing at least. I'm not really playing this hero a lot.
They've got Nullifier though, so he has to pop the BKB as well, or the Blood Mist is gone. Oh, it says it cannot be dispelled.
Yeah, it's not...
the shield can be dispelled. Well, that is a dead next assassin, even with the Crimson Guard. Gonna be surviving. Rock dropped a little bit too late, and now the chase is on. Now you can go forward. Perdanchik will try to escape. Lasso will not allow it. His Ghost Scepter will expire, will be nullified as well, and Liga, they get themselves 2 easy kills.
Yeah, the rock is used again, of course. So you can take over the enemy side of the map.
Puck is doing his best. I feel like one of the reasons that they picked the Puck in general wasn't to have the big team fight, which sure it's a big part of, but it's because it's one of the best heroes to shove out the waves kind of safely. Because I don't think a lot of mid laners would be able to do this.
They had, sure, that's definitely one of his upsides, right? Like one of the benefits that you get from picking Puck. The hero just isn't, like, you can't catch him this game. It's really difficult. Even with your kid on Bat plus Lasso, for the majority of the game, it was really hard to catch him. So they do smoke up. They want to do some catching of their own, maybe.
Well, let's see if that's gonna happen, but the triangle is overtaken. Okay, they're gonna go the safe route to the other side. That is a smarter way to approach it. The thing is that the waves are gonna be shoving in. Mr. Morale just jumps in. Flame Break to push him away. Antars needs to be careful. Gonna get silenced up. Has the BKB ruptured as well. Glimmer to prevent him from going down. Lasso. They're gonna try to do some damage to Otterker. Not nearly enough. He's just gonna start running around. Next and also super low. And you know what happens when they're low next to a Bloodseeker? He just starts eating all of you. 4 Pirates. They are taking over this game by storm. Liga will get their Lycan away. The Abaddon will escape, but 4 Pirates once again prove that they are the stronger team on the map at the moment.
They're just brute forcing these fights. Literally, this Bloodseeker Timber mid lane, the Yules will save from the Orchid and should be fine afterwards. This Bloodseeker is just not... He's killable for sure, but I just feel that this hero has way too much strength in a way that he's dealing way too much damage, plus he is way too tanky with just a couple of items. Just the Aghanim, BKB, Radiance. I mean, it's a lot of items, but these 3 items that you feel stronger than most heroes with like 4 or 5 slots. And they just don't have the raw power to take him down. That's pretty much it.
Yeah, it's very hard, right? When he pops the BKB, he doesn't die. Without the BKB and the Nullifier and the Lycan, they can kill him. But you need a longer fight, and Liga, they just cannot force it out.
Yeah. They need this sniper to be like the big pew-pew maker. Like he needs to be able to stand his ground and actually dish out the real deeps. Right now he's kind of hurting, but not really.
Yeah, and he wants to go for a Satanic rather than a damage dealing item. But Liga, this time around, they're coming forward. There's a refresher on the Bloodseeker, so I don't think that you can really go about this fight. They're gonna go for the Timbers off, trying to kill him. There's the Lasso. The Golem was dropped. They want to take him away. And that is a big chunk of your tankiness being taken out. Otterker, he's standing his ground and fighting. He's gonna go for a second BKB, but he doesn't really have that much mana. He needs to run away as the Nullifier is already on him. Perdanchik, they don't even want you. They want something bigger. They want that Seeker a little bit harder to get. The silence was there. Otterker a bit too fast. Whereas 750 movement speed will run himself away from the Wolf as they do bring down Perdanchik. It is a 2-for-1, but you still lost the sniper. Let's see what the Puck can do. Nothing. When there's a Nullifier, his Yules is just not that valuable.
Yeah, the one big difference as well, I guess, the Satanic on Lycan, and also the fact that they got the first jump and they were kind of in a good position. Sure, you lose your sniper, but the damage was already dealt. Last time he was kind of on the same low ground as everyone else, and They just got to him way too easily. Now they're gonna get Aghanims too.
Look, you can give that.
You can give it to
Lycan.
Yeah. I don't know. Let's see. I'd give it to Lycan. There's a blink on Nyx though.
Maybe he steals it. It is on the ground. He
Take it. He stole
the
it.
axe. Okay, you don't give it to anybody. You don't even have to think about it because there's a Nyx axe that will be available unless he gives it to somebody else.
You give it to Puck, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
so.
true.
For sure. You can give it to Timber as well, but there's Nullifiers, so I'm not sure how valuable it is. It's still value, I guess. Let's see. No, they give it to Puck. Makes more sense.
Yeah. If he was buying a BKB on the Timber Saw, I could see them giving him an axe, but without the BKB, it just makes no sense.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, absolutely. Puck is used to be very happy with this. Unless he loses the game by the time he uses that axe, which is also possible. They do have Aegis and they're pushing in.
That's why I thought maybe you give it to Nyx just for the high ground defense, but Puck is... But imagine it with Fatal Bonds, just how much damage he's gonna be doing. He wants a Lincoln Sphere. Come on, don't be a coward. Get yourself a Maelstrom, get a Mjolnir.
Yeah, his game has just been very rough, and he's now actually on number 3 when it comes to net worth, so...
He was 3 from behind at the early on in the game, like 7 minutes in. So yeah,
huge recovery.
Big one, big one. You get given an Aghanim Scepter, that's nice. But Liga are now in a position where they're shoving in all 3 of the ways. I feel like this is the main strength of their lineup, that you cannot get out of your base safely.
Yeah, and keep in mind that there's a bat, right? Like this hero just loves when you're defending high ground, so that he can catch you, bring you down. We'll see if that happens soon. He is buying an Aghanims as well, so even more control for their side. And by the way, Sniper that was queuing up Satanic has queued up Daedalus now. He gets it. Like,
yeah,
the Satanic into Bloodseeker is amazing. You really like that item, just to be able to heal up through the fights, so that he also loses some of his strengths, right? But I think Daedalus is the proper option here. You're not living, even with the Satanic, they will take you down.
Yeah, I think so as well. Especially if it's only the Seeker on top of you. He's gonna have his shield, you're not gonna do any damage, you're not gonna heal, so... Plus, look at the Timber, so he has 50 armor. How much are you gonna hit him? There's the Ward and a Sentry, but instantly scouted out by a Sentry of 4 pirates as well. It's hard to go for that, as Batrider will instantly lasso you.
You can see how far they're standing.
Look at the Warlock and his wave cutting bottom. I don't think that's gonna help. There's a banner.
But they can't even... The problem is they can't even take down the banner, right? Like, they have no hero.
There's the break. This is the way that you're gonna start off the fight with the Manta. It saves his life. Ascetic's cap to the rescue.
Exactly, it's the cap. Helped. This item is very nice when you have to just survive for a little while longer. The stats resistance comes into play, and yeah, Manta is used.
They're gonna have to wait for the burrow time though. So until then, Liga are gonna have to take it slow. But we'll look at what they're doing. Wolves killing the top wave. It is a level 25 like, so there's quite a lot of them. They're gonna be going to the Timber Saw. Nullifier as well. Very nice golem being dropped. Listen, Morale. He's trying to survive. He's doing his best. The hookshot is there. They're really doing their darndest to finish him off, but he will pop the Crimson Guard now when the Nullifier is gone. You gonna be healing up with the Satanic. Not nearly enough. They're all dying. They weren't even focusing on them. They just killed them with the Fatal Bonds, and now it's easy to finish off the enemy carry. Puck in the backlines did some solid work.
The items that they got, I feel like, are making way more impact than the ones on Liga right now. So much damage as well, like you said, from the Fatal Bonds, but I think you have to reconsider the heroes you're going on. Like, jumping this Timber Saw might not be the best idea any longer. This is one very tanky hero. You've got Greaves, you've got Crimson Guard, you've got Shivas. Even with all your Nullifiers and Orchids and whatnot, he might not be the one.
Well, it is a rough situation to be in. You've been winning for the entirety of this game. You were the ones attacking. You were the ones going high ground. And now it is your base that is going to be in shambles. They still have a glyph on Liga. Well, let's see how much that's actually going to help them.
Sabadon in most games would be able to just run in now, but he's got no borrow time and he's also playing into a Nyx with a break, so gotta be careful. Okay, they still do get the Raxes, so it's crazy. 4 Pirates, like all things considered, are the ones that have a 13k advantage now. Like your Bloodseeker is about to complete a full Swift Blink. We have a double damage rune as well. Puck, is that Lincoln's flying out to him? Yeah, he's got full Lincolns.
And 4k gold on top of it, so if he wants a damage item, he most definitely can go for that. You've got 4 Ruptures, you have a level 25 Puck with an Axe, level 25 on the Timber Saw is there right now as well, so he's gonna be very speedy on the map.
This Bloodseeker 25 plus Aghanim Swift Blink is really what changes the game. Just a blink on Bloodseeker. If he even goes for it, let's see, he needs to buy it still. He's maybe saving for a buyback, which does make sense.
He still has a blink though, right? If he wants to swap it out for boots, or maybe even for a refresher once he uses it. We'll see what Otakar decides to do. Either way, 4 Pirates with the mid lane going towards their way. It's gonna be easier to deal with the waves now. Well, Otakar, they want him. There's the lasso. They're gonna try to burst him out. He did use the BKB now, and the Blood Mist will just turn around. This is looking like a complete disaster. They're helpless to do any damage. The rock will be dropped onto the Lycan. He's gonna get ruptured. He's bleeding from his backside. Maybe you should stop, my friend, as they will catch Alberca. Take him out as well. No more borrowed time. Violent, he's doing his best to survive, and he will be able to do it, but the rest of his team wasn't so lucky. Even with the buyback of the bat, they are completely helpless.
Now this is insane. Antar, this might be just game. They have the buyback on the Abaddon, but it truly doesn't matter a lot. Yeah, they glyph, they want to go for throne. Like, how do you fight this? You have no shapeshift.
They're gonna try. They're sending in the wolves. That's what you do. Let's see if they can do anything to Ariel. They don't even care. They're just focusing on the tier 4s and the throne. As they're coming forward, the Bucket Silence up. He does have the Yules. Novafire wasn't there. Will be used on Otakar, so he's not going to be healing all that much. As Mr. Morale, he's just standing his ground with the Crimson Guard, not taking any damage. Beautiful in play from afar. Double Silence as well. And that's going to be GG. Liga to the lower bracket as 4 Pirates advance after losing for 40 minutes. They take it back.
This is unexpected. Like, the way I see it, at least, it was very unexpected in many different reasons, many different ways. Like, first I thought that if they take a lead on the side of Liga, they will run away with the game. They took the lead, but then a lot of interesting things happened. The way they lost the BKB and Aegis on Sniper, then they died again with him. Then they lose the Aegis in the pit. Just a lot of little things that prevented their snowball from happening. Were there some itemization issues on their side? Maybe some cockiness due to a really good laning stage? Sure. One thing that I definitely misrepresented, at least during the draft, is the Bloodseeker and how strong he is later on as well. Because this hero is, like, for the longest time he used to be this niche position 1, but right now he's in a really good spot and he takes over the game, which is something that he definitely did this time.
Yeah, I feel like all of the items that are good on the Bloodseeker are so good in the game right now. Radiance, BKB, SNY, and then his Axe is just insane, right? All of those items are very, very popular at the moment. But Liga going down, and 4 Pirates will be advancing to face off versus the winners of Avulus versus 1W, which is another series that's being played. But you and me, Lizard, we're gonna be moving on to One Move versus Asakura. Do you think we have a chance of this game being trumped by something better in the next one, considering that this was a very cool game to watch?
Hard. Like, this game, I feel like it had it all, the comebacks and the throws, I feel like we need to get one stomp now. That's the way Dota works. It gives you something great, and then it gives you some stomp afterwards. But is the next game best of one as well, by the way?
Yeah, it is. It is. We are so it's 4 best of ones in the upper bracket.
We need to see some cheese then. We need to see some cheese, you know, like some I don't know. Give me some Huskars mid lane.
What the hell is happening? We have Lizard here, and he's not talking about cheese meepo or something along those lines.
That's not cheese anymore. That's the problem, my friend. It used to be. That hero is just bad now. It's like it used to be good cheese, like blue cheese, you know, and now it's like some random cheese that you go buy in a shop, and then you look at it and you realize it's like some vegan cheese that tastes like rubber. It's just not good anymore.
Yeah, okay, Lizard here poking a little bit on our vegan brethren. Celery, no hate. Yeah, no hate at all. No hate at all. But either way, that was a very cool series to watch, guys. Follow the other results. Avilis versus 1W is being played at the moment. We're gonna have like a 20-minute break, I want to say, and then me and Lizard are gonna be back with the second best of one, which is gonna be one move and a Sakura. And we are back with the FISSURE Universe Episode 4, Close Qualifiers here in Eastern Europe. I'm Harry, joining me is Lizard, and we're gonna be taking you through the second best of one of the day, at least here on our stream. One move versus Asakura. Liz, we had a great time in our first match, where Liga didn't manage to win despite crushing all of the early game. Now, we've got Asakura versus One Move, and One Move, man, that has been a name that has been in the Eastern European scene for a very long time. When do you think they're gonna find their glory, you know, just like Team Spirit did at some point?
I will see. They just need to find the right vision with the right players and build the team around a couple of them, not like switch things up very often. And I think that's the usual recipe for success. You build a team around one player, someone like Miposhka, right? Like, if you remember Spirit, they weren't really a big team in Eastern Europe ever. Like, they were literally these teams that we would play against, right? Like in Tier 2, Tier 1.5.
Yup.
Sometimes Tier 1 scene. Like, Spirit were never a team that you'd be afraid of. And then they found the right build around the right players and became like a superstar team. Like, juggernaut in Dota. I feel like it can happen for most of these teams, most of these betting teams as well, because operating costs are really small if you're running everything on your own. So I feel like there's definitely a chance. We'll see for One Move what happens in the future. I feel like both them and Asakura are upcoming. Like, when you look at these teams, when you look at the players, they've played a bit. They've been around, they played in some teams, but it's not... they're usually these players that don't even have Wikipedia pages, right? So you kind of know what to expect already.
That is true. I'm looking at their roster. 7 Jesu and Young G, obviously they have their Wikipedia pages, and they've been in the scene for a long time. I know Infernal, but Slime Yao and Vanilli, I think I've seen Vanilli in teams before, but Slime Yao, the Kazakhstani position 4, is like completely new to me. I have no idea who that guy is. The One Move roster, I know they've been together for quite some time.
Yeah, it's nice not to know, because you get to learn something new about these players and maybe get inspired by some new strats, because it's on the young blood, it's on the new guys to bring some freshness to the scene. I don't know why I'm on about Team Spirit this morning, but for some reason,
I mean, we're in Eastern Europe.
Yeah, maybe, but all my ideas go back to them. And yeah, we need the new horn toss skewer player, you know, we need a new play that is like that. So we'll see if one of these two teams might bless us with something similar.
And I also liked when you said you don't know, then it's super fun, you find out. Reminded me of an old Big Bang Theory episode when they say not knowing is part of the fun, and Sheldon says not knowing is part of the fun. That might be the motto of your community college, right? And there's the Lycan. So we do get to see it once again. You said you wanted to see it as a first phase pick, and well, there it is. So you are a captain, you see a Lycan, do you call GG or do you have a response?
The Bloodseeker was a good one. Like in the last game, I feel like it's a hero that just doesn't care about the Lycan through the game, and there you go, instantly. Like, this is... I feel like it's different, though. In the last game, Bloodseeker, he was allowed to scale, and also Lycan was the quote-unquote position 1. Like, he was the position 1, and he played like that. Like, they had a sniper from the mid lane, but Sniper was never truly left alone to just farm up and get his items. He was the one constantly making moves, as you should usually as a mid laner. But that leaves you in a bad position, because Lycan will not outscale the Bloodseeker eventually. So maybe that's an approach that One Move can do differently. Like, they can approach this game differently and put Lycan on the true offlane position with something different coming from your one. Or sure, put it on 1 again, but make sure that you end the game quickly.
Well, they ban out the Magnus, they ban out the Bristle, which are also heroes that people do pick versus the Lycan. Seeker, I don't think this hero has counters per se. I feel like his counters, you know, your Axes, LCs and all, aren't really super popular in the meta at the moment. So I'm gonna assume you ban something that's gonna cover for your pick in the second phase.
Well, let's see. Can just go for some Warlock again. It worked last game. Oh, Zeus.
Yep. That's the classic combo. Remember the Zeus Bloodseeker of old, man. That was a sight to behold.
Yeah, when you could just throw away your Blood Rage on anyone and you just use it on Zeus. Yeah, I'm not sure if it works the same and if you can waste it on him. But Zeus has been picked more often now on support, right? Like as a Super Mario dewarding around. Being able to leap from walls is maybe a bit helpful, but I don't see it as the saving grace. Unless you manage to hop cliffs, you'll probably be taken down by the wolves later on. And this, so far from one move, I think I like this opening a bit better. Sure, like you said though, Zeus plus Bloodseeker, even without the Blood Rage, a lot of combos to give that Bloodseeker damage, and you also get vision to pop your ulti if someone is doing like a Tormentor. There's like a lot of small little synergies between these two.
Whenever I see a Lich, I'm thinking Tiny. I know that you've probably gotten sick of me wanting to see that hero, but I see a Zeus. I see a hero that I can burst down. I want to get a Tiny Vision hero as well and just take him out. And that is something new for sure. That could be our double off lane for Sakura, because mid lane Lesh or Zeus isn't really something that we see too often.
Yeah, there is a lot of magical damage versus Lich's armor, right? There's a lot of AoE damage versus Lycan and the wolves. You get the Tidehunter with his shard, like you get the anchor into the Lycan. So you're gonna Blood Rage, you're gonna rupture him, but at the same time you're gonna put that anchor on him so he can't run. I see a little bit of mis-synergy there, but sure. And they go with the Medusa. So Medusa Lich on the safe lane. I still feel like this Medusa hero is in a damn good spot when all the other carries are banned out, and most of them are that are strong. You need to protect her though. Invoker is probably the best ban, right? Like from the mid lane with his EMP.
For sure. For sure. I was thinking when I saw a tie that we might be seeing an Ursa. Alright, Seeker, the Seeker counters the Slark, so probably not that one, but I thought Ursa, Monkey King might be coming out, and that's really weird. I feel like so far the Monkey King really hasn't been contested in recent tournaments. It's like first ban, first pick.
He was banned in last game, but
a
at the
last
end.
ban, yeah.
At the end. Ursa into Tide, I don't know. Like it can go sideways so quickly. Like you think you're gonna own him in the lane, but you don't. There's just too much damage into, like, let's say it's Tide plus Zeus. I wouldn't play Ursa in that lane. With the Lich though, maybe, but yeah, let's see. Puck and Invoker banned out so far. I still think, right, like, do you agree with me that Medusa will be safe lane and they need the mid laner last?
Yeah, of course. And you ban out the Pango, let's say, from Asakura, right? That is another hero that that takes away your mana, and they banned out the Puck and the Shaker. I mean, it's screaming, we want to play a Pango, basically.
Yeah, definitely. A good hero here. Like, you would be picking... let's see, Ember on one side, Pango on the other. Like, you're not worried about them picking Pango anyway, because you had the Bloodseeker. Like, you can get it. Is there something better into Ember? Like,
Huskar, you said cheese, let's go. Make him eat the spears.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that would be a hero that completely crushes the Ember. Maybe later on it's not as great as some others. They just get the Pango. Like, you called it. Like, you could see it from the bans. It did make the most sense. Plus, why is Pango so nice here? He's a natural diffusal builder, right? And you're picking that diffusal into Medusa. Yeah, I like this pick. I think it rounds up their draft nicely.
Yeah, for sure. Also one of the heroes that's hard to kill with a Lich, right? A lot of the... we've seen a lot of the squishier mid laners, right? Let's say something like a Queen of Pain. Jumps in, Lich sees her, blinks Sinister Gaze ulti with a shard, and the hero just dies. For Pango, it's a little bit tougher to do that. He's just rolling around, he's being annoying. He is... even if you catch him, he does have ways to escape. I really like this Asakura draft, not gonna lie, right? I know it's a little bit, how would you say, weird in terms of supports, that these supports could turn out to do nothing, but I think if done properly, that this lineup can really go ham.
Lesh is a cool one, especially with this misanthropy facet. Like, you just go in and you run after heroes. Like, you can take down a Clockwork, you can take down a Lich in the laning stage if you find them alone. And like, sure, you don't get as much power when it comes to pushing, or any power when it comes to pushing at all, but as a support you don't necessarily need that. So overall, yeah, the draft is a bit wonkier, but you have to think outside the box when you're playing versus the Wolf. When you're playing versus Lycan, you need to find ways of dealing with him. And maybe this is it. We'll see. I think they do have decent heroes against these ones on one move.
Yeah, I like it. Do you think this is like a first item Go Scepter for both the Zeus and the Lesh, just to make sure that the wolves don't eat them?
Yeah, it could be like Ghost or Glimmer. I feel like both are fine. Like you go Ghost Scepter, or you go for Shadow Amulet, so you can maybe TP out. We'll see. We'll see. In any case, you do need a defensive tool versus them.
Okay, well, we are gonna be seeing late smokes. We're getting to see a lot of that lately, of teams just wanting to go for kills. And one move they seem to be using theirs defensively. That's quite weird. Or maybe because they're placing late wards, they just want to be able to do it on the bottom lane.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Why do you need to... I'm trying to figure it out. Why do you need to seed your own jungle? Like, what rotation is gonna happen here? No, not really. I mean, yeah, Lash, Zeus. Zeus with Lightning Bolt can de-ward most of the map, right? Like, a bit easier than other heroes can. So maybe that's as well one of the reasons to put it in a bit weirder spot, right?
It's definitely not a ward that you would expect, but you never know, right? If they've been playing versus this Lash in pubs a lot, and maybe he does rotate towards the mid lane a lot, it's possible that they're used to him focusing on the mid lane. And really, when you look at Pango versus the Ember, it's kind of this 50-50 matchup that support rotations can make very bad for one or the other. So we'll see, but obviously not easy to rotate to the mid lane with Lash versus an Ember.
Yeah, I'm just looking at these builds as well. Wasted God or Wasted Dog SSS, same, going Null into Midas, same thing we've seen in the last game. I feel like Midas has become a staple build on the Lycan. It's good. I still don't mind a bit more of an aggressive approach when you need it. I feel like in this game it's completely fine to just Midas it up. Sometimes like an early Orchid or just going Rushing Echo is nice, but...
Yeah, we'll see. Okay. Well, are they already asking for a little bit of pause? Oh, internet issues. Unfortunate.
Can't kill the dead.
Well, it happens. It happens. I just hope that they do get the Seeker back, as we can see one move. They do seem to be on boot camp, if I'm not mistaken.
They're having some internet issues. It will fortunately resolve soon enough. Like the last qualifiers that we've had in different regions as well were plagued with internet and electricity issues. Happy New Year, he says. It's a bit late for that, but
Yeah,
only
quite
February,
late.
I guess it's fine.
Even for the Orthodox New Year, it's kind of late, right? Like 25 days after it. But yeah, it's not nice. This is why you should have multiple internets. Lizard, do you have multiple providers at your home?
What do you think?
I'm pretty sure that you are a real professional and that you most definitely have it.
I mean, I do have my mobile phone, so technically I could switch things up to my phone if needed.
I was about to say that as well, but the main problem is I don't have a cable at my office for it if I don't bring the charger, so it wouldn't really help much. But I can go outside. Maybe somebody has the USB-C, so it
just run around and scream for USB-C. Go from doors to doors, you know, door to door, knock.
Yeah. Do you have an USB-C? Right. I feel like that would be a bad way to start off a conversation. But maybe if you can get into a shop or something, then it can work. Either way, though, I feel like Asakura don't have a lot of confidence that their player will be coming back shortly, which is a bummer. I know some of the pro players, at least here in Serbia. LeBron, he got a second provider after having some issues. So when he's playing like bigger tournaments, he has like it's like a prepaid. So he makes sure that one is paid as well.
Yeah, it depends on what the cost is, I suppose. I think like just having a mobile phone is good, but then you need the Wi-Fi adapter as well, at least if you're playing from like a dedicated PC and not a laptop. So that's fine. But at least we do not have DDoS anymore, so that's a positive.
What do you mean we don't have it?
I mean, there's no more DDoSing happening in the world of Dota.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm like, is it impossible to do and shouldn't be, right? But
it's still possible, but yeah, it's much harder than it used to be. So, my last boot camp in Serbia, the one that I boot camped in Novi Sad, in New Now. We had DDoS issues. Like I think we lost the qualifier. Just the full boot camp got DDoSed. It was one internet connection, so we all got kicked.
Freaking hell, man! That would be a problem. So our admins are asking for an update, but okay, you translate that. You're better at it than me.
We're the same. He's just trying to get his internet to work. That's all. He doesn't know how much time it's gonna take.
It's not giving us confidence, but you know what we have here, Lizard? We have hope. We have hope that everything will be fine between these two teams. Let me check where he is. Where is he? Oh, it's Young G, so he's in Belarus. If he's there, the internet in Belarus should be. No, it's not Young G. It's 7Jess. Oh, okay, so he is in Ukraine, I think. That's a bummer.
This guy's taking. He's like, you can take our pause and half of Dire's pause as well, so he can make his internet work. You know. But I'm not sure if Dire agrees to that. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. I feel like they might be fine with it. Most qualifiers so far that I've experienced, when this happens, the other team is like, no, get lost, I'm not giving you my pause.
So if nobody would ask me, I'd give them half. If they would ask, I'd give them nothing. Right? I feel like you shouldn't ask that. And I think that even though they flame each other in pubs, that kind of the general sentiment between the Eastern European teams is nice. That they're kind of friendly, at least in competitive games, that they would offer it themselves.
Yeah. it's just sometimes a nice thing to do, but at the same time, no one is going to hold a grudge against you if you don't.
Look at not me, man. He is laying in his chair. You shouldn't do that. Whenever I played Dota or even relaxed before a game in that position, I never played well, man. You need to be up in your seat, focused. Not like this, not like this. And he's on a boot camp. Somebody should poke him.
But did the position that you were sitting in actually ever change that for you?
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Okay, listen to me.
So you're saying you played well?
Yeah. Okay. In my mind, I played better. The results might not have changed, right? But in my mind, I played better. My focus was better. It was easier for me to understand what my team needed from me. So, pick that.
I'm messing with you. I'm the same. I was OCDing even. It's not even just the position of the chair. Everything had to be. I was full OCD.
Really?
Everything had to be the right distance, like the mouse from the keyboard, the mouse pad. The distance of the monitor had to be exactly where it should be.
Do you get the monitor closer or farther away from you?
As I said, it had like the exact amount of centimeters it needed to be away from me.
Yeah, but I'm looking at it. I usually like I'm okay with the monitor being closer. My wife, man, dude, the way she plays games, I'm like, how do you even see what's going on? I want my eyes to be on the game, close to it, and she's like, I don't know how much farther away from me. She sits the farthest away as it can. She has a long table, and then the monitor is at the far end, right? And doesn't matter which game she plays at the moment. She always does it.
She's playing God mode. She wants to see everything from distance, you know, like.
Okay.
So she catches everything. I truly did have an issue with like when the widescreens became popular and like standard used. I had an issue in RTS games and in Dota because I couldn't follow the map as well, you know, like because before I would always see exactly what's happening on the minimap at every point. And
did you play 4x3 windowed mode? Did you do that?
I did,
Yeah.
but that's just bad. Like I tried that at the beginning, but it's just bad. Like too distracting for me at least.
Yeah, you need like a black background, or imagine a player in the competitive scene bringing his own monitor to LAN. I don't think that's allowed though, but currently the standard for Dota tournaments I think is 27 inches, right? It's not 24 any longer, right? Did they move it to 27?
I'm not sure, but there's one or two players that do play windowed mode.
Yeah,
Actually, every time I did watch them do that, they did lose, but they are trying. I know for a fact there's like one or two players that play with. I can't remember who it is.
Yeah, very high, very highly ranked players and on very big teams. It's changing now through the years. I think there was more back in the day, but we got our Bloodseeker back. Please, 7 Jester, don't disconnect immediately. I've seen this so many times that they come back and then they disconnect instantly, but not gonna be happening. Sorry, go when ready. They are ready to get in on the fight, and let's see if somebody has gotten too sleepy and might die now.
Yeah, he had that usually happens, right? Like the pause is too long, you get punished for dozing off a little bit. They had almost no time left remaining on the pause, so it's good that he came back.
Yep, just in time. I mean, one move haven't given us their read on if they're gonna be allowing that extra pause time, but either way, we are gonna be getting ourselves in it. And well, guess what? The wolves are ready to eat a range creep or to block the creeps. Yeah, it's gonna be the blocking.
Yeah, well, Bloodseeker probably can run up there and block on his own, right?
Nah, not versus not me.
Yeah.
King Clockwork is gonna try. He's doing it, and nope, they are gonna be getting themselves a couple of tower shots. Even the range creep will die instantly. So Now you have to push the wave. There's no other way around it.
A very different approach though on the bot lane. Like last game we had a Warlock and Bloodseeker very defensive, but with Zeus, like there is some kill potential on every lane. I feel like even top Lesh should be making some aggressive plays with Edict, giving Bloodseeker some bonus strength on the bottom lane.
Yep. You're probably talking to your teammates like fight so that I destroy this wolf. The mid lane is gonna be a brawl though. I like that we finally see a normal mid lane and not just utter destruction of a puck. That was hard to watch. 7 Jesu is being bounced around in the bottom lane as top lane. Just some pokes. I feel like this top lane is dangerous for a Medusa, right? The Lich goes to pull, and a Tide and a Lesh can easily run you down.
Absolutely. We'll see. We'll see how it goes, because there's a lot of damage. Like you see this Lesh as well. Exactly what I was gonna say. He's not really the tankiest of supports. He thrives on running you down, but he usually thrives on running down heroes like Clockwork, like Spirit Breaker, you know, Undying even. He runs these guys down because they have a lot of damage, but over time, Lich meanwhile he just nukes you. So gotta be careful in this lane as Lesh.
Well, we'll see if he can make something happen. Maybe allow the Tide to be a sponge so that he can go forward. As in the mid lane, both of them have bottles, and I feel like it's just gonna be a farm trade unless we see some rotations. But 7 Jesu is having a hell of a time, and this is the second game in a row when we are seeing the Seeker do well versus a Lycan. Actually, he wasn't laning versus a Lycan last time, but he was still doing well.
Yep. Versus Lycan, your lane is fine, and like for Lycan, this lane is all about just getting the lane back, creep skipping, and farming under the tower. So Clockwork, he doesn't even have to be very aggro here. As long as he's creating space for the Lycan, that's all that matters. Tries getting the Lotus on bot lane, fails, but you know, an attempt was made.
Yeah, you fail, you learn. Lesh not starting off with a stun that might allow somebody to TP out. Once you have level 2 in the Diabolic Edict, TPing out from that one, even for a Medusa, would be a rough one. Very nice usage of the Gush, and really not that much excitement here in the laning stage. I mean, Eastern Europe has always been very good at laning, but also kind of passive.
Yep. Top lane, Lich and Medusa are just playing this too well. I would say that's the case. You can see
Infernal. He's in trouble.
Really low.
It's gone. And
they just played this lane very nicely.
Yep. They're even gonna be going for Lesh. Another blood grenade. He needs to get into the tower for the extra region. Not gonna be happening. Rain does run him down, and look at the huge wave. The tier 2 will deal with it so easily. Like, how is the Tide gonna be picking those creeps up? Well, he's TPing to his tier 3, so that's what you needed to do to pick up that huge wave. Yep, you're right. One move. Top lane played awesome.
Yeah, he TP'd. He got 3 creeps, but he lost like 5. So still a huge loss for them, a big W for the Lich and Medusa. They just played them. They just played them on this top. This was purely on what we say here in the Balkans, Naruk. They outmaneuvered them. Bot lane Zeus though.
Benali needs those wolves to be pushed back, and will be able to survive for now, but one move there, even in this bottom lane, gonna start applying pressure now when they have more levels in the wolves.
I'm just wondering if this bot lane is that hard for them from that point onwards. Like, Zeus isn't really able to utilize all his mana that much, that well, you know, not able to spam. I expected maybe some more spam from him, but Clockwork on mid lane though, as Zeus isn't spamming, he's able to rotate.
Well, let's see if he can get the grab. The Pango is quite low in both mana and HP, but he'll be fine. Infernal once again in some trouble. He does reduce the damage of Woe, so they are gonna stop with going forward. Woe is losing a lot of his mana. He does have 15 one charges. He's gonna be using them at a perfect time and turning around when the Diabolic Edict does end. So Nice attempt. Not good enough. Vanilli, he is coming. Let's see if the Zeus has something to say about this.
Could be a good rotation, but they need to get closer to the Medusa. Lich isn't here, right? So he's securing the rune.
Vanilli hasn't been scouted just yet, but he will move away. Not me. Coming forward, there's the level 6, and they get themselves on top of Youngji. He cannot leave the cogs, and this is where he will die. One move. Seem to be playing this early game a little bit better than their opponents.
Yeah, a little bit is exactly the right phrase to use. Like the Pango was just a little bit away from getting that level 6.
Yep, you're just finding
1 or 2 creeps. If he gets it, it's a completely different story on the mid lane. They probably don't kill him.
Just find openings. Gonna be going on to Infernal. Not me. Gonna be rotating now from the mid lane to the top lane, from one core to another. Whoa, he gets the kill. One move. Outmaneuvering their opponents thus far, and let's see if they can get themselves through a wisdom rune. The clock has been scouted though with the scan.
Yeah, he might be killed. He's probably dying here. Yeah. At least that's something, right, for them. It's a nice kill to get.
I mean, you said it. The Lash likes these heroes that get close to you. So Clockwork, he is like, I want to get close to a hero. No, you don't. No, you don't want to get close to a Lash. This is the result that you're gonna get if you try.
Much easier for Lash to be playing into him. If maybe even the lanes, if they were switched up, I wasn't sure where Lash is gonna go, but like looking at the way this went, maybe it would have been better for him to have started bot and Zeus top. Just for the ease of execution in the laning stage.
Yeah, maybe. As a Triple S, he does have his ulti. Same is true for 7 Jesu now. So with the Rupture available, it becomes a little bit tougher difference. He finds O, gets himself away. He doesn't want to fight the Lesh.
Yeah, way too hard, even into position 4. Level 2 Edict only, but strong enough.
Not me. Catches Vanilli, and the Rain is there to help with the catch as well and the damage. This is gonna be Vanilli dead. There's the Rupture. Triple S will be going down. Whoa, does rotate. Won't really be changing much, but with the rotation of the Ember Spirit, and he has the Arcane Rune, so 7 Jesu is very much dead. He will die to the damage of Difference, who does finish him off.
Maybe even less.
Yeah, they're looking at him as well. Rain does slow him down. Here comes the Wolves. They're hungry, and those 4 legs, they're gonna be broken, burned, and killed. O does get brought down by Not Me, who comes over to secure that kill, and this will do a decent amount of damage to this tower. It actually should fall, as they're bringing 5 on one move.
Very good rotation by both the Ember and the Medusa. I mean, Ember, he got the Arcane Rune and instantly TP'd. They are trading top though, but I'm not even sure they'll lose this top tower. I feel like they can defend it easily and take down bot tier 1.
There is a Rolling Thunder and the Ravage, but let's see. Woe will be the first one to come, and Medusa is a bit too tanky to think about diving right now.
Especially with the armor as well, right?
Yeah, it's almost impossible to go for him, and then you're looking at the Pango, you think, oh, magic damage, nope, everything physical. Once again, they find 7 Jesu. He's gonna be using the Rupture on Not Me. Even with the stun there, maybe they can kill the Clockwork. Oh, he wants to get closer, but so many wolves. The Misanthrope isn't doing enough. He does get the kill in the end, but at the cost of his own life. And Triple S farming the jungle and getting the kill with the wolves.
Classic. Just all you need is a Midas. You farm some creeps and you send the wolves around to get ganks for you. Just a ridiculous hero at the moment. Nothing more really to analyze about him.
It's such a cool facet, right, when it was added, and now everybody is hating on it. But hookshot from afar, and the wolves are eating Young G. He gets himself out of the cogs with the Rolling Thunder used defensively. Oh, just came back to the world of the living and will die to the AD Rune of Difference as Young G gets himself away.
Yeah, you just can't survive versus the wolves as Lash. Not at this point. And he's going for a blink. I mean, it's kind of a standard Lash item that you want to go get eventually, but I'm not sure it's gonna work this game. It's way too... Like Brown Boots blink versus wolves.
Radiant's middle tower.
I'm not sure. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, buy a Ghost Scepter, please.
Ghost, Glimmer, whatever.
Difference? He is applying pressure to the tower. We all know how much the Ember Spirit loves taking this tower down early, especially when there's limited catch on the enemy. So if you're Asakura, you have to defend this with your lives. And they'll do just that. So they'll stand there, they'll shove out the waves. But the thing is, this laning stage went so well for one move. So you tried to change it. You tried to find the Medusa. Can they get the kill here, Lizard?
I think they have the damage. I really do. They should have more than enough, but it seems that he knows. Does he? Seems that he doesn't.
He doesn't seem like he's all that all-knowing. He's gonna be using his ulti. Ravage is ready. More heroes are coming, but they're being turned to stone rain. He does have his ulti. He can get it off before he goes down, and that's gonna be a very nice one. Bouncing around Youngji in the backlines. He's gonna be finding a Medusa. It still does have a lot of mana to work with. Very nice Chain Frost. Even Youngji comes over to eat the damage from it, and Difference gets himself a double kill. The Zeus is gonna be lucky if he lives. And he will be allowed to leave, but that is a Ravage used, a Medusa alive, and you losing 3 heroes for that move.
That's such a disaster. Like, the only thing that I noticed went so wrong to them is when I said they have enough damage, that's because of Misantropy. That's Diabolic Edict, but absolutely no damage from Lash went towards Luza. Like, he didn't get close because of the ulti. But I still feel like he could have cut her off just for that Edict, even through her ulti, to deal damage.
That looks very weird. And now the walls. Oh boy. He's so dead. I think he's gonna change his mind and buy a Ghost Scepter now. I think it's time for him to realize that this Blink Dagger is just not gonna work.
Maybe when he gets level 4 Edict, he's able to kill off the wolves. Because he did deal a lot of damage to them. Maybe with the Edict he's able, when it's level 4 that is, maybe he can just kill them off. I'm not sure. Zeus, however, he cannot.
What the hell is happening? What the hell?
Yep.
That's so sad. Are those... Yeah, they're only level 5 wolves. Those aren't even level 6 wolves.
Yeah, he didn't even max out. He didn't even max out yet.
Yeah, I don't need it. These wolves are strong enough. It wouldn't be fair if we go for that one. Also, Ember is approaching a Mage Slayer. I feel like if you're Asakura, you're just gonna have such huge damage problems, because if you look at it, it is the Lash and the Zeus that need to be contributing a lot, and with the Mage Slayer, it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, they're just not finding anything on the map. At least this Bloodseeker has a Sacred Relic. He's going Radiance. He didn't go for Talisman first. They might catch him here. I think they gave it away with the Wolves, though. Plus the scan.
They know. Let's see. Let's see if him knowing is gonna change anything. No, he just dies. And it feels like such an easy kill. With 2 heroes plus the Wolves, he dies in a second.
They deal enough damage to kill off supports. They can scout through Invis. They're almost unkillable. Yeah, cool stuff. And maxed out evasion with Hightail. Magic resistance. Cool stuff.
Yeah, very cool, very cool. Not me. Scouts out the smoke. Asakura does absolutely nothing with it. They're just placing... They're just trying to place some vision. Let's see if it's gonna be allowed. But they won't even find this one ward in a very nice spot from one move.
The Invis on Ember catches Lash. Maybe the Rolling Thunder?
Let's see, he does have a Diffusal Blade going onto Rain. That's gonna be nice cogs, and he still gets clipped from afar. So there's the damage of the supports that we were talking about. Tide kept away. A nice hook shot to get himself out. Very nice disengage. Oh, they're killing Vanilli. They have only one more wolf left, and it's gonna be enough. He does finish him off, especially when the Howl comes on.
I mean, yeah, he used Hightail, I believe, there at the end as well. But how does... that just should not be the case. Like... that just shouldn't be Dota. They just shouldn't be in the game. There's no way. There's no way a support dies to... A hero dies to a lonely wolf. To a
7 Jesu. I mean, your carry is dying. He can't do anything. He's just gone.
Yeah. Should have purchased the talisman of evasion first, you know, just so he doesn't die to the wolves, I guess.
In in Tier 1 Dota, teams are finding ways they're respecting this, but I feel like in Tier 2, it's just way too easy to keep killing people. Now going on to the Pango, he's gonna get hook shotted as well, and just take him down. Difference has a remnant back, but he's gonna be going forward. He knows that the wolves will be helping him, but they do die to the diabolic edict this time around.
Yeah, look at Lich, by the way. He's setting up bottom, and he's probably just calling for wolves. And yeah, Lycan will send them. Might even solo this Bloodseeker, actually.
Yeah, he's gonna try. He does have the creeps there, and it's gonna be bouncing around with the wolves coming over. 7 Jesu is gone again. He can't do anything, and this is gonna be the first shapeshift. They're ready to slay a god. Okay, oh, you can be on the menu. They have a Ravage. The tide is coming in, and Triple S will just use his movement speed to get himself away. Rain in a lot of trouble. He will turn around. Sinister Gaze is there, but he will die while using it. But that is a full 5-man rotation, and one move. They're still gonna be going forward. Difference. He does have a shield rune. He's basically not taking any damage, but he's losing mana, and that is quite dangerous. He will be losing the last-ditch effort of mana to get himself away, so no extra kills for one move.
Unless wolves can kill off Zeus, which they might be able to. Let's see. He jumped on the high ground.
They're still going.
There's
the hightail.
They're
getting him. Oh, nice. Nice, nice. They have...
Oh! Still dead.
Oh my god. Man, if I'm Asakura, I so don't want to play this game anymore, right? Any core support doesn't matter. Infernal losing his mana. He does have the Ravage, but very soon he won't be able to use it anyways, being pushed by the cogs as well, and finally dies to the Frost Blast.
Yeah, this is a 13k advantage now, and look at 7 Jesu, like he needs to run from the wolves.
Is coming, but also help is coming for the wolves. The difference is there, not me once again. Those rockets, they're very strong. Sinister's Gaze to stop the Rolling Thunder. Young G not gonna be getting it off. Ulti from this use. They think that the supports can do enough damage, but they are so wrong. Asakura continue to be helpless here in this game versus one move.
It was a very, very optimistic attempt from the Lash to blink into those 3 heroes with the Zeus ult, but they are just so far behind. You mentioned the Maid Slayer, there's a Sanj on top of that on the Ember. The Clockwork has the full Orchid, like you're probably not killing these heroes. The Lich has a Blink, and they also stole their tier 2 token.
Can anything else go wrong? It doesn't feel that way. They're still fighting though, right? They are not giving up just yet. The tier 2 will drop though here in the bottom lane, and the Lycan has the shard, so all of the waves are going to be pushing in quite easily.
Yeah, they have Radiance as well as Bloodseekers, so it's definitely something, and they smoke up immediately with it.
Radiance on Seeker, Shard on Infernal, Diffusal Blade on Pango. You've got your main items. Let's see what they can do. And Rain just blinks away from their smoke. They need a slow from the Diffusal Blade. Rain is gonna be caught and left alone. So you do get a Lich from a 5-man rotation, and even that was a question. Whilst one move, they're getting themselves a Roche.
Yeah, cool, very cool plays so far from the Lich. Just his movements are on point. He's always breaking the smokes. He's always positioning himself in a way that the smokes will be broken on him. Especially now that he has a blink, sometimes he might not even die. So, the true position 5 gameplay, basically.
Difference needs to be careful now. If he gets anchored, that can be very dangerous for an Ember Spirit. But he is paying attention. He knows what he's up against right now. Oh, Infernal has been caught. There's the hook shot. He does have the Ravage, but that mana is being taken away rapidly. Silence does connect right after the Purge off. Is not he's taking a lot of damage. There's the ulti from the Medusa. Zeus as well. They see clearly what's going on, but everybody's solo, and the big bad wolf is here, or the big bad wolves are here ready to eat everybody. This pack is hungry, and it's no longer the Alpha Wolves that are getting the kills. It's the bigger one that came in. They do lose 2 supports on 1 move, but once again, they take away your big spells, and they take away your carry.
Yeah, it's a massive W for them. Plus, there is this Tormentor. I'm not sure if the 2 of them... This Medusa
Always
might
low on
die.
mana.
Ah, he's fine. They're fine.
Ooh, man, we weren't really looking at it that closely because of the fight recap, but that was unnecessarily dangerous. Whoa, gets the slow off, and oh, can't get close. Whoa is fine. He still has an Aegis though, so even if you go down, it's not that big of a deal.
Oh, Ember is back. They want to continue fighting. They will lose the Sages if this continues.
They're gonna get the Lesh. And Woe is taking some damage. Here comes the hook shot. He doesn't want to lose the Aegis. He's gonna get himself away. Anchor Smash takes away their damage, or at least some of it. But they still have just enough to bring down
That's
the
very
tide.
sad. He literally tried to solo the Medusa to get that second life off of her, but yeah, just unable to do so. What does he have? He has a Shard and Vlads, and that's it. Like, it's not like some Dezo or even Orb of Corrosion, you know, some damage dealing Tidehunter. It's just not happening.
There's a Skadi on the Medusa. He has a Manta Diffusal Skadi. 22 minutes into the game.
This is basically high ground push, right? Like, this is the stage of the game in which you plant the Medusa on the high ground and you just sit behind her. If they want to fight, they fight. If they don't want to fight, they lose the side. And that's it. That's the
Shot
execution.
forward with the silence as well. They're gonna try with the Sinister Gaze. The ulti bounces off to the Lesh, so Vanilli got a little bit lucky there. But luck isn't enough to win this game. One move just seemed to be the better team.
Absolutely. Ember also chasing Pango down bottom. Pangolier will die.
It just looks easy. So
And
you
it
don't
is
have your
23K.
no main team fighter. You do have the Ravage though, but how do you even play this?
Oh, look at the Wolves. They're killing Vanilla under tier 4s at this point.
Yeah, there's the Ghost Scepter. At least he has it. The Lesh isn't even thinking about it. He wants the Shard. I mean, at this point, you really do need some high ground defense. Oh my god. Poor Vanilli. Just let him go. At some point, you have to think, okay, I feel bad for the guy.
That's basically what you're basically a bully. When you play this Lycan right now, it feels like you're a 9th grader that failed his class, you know, failed a year, and then he's repeating the same year. So you're kind of 10 kilos over everyone else. You're abusing them. That's the mentality.
Yeah, Nelson. We can call Lycan Wolves Nelson, I guess. They will die underneath the tower. You have the Swashbuckle and the Anchor Smash to help you, but Sleight of Fist just gets everybody low. And whoa, he has 40 seconds left on the Aegis. He can at least get this range axes, and I don't think that's gonna be he's gonna be stopping there.
Maybe they can attempt to fight after the Aegis. If they attempt to fight before the Aegis, oh, they don't have a say in it.
They do have a buyback on the Tide. Rolling Thunder was used. Maybe the Medusa wants to die now. Let's see what Roll will do. Hookshot misses. Young G dodges on that one, but it doesn't matter. Triple man, Sleight of Fist, chase 7. Jesu pops his BKB. Vanilli, he is gonna be in some trouble anyways. Difference goes to the side. There's the buyback from the Tide. He's gonna be right on top of the Ember. Difference, he doesn't have the mana to go on the Remnant, but gets just enough to get to the low ground. No more Rupture. He's gonna be fine. The Aegis does expire. He's getting his mana back while the Wolves are forcing back 7 Jesu. They still have the Ravage. That is one saving grace for the Radiant side.
Eventually they have to use it, but now you don't have Pango. Even if you go in, like, how do you kill anyone? You don't have the Diffusal anymore for the Medusa. The BKBs are out. This game is basically over, unfortunately. Every time they have their spells, one of the heroes is dead on the side of Asakura, so they can't really use all of them.
Vanilli, he smoked up so he doesn't have to use his Ghost Scepter early on. You have the Glyph. Pango is back. He has the Axe. Has no ulti though. It will they do? He's hiding with the lash, and now he's gonna be revealed instantly. Gets the blink away. Very smart choice. Whoa, he's not losing any mana. He just doesn't care.
Lash is actually caught. He's gonna die in the back.
I was trying
Ravage?
to find something. Ravage used to get the Ember low with the Rolling Thunder. They're gonna be finishing him off. He does have a buyback if he wants to rejoin, and there it is, going back to the fight. Instantly gets stunned by the Rolling Thunder, but at this point, you don't have enough left in the tank. Triple S is gonna be godlike as Infernal will be next on the menu. It is a tanky hero, not tanky enough to survive through all of this damage, as they're still waiting to call GG, and finally, they have given up. Overtime damage plus the Lich Magic will go through the Ghost Scepter. Vanilli goes down, and the Seeker after that buyback is the lone survivor. 26 minutes of utter destruction here between these two teams.
We wanted a closer game. We definitely didn't get it. We got... my camera was frozen in a really weird frame, but fixed now. Anyways, we got a really quick stomp. Leshrac is the cheese of the meta. It gets picked up by one move, and it basically solos the game. I know there were some plays from one move besides the Lash that did make a difference, but the biggest difference were definitely the Wolves. And one play from Asakura that could have went better. That's their first move on Medusa on top lane. That was not the play. Like the way they moved in, but they didn't kind of encircle her, so they make sure that she dies even through the ulti. Because I really think she was dead there, no matter what she does. Like that, popping her ult and running away wasn't an option if Flash was maybe positioned just in a slightly better way. In any case, that one kill might have made you feel better, but it wouldn't have won you the game. So overall, just nicely done by one more.
Yeah, they really knew what they needed to do in this one, and they got themselves the victory. I mean, not really a lot to analyze here, Lizard. One team was just much better than the other. But does this prove much? Do you think, like, coming back to it, that Asakura have more to show, that this is just not the real representation of their strength?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't say so. I feel like this is the real representation, at least versus one move. Versus some other teams, they might look better, but I think one move are just a stronger team at the moment, and that's it. That's how they looked like, at least. Lycan definitely helped, but you could see a lot of micro moves across the map went their way. Like top lane was a complete disaster from Asakura as well. They lost Lash and Tidehunter multiple times. That Tide lost like a double wave under tier 2s as well. So yeah, in general, overall, I don't think that this was one of those games where a cheese pick wins. I think it was one of those games where there's a cheese pick and also the team that picked it is a bit better.
That makes a lot of sense. So, guys, we are going to be taking like a 30-minute break. We are going to be continuing with the upper bracket semi-finals. So today we're going to be watching 4 Pirates versus 1 W, and then 1 Move versus the winner of 9 Pandas versus Blue Submarine. So stay with us, guys. In half an hour, me and Liz will be back with more Dota. The best of ones are out of the way, and now we're focusing on best of threes. We are in the upper bracket still. 1W versus 4 Pirates. Who's gonna be moving to the game that could take them into the main tournament, into the Universe Episode 4. I'm Harry, joining me is Lizard, and 1W versus 4 Pirates will be the next series that we watch. Both of these teams won their best of ones. 4 Pirates, maybe a bit tougher than 1W, but both of those battles were hard, Lizard.
Yeah, definitely a hard one, but well deserved. For Pirates, like you said, the one we watched was... that was a rough one. They had to really fight for it after getting absolutely demolished in lanes. I feel like versus 1W, they're not gonna let you get away with that. Like, if you do lose your lanes the way they did in game number 1, 1W is gonna just destroy you afterwards. So you gotta be careful. You gotta set up your lanes a bit better and make sure that your puck isn't playing into a sniper or something like that. Sometimes it's playable, right? Like, you let that, you know it's a losing lane, but later on you can get on top of him, set things up. But yeah, versus 1W, if you do it versus 1W, whatever, you're probably gonna get punished hard. So let's see what they can do. 1W as well, I would say that they actually had a tougher opponent as well in the first game.
Yeah, but Avalus was playing with 2 stand-ins. Still good stand-ins, but stand-ins nonetheless. Also, interesting fact, these two teams faced off against each other yesterday in the Wallachia Open qualifiers. And 1W won 2-1. So it was not an easy series.
What's up with the stand-ins? Right now I'm looking at Avalus, there is no Stormer. Is he out? Or is he
it says temporary stand-ins, right? When you go onto their Wikipedia page, it says temporary stand-ins. Yeah, so Rabel and Malik. So I'm not sure. Maybe Stormer and Zebe wanted to have a little bit of a break. I mean, here when they were in Belgrade for Playground, they didn't seem like they were in bad blood with the team.
Are they able to play in Eastern Europe if they are playing with Stormer and Zibe?
You have Smiley Knight. Well, Eki, does Poland go in Eastern Europe?
I don't think so, does it? Is Poland... Is it? I'm not sure. I don't think
they
so.
They always played West. Maybe because they have the stand-ins that they had to go through Eastern Europe. Maybe that was the idea. Who knows? But Avalus recently, their performance hasn't been as great as maybe a couple of months back. 1W on the other hand, they did beat them, and I really want to see how they deal with 4 Pirates, because I feel like this team had such a high maybe half a year ago, maybe a year ago, I'm not really sure, but they've just not been looking as strong since then. I don't know what's missing.
Yeah, they had some good performance, and then it kind of it just doesn't connect on the big stage. I feel like it doesn't connect versus some of these tier 1 teams. Like in tier 2 scene, they're just owning. In tier 1 scene, I should put a tier 1.5 in tier 1, or I should put it like qualifiers and lands, right? Like in qualifiers, they're gods. In lands, however, they're still kind of far away from it. They do have good players like Mukushi, Chira Jr., Sweden Strong. These are all like your staples coming out of Eastern Europe, but some things are not connecting completely just yet.
I always just laugh when I see Sweden Strong. A big fan of the guy, but I still remember a shuffle tournament in Novi Sad. You mentioned that you were there on boot camp, where he said, "There's no way I'm gonna lose this shuffle tournament. I'm way too strong." And then he got smacked so much in every game that it wasn't even funny. He was playing core though, but I think he played mid. Borania annihilated him a couple of games in a row, so it was quite funny. But overall, though, they will start off with the Doom. No need for a Morphling ban, no need for an Alchemist ban. Do you still pick an Alchemist even if there's a Doom on the other side, though, Liz? That's the question.
That's a rough one. I think you don't. I'm not sure.
5 seconds remaining.
I don't know. Like, Alchemist is way too broken. Just pick it. Who cares? Play it into the Doom. Like, I think it's still doable. Might be. Just pick it and see how it goes. You know, it's a best of 3. It's not the best of 1. Instead, they picked the Warlock.
Okay.
They did have the same in the last game, right? Like, they went Warlock Bloodseeker, so we'll see maybe a same approach this time around.
Yeah, maybe that's gonna be the case. They probably like the Warlock, the way that it works. I feel like this hero is gonna be getting into the meta more and more, and I like this. The meta is evolving, even though the same patch is up for 6 months. Everybody's crying. I'm not, though. I feel like the new heroes have been coming out. The SPA is definitely new. Monkey King being top tier is new. Bounty Hunter, Tiny has been going in and out of the meta. Lycan, I don't even want to talk about him.
It's the circle of life, right? Like, you get your bristlebacks being #1 picks, and because of that some PA becomes popular, and then other breaks come into the meta as well. It's like, I agree with you to an extent. I feel like Dota is a game which, if you just let it breathe, it's gonna be better and better. It won't be like of course, it's gonna look stale at some point, but it's gonna look stale the most if you have heroes that are absolutely unplayable against. Like, I would say a Lycan fits that bill. These kind of heroes deserve a nerf. The other heroes, like, you can just let them. Lina as well is my favorite one at the moment. I'm not sure, like, we haven't seen it in the previous 2 best of ones, but Lina for me is absolute berserk mode right now. The amount of damage that she deals is like, you can't be tanky enough. I feel like you need an upgraded Heart of Tarask to be tanky enough for Lina.
Yeah, whatever. No matter how tanky you are, it's just not gonna work. So we get to see a Clockwork. I really like this support duo because they kind of cover each other's weaknesses. I'm kind of scared for the Clockwork in the offlane, but you still have the Enigma, I guess, if they see it as a good one.
Isn't this an Alchemist pick now for 1v? Like, they have the Doom. There are some heroes that they can be afraid of. But overall, I feel like Alchemist is just absolutely dumb. You could go Alchemist Lich here and be very happy, yeah.
Can you pick it 18, like get 2 supports now? Or maybe support in a core, something else, and then just get an Alchemist on 18 just to make sure that there's no counter picks?
What's the counter pick?
I don't know, Lizard, right? 4 pirates might have an idea versus it. I feel like going very, very late game oriented versus an Alchemist is quite nice because he hits his timing at 25 and already at like 30, 35 you have some heroes that can out carry him, so maybe that's the way.
I don't know, like, for me it's just a stupid hero. Dragonite used to be like top tier pick as well, like first pick, first ban. Now he's kind of fallen off a little bit, but still extremely strong. I like him as a 1. I don't like him as mid, so I would say that most teams are seeing it the same way, and this is most likely going to be a 1 for 1 win. Still, you can put him mid if there's some great matchup for you, but he just scales so well. You go for this Mom SNY or Mom Armlet build, it just feels better. The only thing is, though, into Timber, he's much better on mid lane than on safe lane. Like, if you played a DK into Timber on mid lane, you just demolish him. If you play it on the sidelines, like safe lane or off lane, it's a bit different, but you're still... I shouldn't say demolish on mid lane, you do well against him. But even on safe lane, I think it's kind of okay.
You have a disruptor, though. I feel like that helps in the safe lane. 2 points in the Thunderstrike for sure. That's how I'm feeling. Now you'd want something to get that first kill, something to finish off a hero. like a lion, maybe something that's a little bit more jumpy.
You need some
onto
jump.
this.
Yeah, you definitely need jump for the sniper and the timber. If you could fit a storm in, that would be incredible. But not sure about
It's not
the sniper.
bad. It's not bad, but yeah, the lane is kind of rough for a storm spirit. Okay, so DK mid, safe lane TA, or the other way around, I'm not sure. But I feel like the DK would do better in mid versus a sniper than a TA would.
Yeah, I think you win that lane as DK even.
10
Yep.
seconds remaining.
I think so, at least. You get an earlier Gloves of Haste, and you
5
can actually
seconds
last it
remaining.
through his insane attack speed, or attack animation, I should say, from Sniper. So, yeah, like overall, decent draft so far from them. Overall, I'm not the biggest fan of DK. That's something that,
Radiant
on mid.
team ban.
On mid, I should just put that little thing there. On safe, he feels stronger. TA, however, for me is one of the better carries at the moment, but gets absolutely dominated by Bloodseeker. So a nice ban by OneWin. What else is there? Like,
10
there are some
seconds remaining.
illusion-based heroes that used to be strong against her. They aren't really in the
5
meta.
seconds remaining.
TB is there, I guess.
Yep.
You could go TB. I don't mind it. People are playing Naga carry a bit, and I know that Otakar can do it, so I wouldn't mind that. And also, you know, whenever I see a Warlock, I'm thinking Spectre, right? So that could be a nice one. Doesn't care about the Doom all that much, and you have a Clockwork and a Timber Saw to make things happen.
Actually, wouldn't mind that. Like your Naga call as well, I've seen it a couple of times, especially into TA,
10
right?
seconds
Like it's
remaining.
okay. I just look at the draft. It looks kind of. I know the
5
sniper
seconds
can be active, but let's see what they pick.
What about a Lifestealer, right? It is an SNY builder. It is solid versus the Dragonite. It builds into a Radiance, which is solid versus the TA. You have a bit of a save versus the sniper. I wouldn't hate it. You might have some damage issues, but I guess that's where the Timber Saw comes in.
Would you go unfeathered, or would you go like a
Yeah, always
normal
rage. Always rage. Yeah, I haven't seen people use unfettered well.
It's honestly kind of broken. Like unfeathered.
Yeah.
In some games, it's. But yeah, rage is just, also very strong. There's silence against you. AOE silence against you anyway, so doesn't really help a lot. I wouldn't mind that. I think it's okay. I think your Naga call as well could work. Depends on where they want to put the sniper. Are we sure that this is a sniper mid? Like maybe they can even. It has to be, right? Like it's 90% of the games that I have seen, it's been mid.
It's just hard to play for the carry role. I think putting a sniper in a role where he has to solo carry the game just isn't the greatest. And also with the first knight, you protect yourself quite nicely in the mid lane. Not the case in the side lanes. They can just dive you. So I can imagine this Doom and Dragonite just running towards a sniper in side lanes. That would be very sad for him.
Yeah. You maybe some rotation with a glimpse. You just can't get away from that. There's no way. Yeah, let's just keep him on the mid lane. So offlane Timber, and the Lifestealer does get banned out by 1v. Nice calls. I like it. What do they need? They just need a support, right? So
Yep.
it would be nice for them to get the clock, but they can't. They have a disruptor right now. There hasn't really been a focus on position 4s besides the bounty and the Nyx. There's a lot of
like
good
a
ones
jump.
left in the pool.
I like a lion. Like any jump, any blink hero, I'd love. And lion is better than the shadow shaman in terms of bursting people down. Just start off with a kill and then search for more with the glimpse. That's kind of how I see disruptor.
I'm down. I like it. I feel like they do need some catch. Unless you want to play like this onslaught where you're just running them over with the disruptor. A different approach, right? Like you just go at them, you get vision. There's a shard from sorry, not the shard. There's a glimpse from disruptor to get them back in. So you don't necessarily have to just be jumping. You can move in unison.
Is this gonna be a
Dragonite.
five Tusk, just a lane with the TA maybe? Is it better that way? What the hell? Are we seeing a carry sniper? Yeah, we are. Okay, you're picking a carry sniper into a Tusk. Man, I feel like this is just asking for it. You are asking to get murdered in that safe lane.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Tusk. There's also rotation probably happening from Fishman with Disruptor through the Twin Gate. Like, you can't get away from that. What are you getting as a response? You're getting some Viper into DK lane, which is... I mean... I'm just gonna say this. Like, if this was a good matchup, we'd see it every single time into DK. I still think it's a good matchup, but how much will it do through the game? Like, because on paper it's really good, not only in the lane versus Dragonite, but versus TA as well, right? Like, it used to be one of the easiest ways of dealing with her. But then you're so slow that you fall off, and eventually they just jump you, kill you off. Let's see what he's gonna build, what kind of an item build he's gonna go for as well, and if he's gonna have a good time. As Viper is definitely... yeah, it's something. It makes or breaks the game.
This is one hell of a Tusk game, though. Man, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, I don't want to be a Viper versus this guy. I don't want to be a Sniper versus this guy. And I definitely don't want to be a Warlock versus a Tusk. This last pick, Tusk, especially with the Viper coming out, is just amazing. Right now, if it was a Sniper mid, if it was something else in the safe lane, completely different story. And I think four Pirates kind of shot themselves in the foot with this last pick. I don't have much faith in what they're trying to do.
So you're not a Viper fanboy, I see.
I am. I mean, I definitely don't play this hero, right? You can see it on my face that I'm a good person, but the thing is that Sniper and Viper are kind of the same thing. They stand their ground and they don't move a lot. The Warlock is the same. So then you have Clockwork and the Timbersaw. They just have to somehow pull them all together. I don't think you can do it.
Yeah. No, I agree. Clock can make a difference, you know, like a lot of frontline, maybe some Warlock with the Golem as well. We'll see. I'm not gonna immediately rule them out, but definitely an uphill battle. I agree with you.
Just because you're nice, Lizard. You're nice. I'll rule them out. I'm just kidding. Four Pirates, they cannot be ruled out because in the previous game they were down 12k and they managed to get a victory. So nothing is impossible for this team. And once again, late smokes, early fights. Any of that? No, that doesn't seem like it.
Yeah, I see a lot of smokes currently, but a really low amount of fights on runes in general. Just, you know, people have become very accustomed to what they need to do.
Sweden got a nice ward off. Oh, he smokes breaks. That could reveal his ward killing or courier killing ward. Let's put it that way. So how are they going to be laning this? The Warlock is running towards the top lane. Okay. I like this a bit better at least.
Yeah, Disruptor started with Glimpse, by the way, as well. Kinda not weird. There has been some time since this has become like a staple build. Not necessarily every game, but you can start with Glimpse. It's low mana and you can just spam it. Basically, you use it for damage. On the mid lane, we'll see Dragonite versus Viper. On paper, shouldn't be that easy for the Dragonite, but I feel like this hero just surprises and plays well against almost anything.
I feel like when the Viper is level 3, there's not gonna be many surprises there. Level 1 Viper doesn't do anything to you, but level 3 Viper, that's when things become scary. As Sweden Strong, he knows I'm playing versus a Clockwork. This is not an easy lane for two melee heroes until you get a couple of levels, so you need to pull the waves.
Clock Sniper. Right now, Clock just soloing them. Might even go for this Doom. He does have a Blood Grenade, probably not gonna be able to do so under the tower.
He's still trying. But yeah, Sweden strong, stealing another wave. Ottaker will get a couple of hits in. Nice pull of that wave to prevent these pull-throughs. And for now, Chira doing well in the mid lane, but this is all about to change. Or maybe it doesn't. But I've seen this this matchup recently. I think no one was playing Dragonite, and he got smashed quite a lot.
It should. Like on paper, this has been historically one of the best counters to the DK. It's kind of cool that they planted the Warlock top, by the way, with the Timber and not the Clock. So not a hero that you see very often on a position 4, but I guess all the Timber can lane with almost anything. So just make sure that he's getting a lot of heals. Plus, you get a lot of instant damages, a lot of damage instances, I should say, versus the TA.
Oh, let's see. The Viper is finally level 3. Will he be able to overtake the Dragonite? For now, Chira did an amazing job there. So very nice job coming out from him. Sniper farming well. Pretty much all of the cores are doing okay at the moment in the game. But where's the first blood gonna happen, Liz? I mean, our observer also needs some info to know where to look.
Let me just look into my crystal ball. I actually drank my coffee. I'll look at the bottom of the cup. Oh yeah, it says it's gonna happen. Actually, on the mid lane, we're gonna see a solo kill. It says.
Okay, a Dragonite killing the Viper, right?
Yeah, of course.
Well, a fight is happening. He does have a Fairy Fire. Let's see if that's gonna help versus 5 stacks. He has a healing salve, and dude,
I told you.
You're so. Yeah, I know.
My coffee cup, it never lies.
Yep. Classic. You probably learned that from a Slavic babushka. I know that they're very good at reading it.
My grandma actually did do that for fun, but she did do that long time ago.
Well, here shrapnel is being used. Oh, nice glyph as well. I don't know if this is for this lane, but Sweden Strong is caught, and those shrapnels are doing a lot of damage. He does have a snowball and decides not to use it. I don't want to use it. I want both of us to die. Cloud gonna get slowed down. There's another shrapnel slowing down even more. One more hit, and Ottaker gets a double kill. This is a great start for 4 Pirates. Fishman also in some trouble, and 4 Pirates on all fronts. They are crushing it. I don't know if 1W had a coffee mug there, but if they had, they should have known that this was coming.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the hell happened just down on bottom. Why not snowball at least, slow them down a little bit? And they also used ice shards to kind of threaten Sniper, but he was under the tower. There's absolutely no way you ever are able to dive that. Plus they just stood and showed the shrapnel damage. They just stood there. The cogs did catch Tusk, but still.
They just decided to die. They definitely decided to die there on 1W. Sometimes you just don't like life, so. Either way, though. And there's the snowball. But it's gonna be taking them into the shrapnel once again. Sweden Strong will try to escape. There's another blood grenade. A couple of more hits will do it, but they're not gonna have that amount. So this time around, 1W, they use their snowball and they do survive.
Now, this is a rough lane. I think maybe some rotation by Fishman is necessary at this point already. Yeah, he goes through the twin gate. It's nighttime, right? And
I think he was scanned. They knew he was coming. It's not good. He has to go back. Go back, Fishman. He's fine.
It's express ticket back home with no HP, no mana, no resources.
Yeah, you definitely didn't want that. He didn't have a TP, so that was his only way to live.
It was kind of a cool play from him because it's nighttime and you rotate through the twin gate on that minute 5 mark, but they read the move, unfortunately for him. They punished him.
Yeah, didn't look too well. This Viper versus a DK, considering that he got that solo kill, it's really not that bad for the Dragonite. I mean, I just keep on getting surprised by the matchups of the Dragonite and how he pulls something out of them anyways.
the one thing that he did do really damn well top lane, TA bot lane as well, 2 fights on 2 fronts.
Healing Lotus, Ariel is surviving, not for long. The tag team really does hurt, and when left alone, it's a problem. Meanwhile,
Top
2
lane.
fronts, you mentioned that Shira is on top, and Mr. Morale is no longer there.
Yeah, they tried going for the TA, but the first rotation from Shira happens, he TPs in. Good punish. They saved the glimpse until he was there.
Look at the Viper trying to cut him off. Like, this is my lane, you can't go back. Even as a dragon, he's too afraid. Fishman, he is kind of going to his death right now.
A glimpse. Maybe he can steal the...
Try.
He steals
Oh! He clicks faster than all of them. The repulsion pushes them away, and he really doesn't care. That is a very good death.
That's very worth it. Absolutely worth it. Like stealing that wisdom rune. I don't know. I don't think it should. I don't know. Do we bring back the tome? Do we just remove that all from the game? I'm not sure, but the fact that someone just goes in, steals, and just ruins your early game, you get so punished if you don't take the wisdom. And now he's bottom as well, Fishman.
Scanned again, though. I don't know how they always know when he's coming. He does scan out the sniper there, but meanwhile, mid lane broken. A couple of hits on Shira. Sweden strong. He comes over to, well, just see his Dragon Knight die. So that's the only thing that you can do in that situation.
Yeah, very good rotations on that mid lane. This is like your strongest hero in the game right now, and playing around the Viper is probably your best bet. Otakar, however, they're just setting up this trap forever now.
But it's taken too long, and now they're going to be going forward. Sweden strong. He does have a snowball. He wants to go in. Otakar now is going to find out that Fishman was waiting for quite a long time, but the golem will get dropped. They do get that glimpse as Otakar is trying to fight. Not going to be happening. Snowball to the side to save themselves. Cogs don't really push away Ariel, who will have the battery assault in just a second. Diving the tower, well, with the Viper being here, you most definitely can. Natty Narwhal, he just threatens them, and we are seeing this Viper being active, so finding ways to move him around the map.
Yeah, nice pop of the Grimoire. And Viper Dunchik this time around uses it very quickly. Last game he was saving it forever. Nice little counterplay. They do lose the sniper, right? Like that's the hero they did lose at the beginning, so that wasn't great.
It's just so weird. You don't get a single wisdom rune, and you get level 6 at 8 minutes into the game. It just doesn't feel natural if you're 1W.
Yeah, he has 3 assists, right? Even though some of those were in the last fight, but still. He did have some decent XP from the laning stage too.
Yeah, for sure. Shira is going to be farming, going for a Blink Dagger. I just don't know. Every single time I see this DK from the mid lane, unless you have a killing support, I just don't know how it works. Let's see, Viper Strike onto Cloud. He's going to get scouted. They have clear vision of the Doom, and just got to be stacking those poison attacks. He's not moving. Turns around with Infernal Blade just to show his teeth to the enemy, but goes down either way.
Yeah, it was cool rocket usage. It was very important that the rocket is on point so that they can get on top of him and see him. How this Dragon Knight, like you asked before, works from the mid lane, I feel like it doesn't. Like that's the item build that you go for is like some blink and you're active. I feel like this hero just absolutely dominates if he's allowed to farm. If he's allowed to just chill and farm. If he has to make plays, he's not as beastly, let's put it that way.
Yeah, it'd be fine if he had like a hoodwink or something, but how are you gonna be killing these supports once you do get the blink? It's just gonna be hard. I guess the TA will have to get involved. And Munkushi is looking towards a blink.
Yeah, definitely a hero that can help on the TA. This is like your standard build, right? Like your D-Lance into Blink, and you don't really have to fight, but you can if you wanted to. So.
Yeah, you want to just go in swinging. We'll see if he buys a Mithril Hammer, or is this just a full-on commitment towards the towards the Blink Dagger as the push from 4 Pirates, it does continue. They've taken down the bottom tier 1. Now they're looking towards the mid lane. Dragonlance is already there on the Viper, has enough range to attack tower without getting close enough for the hits.
How do you stop this? Like, you need your level 6 Disruptor. I feel like that's what you're waiting for. Fishman, he stole the Wisdom Room, but he's still kind of low in experience.
And they're not stopping this mid lane tower push, it seems. There is a glyph available, and Fishman is getting his level 6 right now. Has a TP. Let's see what he does with it.
Maybe too late, right? At this point. Bot lane?
They're gonna be going onto Cloud. The cogs are there, being blocked in, not allowed to lead. He is so very dead on this Doom, and this is the thing. You don't have a tier 1 bottom, now you don't have a tier 1 mid. Making plays is just gonna be so hard, even once those Blink Daggers are up.
Yeah. So what's the positive right now that I'm seeing for 1v? That's the fact that they're still like only 1k behind, less than 1k. 9 to 3 kills, but still they're keeping up. They do have a blink on Dragonite, and they have this smoke and ult on Fishman, so maybe there's a kill top actually.
I'll say Munkushi, the rock will get dropped on him. He's out. The Dragonite going in. There's also the ulti. The Viper is just not doing any damage. Even with an AD rune, it's not enough. Chira standing his ground. And Mr. Morale, he's the one who can finish him off. Fishman dropping low, assassinate from afar onto the Dragonite. They wanted the bigger kill. Will be able to get it as Mr. Morale just isn't taking enough damage. And finally, there is the hit from Munkushi, but another assassinate. They did refresh. Otakar has another one, and he has the sticks to use it. Hookshot. Ariel getting close. Munkushi, sorry, but you're not getting out of this one alive. Otakar, he gets a triple. Here comes the Doom, and there he goes back as well. A complete bloodbath on the top lane. 7 heroes dead.
Here comes the Doom, and there he goes back. Like, absolutely nothing for him to do in the end. Complete bloodbath, like you said. It was a really bad initiation, I would say, from 4 Pirates. Like, the Golem was used and the tree got destroyed, so Timber couldn't get on top of TA. They just blundered their initiation, and they still won that fight. Like, they still won it quite heavily. Sniper coming in, getting all those kills. Like, this is massive for Otakar. But you'll see here, I believe. You see the rock? This was a bit later, 1 or 2 seconds. In any case, they initiate on Munkushi, but they don't get on top of him. And they don't manage to kill off the TA, but they still manage to win the fight. That was like 2 or 3 assassinates.
Do you still buy like an armlet in this one? Because of the assassinate, you probably don't want to be taken down by that throughout the game.
You can see what he's building for, and I think this is the problem with the DK position 2. Like, you go for this Blink Mate Slayer kind of a build. It's necessary, but
there's
I'm
the
not a
glimpse. Tag team. Goodbye. Sweden Strong is the punch in for the kill. They also have a Deso, so this tower is gone, but I don't think they can finish the Roche before he moves. No, this rotation is like 10 seconds too late from 1W. It would have been so much better if they could Roche.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
they're trading a little bit, right? Like, you're not super sad on either side. Otakar probably the happiest. He's getting his Mjolnir and 500 gold. That's where he becomes kind of scary, if they can frontline for him, because we did see one sniper last game and how badly it went for him.
Hey, Mr. Morale, gotta get stunned up. The Doom is there. That is a very dead Timbersaw, and this is the worst part of the game for him to be dying. It's nighttime. Sniper should be the one scouting things up. It is 15 minutes into the game. You need to be unkillable on the Timbersaw, and they just kill him twice in a row.
Yeah, his build is very standard, I would say, but it's also very killable. Makes him very killable. Doesn't have a blink yet, but even with the blink, it doesn't help a lot. But they did use Doom, so maybe there's a chance for Pirates to capitalize on that. Maybe they can get some kill.
They are in an aggressive position. All 4 of them Mjolnir delivered as well. Otakar. Well, they go for Chira. They need a good hook shot. Oh, there it is. And with the Mjolnir, Chira is just taking so much damage. No way he's gonna be able to survive this. Static Storm does almost nothing. Ariel thinking about diving for more, decides against it for now.
Do have a blink on Tusk if they wanted to initiate, but no Doom.
Doom at the moment. No blink on the TA yet as well, right? He needs like 50 gold to finish it off, and then him and the Tusk can be this murdering duo, but not just yet.
Yeah, he went for the Dazzle. This is like, out of the two, this used to be the more standard one, or the most standard one, just going for the Desolator, right? Like, you get farmed up. However, recently I have seen more and more TAs just get Blink first. Let's see. Viper?
You're gonna get glimpsed, and that looks like a very dead Viper. Snowball forward. He's gonna turn around with the ulti, standing his ground, and he's being protected by the Pavis. Somehow, he's living through it. Very normal is alive. Perdunchik healing him just enough, and the TA needs to be careful, because once this Viper comes back, you are countered. You just lost 3 heroes. They did get the sniper, but at what cost?
Oh, nice attempts with the trap, but yeah, the Viper is a bit tankier than he looks like right now, especially because of, what was it? It was Leech Seed, it was the heal, it was the Rock as well, and on top of that the Pavis, of course, from Clockwork, plus the counter initiation with the hookshot. Very nice save on Natty Marvel.
If they hadn't found that sniper, would have been a disaster.
Even better, yeah.
73 win probability. I don't know if I agree with this. I don't know how you feel about it, but it seems to me that 1W are getting to a point where they're gonna be able to kill you quite fast.
I think it's like the difference in BKBs. Like the BKBs up on Viper, and dealing with him now, I do believe has become way more difficult. On the other side, you do have a BKB on Doom coming up, so that can be helpful.
Yeah, for sure. It is being delivered at the moment, and Doom, of course, is going to be going for an SNY. Interesting fact, they picked up 3 heroes, none of which are good at building an SNY versus a Doom. It's something that we don't see in Dota much nowadays. Usually we see these SNY heroes being prioritized, especially if there is a Doom in the game.
Well, it's the best item in the game, right? So
yeah.
I'm as surprised that we don't see. I think it's mostly because of Viper as well from the mid lane. Like this, usually, if it's not your safe laner, at least your mid laner is building it, or maybe even your off laner. But these heroes definitely aren't it. Even though Viper can be the one buying it, like it can happen in some games.
That's not a hero that you want to die without using his spells. He's gonna get the ulti off, but there's the BKB on the Viper. Let's see if they can take him out. Going for a TP out. The TA trying to finish him off, and inside of the fountain, he might actually tick out, but they found the sniper as well. This is what we were talking about, 1W. They do find an opening, but Mr. Morale goes in surrounded by trees. That's gonna be a lot of damage. Shard onto the TA, getting the silences off. Sweden strong. He doesn't have any spells. And Viper, he didn't even TP back to the base. He knew that he was gonna be living through it all. 1W. They've lost 4 of their heroes, and they might even lose the 5th one. Munkushi gets the blink out just in time.
Yeah, the idea was kinda good to doom the Viper so he can't really deal the damage and then go on to Sniper. Maybe they wasted a bit too much time on the Viper, and also, like you mentioned, Disruptor dying first, probably not your ideal scenario. Did I die again?
Yeah, he's dead again. He'll try to go for Mr. Morale there. Don't think too much, he just moves away. You don't necessarily want to be close to a TA. Yeah, I'm thinking doom the Viper and then ignore the Viper. If you're dooming somebody to kill, it should be the Timbersaw.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Like, just leaving him alone a bit quicker, a bit faster would be better. In any case...
He's fine.
He's fine, yeah.
So let's see. So it is a 1k gold lead, really not that big of a deal, but the TA is getting ahead. So what is it gonna be? I think it's a full pike that is being delivered to him. But speaking of pikes, right? The shard on the sniper, the pike on the sniper, also on the Viper, those are big deals versus a Tusk.
Yeah, he didn't have it last fight. He just had it delivered. So
Yep.
this is the shard itself is good, but I feel like he needs one extra mobility item, like a pike on top of that on sniper, and then he becomes really difficult.
Fishman again? Really? Every single time, but now this time around he does get a solid ulti off. Push away of the Timber. Beautiful rock onto the three of them, and they've been held in place by the Clockwork. Sweden Strong going forward just to give his life away for his teammates. Assassinate from afar. Cloud is gonna be found, and Mr. Morale finishes him off. Oh, that was a nice Timber chain. He actually dies from the spill damage of the facet.
Yeah, 4 Pirates, man. They're really playing this game. I expected 1v to maybe even be the favorites coming into the series. I'm not sure what to expect anymore. Because right now, they're definitely not in the leading position. Only 1k behind, all things considered.
Yeah, but still, right? You have a Dragonite that is kind of greedy, but you're not going for that build. Your Roche is being taken and you're a TA lineup. This is going to allow 4 Pirates to survive throughout daytime, and then during nighttime they just have so much more vision than you. Things are looking up for them.
Yeah, Chura, they will scout the Ancients. Nice try. Like he completely blind hooked there.
Wasn't even close, but really it was it was a valiant attempt, right? Because we see that it wasn't close, but in some circumstances that could have been an awesome hook shot.
If you ran left instead of right, like if you went towards the Lotus Pool, you probably catch him with that. In any case, he didn't have even any vision on the Dragonite.
So there's a greater healing Lotus already on 4 Pirates. That's quite nice. Doesn't work versus the Doom, but still nice to have. How are we looking at some items? Okay, Sweden Strong, he wants to go Kung Fu with the Ags. We'll see how fast he can get those. That is actually a really big item if you can get it. Imagine having an Ags in this game. Sniper, Viper, very easy to catch. And then even the Warlock is quite slow as well. Getting those heroes out of position is a disaster.
Yeah, those two in particular, like, catching them would be absolutely massive. He does have to get there, right? Like, that's one problem. You don't really get too much farm on the map as Tusk right now. But Sweden Strong, he always gets it. I feel like he always finds a way. He always finds a way to get to that Aghanims.
And he does have a shard, so that kind of helps with your farm. You can shove out waves easier. However, Audiker with his Aegis is just gonna go pushing both him and Natty Narwhal. They're not gonna stop anytime soon, and this shard of the Dragonite isn't really an issue for them.
Yeah, they're getting. They have one pike already on the Viper. Another one will be completed on the Sniper after the tier 2. So this is the mobility that they needed, basically. Like right now, with these 2 items plus Ghillie Suit, you actually can't take fights without dying in Sniper.
Speaking of dying, Sweden Strong is most definitely dead. It's only a question who's gonna be getting that kill, and in the end, Mr. Morale gets the kill with the Chakram. Once again, they are buying some time on 1W. Oh boy, Shield Rune Viper. Good luck killing this guy. One guy has Aegis, the other guy has Shield Rune. That's a problem.
That's probably a tier 2 or maybe a fight if they can catch Mukushi here.
Oh, they want him. There's the glimpse. Fishman knowing who he needs the glimpse to save, and Audiker from afar assassinate to get the kill. We've seen so many nice assassinates in this game finish people off.
Look at Viper. He's actually... Doesn't catch him. That was a disjoint, right? By TA.
With the meld. Nicely done. There was even a sentry placed, but a little bit too late. No, well.
Actually, he has the level 20 refraction dispels, right? Was that it?
It cannot dispel the ulti though.
Yeah, that's true. He didn't right click him. Yeah, nicely done. Nicely done by Mukushi.
Still a good thing to have, dispelling the disarm of the Sniper, dispelling the slow of the Viper. That's also the fatal bonds. That is a nice thing to have for sure.
Absolutely massive talent, I agree.
Look at this. During nighttime, Sniper gives vision. Both of them have range. It's just not fair as Ariel takes up into the skies. Jira gets the stun off. He needs to get out of this one. He would like the BKB TP out versus a Clockwork. It just won't work. And he's now hoping that there is going to be a way for him to escape, which is just not going to be happening. Assassinate from afar. And once again, it is the ulti of the Sniper that lands them a kill.
It's really hard for me to like eloquently put into words why I dislike the Dragonite mid lane against the DK safe, but there's just something about this build where you go for it just doesn't fit the way it's being played right now. 9 out of 10 games that I watched him on the lane end up being like this. Like I don't know, he's just not as good as being that playmaker as he used to be.
There's a Sniper coming in with the vision, and they're gonna try to go for the Timber Saw. This is not an easy kill from a side. Here comes Otakar. He sees everything. Mukushi doesn't have the refractions any longer. He will have them in a second. Has the mana. Use it if need be, and there it is. Doom. This time around, you went too far. Nice golem being dropped. Mukushi's gonna have to move himself away. Upheaval not really working through the BKB cloud. Get himself away. There's the rocket for the extra vision. Assassinate. Not enough mana on the Sniper, and even if there were, the damage would probably be lacking.
Yeah, they just needed a Viper there. He wasn't around. He was still on the mid lane, pushing in the tier 2 tower. If they had him, you definitely have the slows. You definitely have the ways of taking down the Doom and the TA.
They're coming to fight. They want to get on top of the Viper, and the Aegis will be expiring. There's the Dragon form. Oh, they hesitated. They saw him on the trap. Drums have been used. Madden Arwell has been found, and they want to burn him. They want to kill him. He's gone. Annihilated. He even popped the BKB, if I'm not mistaken, there. So that is a big win. An 8-second BKB gone.
Yeah, good catch. I actually didn't see the BKB in the last second. I was thinking there's no way he pops it because he's dead anyway, but he actually did use it. You're right.
It's one of those situations when you're spamming it and then you're like, no, I'm dead, and you forget to press the S, and if you come out of the stun, it just
yeah, it just insta pops.
Yeah, it's just so dumb when you have 1 HP.
They have so much damage with the Daedalus on TAs, so if they do jump you, you're probably dead on any of these heroes. Maybe Timber can live a bit, but even he's probably dead.
Yeah, just a bit, because the Shiva. I think you talking about the Dragonite in his build is actually quite nice, because I've seen Malrine just buy normal items on the DK mid lane. He goes like, you know, your armlets, your Mask of Madnesses and stuff, right? BKBs, and it just looks different. So I'm not sure why people are insisting on this build in the mid lane.
Because it on paper, this build makes you the playmaker. This build says, I'm going to do stuff on the map. I feel like that's it. If you go for that different build, then you're kind of more AFK oriented to farm to get all the items needed.
They are hunting in the bottom lane. Dragonite plus Disruptor. I don't think they can kill a Viper though. Sweden Strong. He decided to go for a Forest Staff rather than the Axe immediately. So wanted more mobility. Not gonna help him now. I think he could have snowballed and maybe even escaped there, but again, doesn't use it.
Yeah, maybe some blink, right? Like snowball into blink afterwards. Not the easiest escape, but maybe.
Could have at least tried. Buy those 3 seconds of a snowball at least. Either way though, 1W. They have lost all of their towers and they're going for a smoke while their Tusk is dead. So this can come as a surprise. They want a Viper. They want him again. Clockwork in good position. Nicely done.
He has a gem though. It's like it's a good save that your teammates don't die, but at the same time, when you buy this gem, I feel like you need to protect the carrier until you devoured all the traps. At least that, you know, you kill all the traps, and then whatever. At least the gem served its purpose. This way, like you still have so many traps on your side of the map that are left unchecked.
I don't know if the observer hears us, but I'd like for him to click on Cloud. I think he has a plushie of an Io with an Arcana behind him. Seems like he can't, but once he does click on Cloud, pay attention. That is a very important part to have all of those plushies.
Definitely, maybe an axe as well.
Oh, there it is. See it?
There it is. Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I have an axe. It was given to me by a dear friend of mine.
I love how he moved to the side as well, so that the cube is in vision.
He always has the support of the Ios. If you try to kill him, he's gonna be healing up. 1W. They're 3k gold ahead. They have that gem. Definitely a part of why they have this gold lead. But for Pirates, this is the time where you want to pressure for sure. And they do have the positioning to go for this tier 3 for now.
Do you think it's that easy for them to push like this? I mean, at least they will force them back. I think maybe that's the play. But you have to be really careful about how you go back. You are playing it into a disruptor.
Who's coming? Ottaker gets out of vision just in time. That was close. Sweet and strong. He wants to give that vision. The disruptor is following him, and they're just getting out of it. The fog of war protecting Ottaker barely.
That was so dangerous. Like, this push was actually really dangerous in my eyes. But okay, they do get away. They do smoke up as well, so maybe a play is possible.
See, they want to make something happen. Their lineup is gonna start falling off, so that is why they want to go forward. I mean, you can't wait for a level 25 Viper. It's just not gonna work.
It is a massive 25, but yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
He's what, 500 gold, 400 gold away now from Butterfly.
Yep.
Fully completed, so it will be a bit of a boost to his damage and survivability.
Bloodthorn soon on the Dragonite though. He's like 500 gold away, so it might not be as valuable as you would like it to be.
You're very correct. Already, it's always nice that when you're playing and you already have an answer to something that the enemy team is buying. You know, like you get the Bloodthorn before the Butterfly and stuff.
You know the meme? Oh no, they've got a Butterfly. Anyways. Right,
yeah,
so.
exactly.
Well, Clockwork gonna be taking to the sky. Sweden Strong has been found. He does get the snowball off. Mr. Morale, there's the BKB. He's being protected, but right clicks, they do hurt him. Needs to move away. Doom onto the Viper. Hurricane Pike to get himself away from this one. Another trap. Nice Golem and the upheaval. There's the BKB from Chira Jr. Also, a very nice Static Storm as Cloud is keeping Mr. Morale away, but Chira, he overestimated his tankiness. Oh, the trap usage from Unkushi. Also gets the crit on that in our old Fishman. Somehow dodges this. He doesn't have mana. He doesn't have HP, but he is still living and he's still breathing. I think not for long. The Timbersaw will find him and he will die trying to deny himself to the Roche. As 1W are getting out of this one, using the drums just to run away from their enemies. A little bit faster as they do find an opening. Ariel protecting himself with the Solar Crest and just close.
Oh, the hook.
Not close enough. And the hook shot just in time. He's gonna die for this. Let's see if the TA can get herself out of this one. Still has the BKB. The refraction shot is Mr. Morale being protected. He's being healed up, and Ottaker from afar. He's shooting them down in their heads, and the Assassinate is coming. Nothing to snowball to, but he has the blink to dodge the Assassinate and not make it a team wipe, but still a victory from 4 Pirates. Every single fight they play so well.
Man, this game is just so close. It's actually a very enjoyable watch. Like, it was a game of circles around that cliff. Like, both teams have these heroes that kind of benefit on kiting, right? Like, just on making sure that Sniper is far away the same way TA doesn't really want to be in the front lines. The Doom was good on the Viper, the trap kill on the Viper were great, but I really think what hurt 1v the most was the kill on the Dragon. Like, he got caught somewhere between the ice shards and the cliff. He couldn't go in, he couldn't really go back. He just got destroyed. And from that moment on, like, 1v, it was a different fight for them. Let's just put it that way. It was definitely their fight to just run away with. They couldn't take it as easily.
I mean, I'm looking at 1W, and if they would be the ones to start the fight, I think they would run over 4 Pirates. But it's this clockwork that it's always making it possible for 4 Pirates to start the fights even during daytime, and now during nighttime it's gonna be even easier. Plus they got their gem back, so these traps are no longer gonna be an issue.
Yeah, the traps were massive so far, but like you said, they're just finding ways of dealing with TA. It's the gem for the traps, and also, I believe, there will be a halberd purchased by Clockwork. Not really an item that you see too often anymore in Dota, but definitely good into TA.
100 gold more. It's pretty much done. I mean, he has no status resistance on Munkushi, so he's gonna be disarmed for 5 seconds, unless he pops a BKB, of course. That's gonna help.
Also one of the reasons why you don't see the halberd anymore.
He has level 25 on the TA, so the melt hit bash is there. Let's see, Fishman going around, gonna be placing vision, but now they know. 1W, they're aware that this is happening with the Clockwork going forward, double hookshot as well. They get pushed back by Fishman. That repulsion might have actually won them the fight. Otterker getting himself away, pull up the Satanic, he still has the Aegis, even if you kill him once, it's gonna be fine. Buybacks are coming from on W, they know that they have to make a stand, but the one that is making the stand is the sniper. The buyback from the supports, TP to the outpost, the push will continue as they are going forward. Nice dodge with the snowball. He's not going to allow himself to get caught that easily here on Sweden, and they break his blink. He cannot get away. What a usage of the Shredder. Mr. Morale playing like a god. 1W. They don't have a buyback on their Doom. What are they going to do without one of their main heroes for these team fights?
Yeah, without him, it's almost impossible. All these traps are down, but you still have Aegis, still Satanic. Back up again, and look at that Dragonite. Like, that's not a dragon. Like, he just gets absolutely mauled by the sniper.
Otterker, he sees Fishman. It is nighttime. You don't want to get close to him. There's the disarm on the TA. Assassinate from afar as well. Once they get a kill, Fishman will be fine. Shira is coming back without this dragon form. Not going to be doing much. Munkushi, at least he takes away that gold. Yep.
Yeah, that denied. That's a very spiteful play right now. Both of these teams are playing teamfights actually in a solid way, I would say. But like you said before, it's the initiation that happens for Pirates a little bit faster, mostly because of vision. If it's not the wards, it's the rockets. And these traps aren't doing as much work because of the gem.
They're still running. He's crazy. Shira, get away. It's fine. It's fine. I'm getting excited for that thing. We haven't talked about this Hex on the Timber Saw. That's an even better initiation tool. He didn't see Chira there. If he cut that one tree off, he did break his blink. That was dangerous for the Dragonite.
Yeah, you can continue chasing him, or you can maybe even go back mid. Like, you still have an Aegis for a minute. A full minute on the sniper.
Fishman, at least he gets some of the vision away. Swift blink, ready on the TA. Okay, he definitely wants to go hunting. Hookshot forward, aerial, really deep onto the tier 4s. That is quite dangerous, especially when there's a glimpse. But Fishman, the thing is he gonna be alive? He gets himself away for the time being. Glimpse not really getting him to that good of a position. Sniper has the Satanic, has the BKB, still has the Aegis, but he's gonna get demolished. He's gonna have his Hurricane Pike to get to the low ground. Can he use it? Upheaval on the high ground. There's the Doom. He cannot get away. Static Storm placed in a perfect position, and Fishman protects himself with the Glimmer Cape. Now going for more. They found an opening with the tactic. Goodbye, Viper. He used to be there, and that Butterfly isn't really gonna help you much. The rest of 4 Pirates, they need to get away. The Melgan Bash is there. He gets Mr. Morale. He might have even gotten it with the side blades, and now with an uppercut punch in the silence, a couple more hits, that is gonna be a dead Timber Saw. No reason to pop his BKB. He was dead already.
Yeah, that's 3 cores. Luckily for Pirates, nothing major can be taken. They still have the tier 2s. They might have to... I'm not sure if they have to buy back on Sniper here. We'll see. These 2 supports aren't really the best at defending the high ground. So this could be a high ground push for 1 win. Look, like, Viper and Sniper, you mentioned it earlier. They're really good at standing their ground, hitting from distance. But once you get too cocky, once you start like diving the high ground, you're so easily punished. And 1v, they definitely did exactly that.
Well, they're going for a push. 4 Pirates, they seem to be letting this one go. Drums being used, going for the full laner racks, and 1W will be able to get it. They have this Deso. Range Raxes will follow as well. It's time to split. It's time to shove out those side waves. I mean, the Disruptor already did that to the top lane.
Yeah, it's kind of cool play from Tusk. He got 2 waves on bot lane connected. made sure, like, I don't really see this way too often, but he made sure that 4 Pirates don't have a good lane setup after they respawn. The bot lane absolutely... Well, actually the bot lane is pushing in, what am I saying? It's they still had 2 waves all the way on the other side. So that's
Super creeps are too strong, it seems, for now. Still, 2 waves with the mid lane and the top lane towards your base makes it kind of hard to make things happen. So now we're in a situation where 1W are ahead. 4 Pirates, last time it was them who were losing the game and then they come back. Is it gonna be happening to them this time around?
It still depends on how the fights are being played. Like, it depends on... I would say it's all about the high ground and how they play around that. I would say that also that it's easier for OneWin to take these fights now. Just because of the amount of objectives that are on the map, you don't have to push the Raxes or anything. You can just wait for Rosh, play around there. And then the advantage that Sniper and Viper get from high ground isn't as massive.
This next fight could decide a lot of it, and 1W are coming in with the smoke. It does break. Dragon Knight goes forward, but he gets instantly hexed. Look at the TA from a side. They're gonna try to protect themselves with the BKBs. The BKBs are not enough. This TA is way too strong. Upheaval not gonna be doing anything as Munkushi, he seems to be surrounded by his own teammates and enemies as well. The buyback from the Viper will allow them to win this fight. Sniper got so low, and he is dying. He's dead. Cloud did manage to finish him off there with the Doom, it seems.
Yeah, he tried. Actually, he tried soloing him. He tried dooming him and just going straight in on the Sniper. And Sniper just stood his ground and killed him. It looked kind of silly. But he does get the kill, like you said with Doom. He's got that... he's got Timeless Relic. And that 20% duration that he got on Doom off of it actually kills the Sniper.
It's so much damage, man. It is so much damage from that Doom. As Natty Narwhal, he did buy back from that fight. So next time he dies, it's gonna be an issue. Look at him. Look at Cloud go. He maybe even could have escaped there. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe he could have just ran, but then the question is, do you deal enough damage to the Sniper? Probably better safe than sorry, right? To make sure that he's dead.
That's true.
What are they buying? What are the next items coming up? Like, you have the Dragonite buying the Nullifier, MKB, of course, on the TA.
Lincoln Sniper. He's done with that Doom.
Kind of interesting, right? Like, you would think that he can keep distance from the Doom, but this hero is just so fast. Like, phases, drums, you get that 5% Scorch turret on level 15, and you can't get away from him.
I mean, the biggest item, of course, is Fishman with his Ags. So that's the one that can change everything. Oh, what a scan! They found him. Fishman now also has a shard, so he's full on his Aghanim's parts.
I would say, would you agree that this is maybe the most impactful Aghanims that you can get on a support? Like
yeah, I think so. I think so, right? But without the blink, it's not that easy to use, right? So I think it might be time for him to consider a blink dagger. But yeah, definitely the most game-changing one.
At least he's got the Trickster's Cloak and the Glimmer Cape, so
that
little
helps.
bit of invisibility. Yeah, it helps a bit. But like you said, Blink is massive here.
And he also does have the talents, right? The static storm duration, so it's now 7.5 freaking seconds. And 2 seconds extra on the kinetic field, which is 6.5. So if you get caught in it, make no mistake, you're not getting out. Maybe somebody needs to buy the branches to push their teammates out of it. Pop the BKB, push somebody out with the branch.
Yeah, the best item in the game, minute 50.
To hold, yeah. I have 3 stats, 1 of each. A smoke does break. Chira made his presence known. He's level 25 with his Dragon. It's quite tanky. And they will find the clock when he's gone. Does have a buyback. That's a dieback. Those are gonna be dead for a long time. He does come back. Golem dropped, Glimpse as well, Mr. Morale brought back. They have the Bloodthorn on him, no BKB and 1W. Need to be careful. They haven't used their Static Storm or their Doom yet.
Yeah, they have the Doom, they have the Static Storm. Doom could even purchase a full refresher if he wanted to, saving for the buyback, of course, for now.
Two BKBs are gone. Only the TA has hers. There's the Hex. Nice force staff. He's out. He's fine. He's going to be turning around and with the fight. Let's see what they can do. They will be dooming the Viper. So just taking his damage out of the fray a little bit. Ariel needs to get away. He's just such a huge part of their lineup. He's the initiation and he's gone. They don't have the gem either. Fishman's still alive, scouting him out. He doesn't have the Static Storm any longer. Mr. Morale brought back a couple of hits from the TA. Will do it as he kills the Golem as well. Otakar from afar starts attacking, but he needs to get himself away in time. 1W. They've killed the Clockwork twice and the Timber Saw, but they will still lose the Roche.
Yeah, I just wonder, because of this line that they just drew, if the Roche is actually completely lost. I feel like they might go in. Yeah, they don't have a form though in Shira.
And no BKBs, this is too risky. Double force staff. TA wants to survive, goes in for a meld. Not gonna be happening. Munkushi does have a buyback if he wants to use it. Gonna be slowing people down. Shira still alive. They turn around. Sweden strong. He is here. Mr. Morale. He did buyback. Has to be careful, but they are buying time on 1W to get some of their spells back.
They're buying time, but if they go in, yeah, I think TA has to buy back now, right? Yeah, he's buying that.
He is. Chira, he has his BKB back, gonna get pushed away by the sniper who's being smashed by the Roche. Has the grenade to get himself out of this one. Another BKB will be used. There's the Hex. They want to kill the Disruptor, but unable to do so. He still has his ulti. Will be using it on Otakar. BKB just in time to protect himself. Dusk getting close. He does get the punch off. Gonna be slowing him down. Now let's see who's stronger. Is it a dragon or a little guy like a sniper? He's gonna push himself away. Surrounded by enemy cores. Will still go down. Has to go for a buyback. But it's only him and the Warlock without his ulti. For another 25 seconds, the Roche is gone. 1W will get the Aegis on the TA. That buyback, it really won't hurt them at all.
Yeah, this is such a crazy game. This is absolutely the Dota that you want to watch from Eastern Europe. So damn close. In the end, of course, after this fight, it's 30k advantage for 1v, but this game could have been anyone's. It all came down to this one rush fight. And these small little things that really added up. Like the first fight starts with a trap silence on Clockwork, which forces him into a dieback. Like things like this just made a huge difference. In the grand scheme of things, and now you have a full rapier on TA. It might be over. There's no buybacks. Yeah.
They're gonna go for it. The sniper has to do some heavy lifting, but he doesn't really have damage items on the sniper, right? He's full on defensive. They can't even ignore this guy.
Probably one of the reasons why Rush fell so slowly.
Oh well. Chira going in, grenade, getting him closer to the fountain. The Golem will get dropped and instantly dropped by the TA as well in a different way though, as they're focusing on the throne. The Doom will get used. He has the refresher, can use another one if he wants. It doesn't have the mana, but doesn't really need it. You've lost all 5 of your heroes. And the only buyback was there on the Warlock to look as his throne falls, and it will be 1W that does win game 1.
A pretty cool game. I really have to say, like a very close, very cool game that we just witnessed from 1v and 4 Pirates. I'm not sure who's gonna take this series. It can be either one of these two teams. Like we had the 70% win rate going on one side and on the other, then on the first side again. Just overall really nicely done by both of these teams to entertain us. There have been some mistakes here and there. I feel like still, if you're playing the Sniper Viper, it's literally like playing an Arc Warden. You can never put yourself in a position in which you're kind of jumping the enemy high ground unless you're absolutely sure you cannot die. They kind of played their cards a bit too heavily. They went on to that first high ground push following the Clockwork or whatnot and got punished for it. I really believe that moment right there cost them the game, because up to that point the game was a little bit... not a little bit, it was definitely in their hands.
It was very hard after that. And you're right, they could have just stood on the low ground, kept their positioning and continued just smashing the enemy structures, but they decided we should dive tier 4s, and that's a lot of the times in Dota, not a great way to approach it, but I mean, all power to them. They showed their teeth. They showed that they weren't afraid of their opponents, and 1W will get a victory of game 1. Yesterday when they played, also first game went to 1W, second one to 4 Pirates, and then 1W won the series. Do you think we're getting that again? I kind of feel like this after this game we deserve to see a game 3.
I think so. I think it's very probable that we're gonna get to game 3. It depends on unless there is this one possibility where 4 Pirates just showed us their best cards, like their best strategy, and maybe now 1 week they just ban out a sniper or something, or a warlock, and the game 2 is a complete stomp. I feel like it's either that or we get game 3.
Well,
It's
we're all
bottom
hoping.
of my cup says that. Yeah.
Yeah, bottom of Lizard's cup. It has never been wrong in its life. So guys, we are gonna be taking a short break. Now the teams are already getting themselves into the lobby, so once they're ready, we're coming back with game 2. It's only the first day and we've already had some awesome games here in the Eastern European Close Qualifiers for FISSURE Universe Episode 4, right? We've already went through those early episodes, but it seems that this one is gonna be the best one yet. Here with Harry and Lizard taking you through the close qualifiers. Liz, after that game 1, are you pumped?
I'm hyped. Game 1 was definitely a very cool one, very close one. So I'm expecting game 2 and game 3 to be the same. Unless, like we said, something broke in one of these two teams, which I obviously don't think has happened. This is probably one of the closest games that I have seen in at least half a year, especially when it comes to like tier 1.5 scene. Because we had like 3 or 4 times when the game completely switched in one team's favor or another's. So yeah, I expect a lot. We'll see what we get. I would like to see at least something as close. And no Lycan. Like, I feel like that hero completely changes.
But they ignored him.
Yeah, they ignored him. I hope they do so again. They ignored Alchemist as well, by the way.
Yeah, they did. They did. So, you know, the meta is shifting. And, you know what's also shifting, Liz? Our screen is going to be shifting soon. Because what I'm seeing on my other screen is that we are getting ourselves into the draft. Okay, these players connecting. What's with their internet? Do it faster. Yeah, we're ready. So the production will take us in quite soon. Also, I noticed that I asked Lizard, is he pumped, right? And he's like, what? I didn't go to the gym today. So no, I'm hyped, right? I'm gonna be pumped later on in the day when we do finish the workout as well. So yeah, we noticed it, and there it is. The draft is coming to our screen, Lizard, and goodbye in Miss Heroes.
I've been doing too much cardio, you know, so no more being pumped. Just being hyped for the upcoming. It's the winter season, you know. It's all about the hiking and spending time on the mountain and watching some good Dota. Alchemist this time around banned out first. Doom still left in the pool. I feel like if you get... Okay, there we go. Now this looks like a more standard of a draft, but the Monkey King ban in the first stage versus 1v, it makes sense. Like, it's probably their best hero, but Dawnbreaker goes through. So, kind of nice for 4 pirates. Nyx Assassin banned, right? Yeah, so they can't deal with it that way. They need to find a different solution to the Dawnbreaker.
Well, we'll see what they're gonna do, but I think now, okay, they pick a Phoenix. That's actually a nice one to have because you don't really care about the Solar Guardian all that much. Your area control is gonna be better, but now I think if I'm 1W, I'm banning out the sniper, man. It has to go out. You have a Phoenix, which sucks versus the sniper. You have a Dawnbreaker, which is awesome with the sniper to protect him. So it just feels like a pretty straightforward ban.
Yep. I'm not sure, like, this Phoenix into Sniper, it kind of all depends on the state of the game. If you're owning with Sniper, the egg is just so abysmal and does nothing. But if you're owning with Phoenix, then you have, like, an extra item on the Sniper. You're just diving him constantly together with the teammates, and it feels terrible. So, yeah, I agree. Maybe, considering how well they played in game number 1, probably a good ban. Or they have to find a way of dealing with it, right?
Or maybe they pick it. You never know, right? Because they have the first pick in the second phase if they think it's going to be a problem. And a hero with double ways to move as a sniper with the pike and the shard is actually quite nice versus the Dawnbreaker. And definitely these bans from 4 pirates, they're a protection for a sniper. So you could get it if you want to.
Yeah, let's see. So far, everything is around the sun, about the sun. Have you seen any Night Stalkers, by the way? Because lately, that hero became more and more popular, right? But it did fall off in the end. Yeah.
Well, they didn't care about the sniper. I think you're getting a sniper in the face. If not here, then on the 18th pick. The Morphling is also in the pool, which is a big counter to both the egg and the Dragonite. So that could be a way to go.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, there's no Doom this time around, right? So
5 seconds
definitely
remaining.
an option.
You can get an Alchemist though, right? Oh no, it's banned.
It's
Okay,
banned,
my bad.
banned, yeah.
My bad.
Yeah. With the Bloodseeker ban out as well, like maybe that. What went through, by the way? Like, one thing that I'm noticing from these two, like, they ban out the Nyx and they ban out the Bounty, and then they just ignore most of the other supports. Of course, then in the second stage they can ban some out. But it's 4 Pirates that get their hands on Bat. It's a really strong lane, right? Like Dawn plus Bat Rider. Just very annoying for any hero to play into. Even if you have dive on Phoenix, like, you can still get... the Flame Break can stop it, then you can get caught even as a position 5. And into Dragonite you get a lot of damage.
So they're definitely on 4 Pirates gonna be looking to have that one hero who stands his ground. The Batrider brings somebody to you, and if they jump on that one hero, you have a Solar Guardian and the Golem. So if I'm 1W, you can double in on teamfight, or you can go for something that's gonna spread out the map. So I'm torn between those.
We've seen this this tournament, like this qualifier, we have seen an Abaddon picked earlier today in the morning. I'm seeing Bat, I'm seeing
So
Warlock.
good, yeah.
I feel like that's a really good pick if you can play around it. And I feel like the hero is in a really good spot right now, so maybe an option for them.
I like an Abaddon. You already have a Dragonite with some kind of a stun. You can get a position forward that is also going to have some type of lockdown that's going to help you. But no, it's going to be a Disruptor putting this Phoenix. I don't like a position 4 Phoenix. I'd rather see a core Phoenix then.
Yeah, sure. I'm a big fan of that hero anywhere. You know me, and the Phoenix. Yeah. I like the offlane Phoenix definitely requires a different approach from the team and a different playstyle. I feel like maybe after position 5, the mid lane Phoenix that isn't really played as much is kinda cool, but it needs to be a perfect game for it, or at least a good game. So we'll see. But I agree with you. Like Phoenix and Disruptor as supports, they don't feel amazing.
Well, that's gonna be most likely an offlaner from what it seems. Question, Liz, let's play the game. Who is a dirty spammer, right? How many Phoenix games do you have?
Ah, man.
Go check. I have a lot as well. I might actually be the dirty spammer now.
5 seconds remaining.
I've got 800 games.
Oh, okay, you are the dirty spammer. I've got 575.
You're close. You're close.
Yeah, but it's good. It's good. I like casting with you because then you're worse than me, right?
I'm worse at being a dirty spammer.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I've got like 10, maybe 12 heroes that I just got a ridiculous amount of games on.
Yeah,
I'm trying to find my Smurf account. No, my alternate ego account. Against Smurf, I would never.
You would never do that in your life. Either way, Magnus, that's fine. You have a repositioning tool. You have 2 repositioning tools on the side of 1W versus a Dawnbreaker. That's actually quite nice to have. And also, having a glimpse to send the Dawnbreaker back before she gets a shard or a BKB is... It's quite nice. I like it, and another way to break the lasso as well.
I've got another 300 on the other account, so it's over 1,000. But yeah, what can you do when you have no life? You get a lot of games on a lot of heroes. But,
a lot of games on Phoenix.
I don't know about, like you mentioned Magnus on offlane. I can see why you're saying that, but hasn't he been like mid or safe the most, like in the last 2 months? Like
Shira doesn't play it, and Munkushi doesn't play it either. I don't think it's the type of hero.
Okay.
But you're right. It has been played, but it's a cloud hero, man. It's just such a cloud hero.
For sure. But I mean, it depends on the team as well, of course. Always like how the players like it. Who's comfortable on it, and we did see that mid lane Dragonite last game, so maybe there's some option there as well, and you can last the Cure Carry into the Timber. From 4 Pirates, though, this means that most likely, because Eastern Europe, they like to clown with the Dawnbreaker. They like their position 1 Dawnbreaker as well. But this is most likely your Timber mid and Dawn offlane, right? That's what I'm seeing.
Yes, but Otakar does play carry Dawnbreaker, right? It's not only Pure that pulls it out from time to time. Otakar does do it as well. He just might not be as popular of a player.
So my idea here is, if you're 1v right now, and this, you know that Dawn is off and Timber is mid, no, I mean, if you're like 80% sure, you just insta-storm here. It's like the easiest pick of your life. The hero would solo win you the game.
I mean, you have a last pick as well, though, right? But I feel like 4 Pirates are gonna ban that. They're not crazy.
There's definitely the Puck as well. Like Puck and
Puck is
Storm.
good as well, yeah.
Absolutely insanely good this game. Besides those two, like, sure, you can have some other mid laners, but there's also like some Lina or something like that. But honestly, I'd be salivating over a Storm pick.
Is this gonna be a lifestealer now for Pirates if they're playing in an offlane Dawn? I feel like it could be good versus the Egg, versus the Dragonite. Not half bad.
Yeah, you called for it earlier. With the Rage as well, or even with the Unfeathered. The only problem, of course, is the AoE silence, so Disruptor it always is, though, so what can you do?
What else is there of Otakar's heroes?
They banned the Morphling themselves, right? Yeah, they did.
Bristle out, PA out. Gyro is still in
Not
the
bad,
pool.
yeah.
Okay, so it is gonna be a carry Dawn. Yep, we're seeing a carry Dawn. Let's go.
So it's a at least the matchup on mid lane is much better now. If they go for any of those heroes that I talked about earlier, but I would still like to see maybe even an Ember now. It looks alright. So Ember, Storm.
Dude, I feel like Storm is just such a good pick.
Yeah. Puck as well, right? Like into the Penguin, into the Timber. Just feels good. Even into Dawn. They just have like 3 options. Please choose. Which one do you want? They're all too good.
I feel like Puck might be easier to play with, right? Because you have a Dragonite that's going to be buffed up by Empower. So just get a Puck and then the DK will go ham.
Yep.
Plus, there's absolutely no chance that they do anything to you in this game. It's just going to be such a hard game to kill him. They go Ember in the end.
I feel like this is mostly due to this switch up between Timber and Pango. Like if they knew Timber was mid, they might have went for these other ones. But maybe it's also just pure comfort zone as well.
Yeah, this is a Chira hero for sure.
Maybe a bit better combo with Magnus, but overall nice into the Pangolier, of course, probably the best out of the ones that we called for. Puck is also, of course, also good. Yeah, let's see how this goes. I like both of these drafts. I don't know what to expect from Otakar's Dawnbreaker. You did say that he is a Dawnbreaker player, so might make it work. On the other side, the draft looks very stable, and I like the Dragonite on position 1 10 times better than on mid lane.
Dude, I'm loving the 1W draft. I feel like they got everything they wanted. The only thing that is... I was about to say this is kind of wonky is their support duo, but not really, right? Because they put Sweet and Strong on the Magnus. So you do have this offlane Phoenix. I feel like 1W should take this one. I feel like their lineup is so well-rounded that they really need to make some mistakes. And it's easy to read how to play versus your opponents. That's how I feel. 4 Pirates, they have to create chaos in this game. Like absolute chaos to surprise their opponents to make it work.
Yeah. The only maybe the downside of having the Magnus on 4 is you're having a position 4 Magnus. It's as simple as that. Like you're putting Phoenix on offlane, and it's a decent game for him, definitely. Like a lot of good items, like almost nothing that deals with the Egg as well, right? Which is massive for this hero as a core. But you have a Magnus on a position 4, and I personally am a big hater. I'm not gonna go diplomatic and say, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan. I'm a biggest hater of this hero on position 4.
Are you the type that if I pick a position 4 Magnus, you're pinging me in the game?
I'm not gonna ping you, but I'm gonna sigh quietly.
Yo, that's the worst. That's the worst.
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, whatever, man. Let's just lose these points and go next. I'm that guy.
4 pirates. They are those guys that wanna kill Fishman. The smoke breaks, but Fishman, he had a smoke of his own, understanding that this is dangerous waters that he's swimming in.
Wait.
Oh, Chira staying away, but in the end, no one will fight, and thus no one will die. Well,
The battle begins.
Rune fights, Fishman coming over, there's the glimpse, and Fishman, he's just way too good on these clicks. He might die because of this. Let's see, shield crash to the high ground. They want to give it to their mid laner. In the end, it is going to be Mr. Morale who gets it, but a kill is a kill either way.
Yeah, he went in for the repulsion play, right? Like it helped him many times in the previous game as well. This time around, he does die, but does get the bounty. So 3 bounty runes for 1v. That's the upside, right? At least.
Yeah, you have to look at the bright side of life, and it wasn't the Pango who got the first blood. I guess Timber saw he is... The DK is gonna be fine in that lane, I feel like, especially because of the Disruptor there, so... I don't think this is gonna be changing too much. It's gonna help.
Yeah, he should be fine. He should be. Even though, like, the mid lane Timber versus Dragonite matchup is different than the side lanes one.
Yep.
Like, you're still fine, but it's not as a wash. Let's put it that way. It's not as simple.
Yeah, if they pull the lane back, then when they start chasing you, a couple of whirling deaths can most definitely hurt you. Meanwhile, Sweden Strong doing position 4 Magnus things. You really have to be careful if you're 4 pirates. If you get the lane pulled back for you, the skewers of the Magnus can really hurt you in the lane.
I mean, that's my biggest issue with the hero. I feel like it's a position 4 Pudge. You know, it's like kind of a same approach to the game. Sure, you have some mid lane. These guys are dropping kind of low. What's happening here?
It's there's a swashbuckle ready, so I think it's just that both of these guys understand this matchup so well that there's not gonna be any issues there.
Min-maxing
Dire's top tower
makes
is under
sense.
attack.
For sure.
Oh, Autocur might be.
He
probably
got
not
baited
that
in.
here.
Yeah, level 1 fire spirits. I mean, as 2 Phoenix spammers, one dirtier than the other, we know that level 1 fire spirits are just not something that you're afraid of.
Yeah, dealing almost no damage. Basically, you can regen through that. Level 2 though, like when you get level 3, it does become a bit more dangerous.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, double the damage. It really makes a difference. That was almost the water rune stolen. So almost getting some impact from the Magnus. I'm so sad that nobody's going for the RP any longer. I feel like that 20 seconds lower cooldown was kind of worth it, but no, it is gonna be RP for a lot of these position 4s.
Yeah, let's use the egg and then scatter them away from it, you know, as far as possible. With the reverse. I mean, it's possible. I don't know. Like the
push them out of the
spell is
kinetic
just
field.
Silly. Yeah. Yeah. Even worse. That one is amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess in this game it really makes no sense to go for it, even if you're using it off cooldown every single time. It just doesn't make sense. You want to get them all together so that the Ember and the Dragonite can do their damage, and of course to connect them into a kinetic field and an egg. I mean, you're right.
I would really like to see a game though, like some perfect, not a game, but some player that makes it work. You know, like there's always some
Mineclass?
genius.
Mineclass makes it work.
I mean, sure. Like, let's say some genius that makes it work consistently.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
that, because of who everyone starts copying the build or something like that.
Eki was playing it a lot at one point, but it just fell off quite quickly. At some point, people were just banning it out. I think it was like 3 months ago. Is when people were banning it out versus Eki and versus 9 class. But other than them, yeah, it wasn't really all that consistent, right? Maybe a couple of weeks they didn't want to play against it. Cloud, it doesn't matter that he doesn't have a Magnus because he has an IO behind him. It's always nice that he has that plushie helping him as they know this matchup really well, both of them. That's why they're very smart words coming out from the caster. And then a solo kill happens, and this Ember Spirit, the last pick of 1W, is destroyed.
Yeah. The pick, you saw them. This is where it hurts the most. Your teammates are morally damaged. Like, you picked it into it.
Munkushi is dying. Blood grenade with a bat, but he gets too close to the tower, and Perdanchik is here. It's not gonna be enough. And Sweden Strong coming over to show off his Magnus as Fishman. Get himself away. Sweden Strong, he's in a good position. The Roche won't be bashing him.
Yeah, very good. A couple of kills, they got the Ember and the Dragonite, and now they're stealing some stats on top of all of that.
And that is quite nice for the Timber Saw. Also, the tower is taking a decent amount of damage. Munkushi is back, so it's not gonna fall, but still, it was a big deal. As Sweden Strong is coming back, Perdanchik. Oh no, they want Mr. Morale with the blood grenade and skewer into the tower. There are some creeps there, but none of them close enough to prevent this from happening. Ariel stacking them all up, and there's the glimpse close to the tower. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Sweden Strong with this rotation making a hell of a difference. That was dangerous.
He had wand. Like, he had like 14 more stacks as well. But this bat is doing some heavy lifting on the bottom lane so far.
Shira, he's getting his rune stolen by a position 1 Dawnbreaker, rotating to secure a rune for Natty Narwhal. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, how bad does your lane have to get that you're securing the rune as a position 1? You know what I mean? Like, not really something that you see very often.
I mean, freaking position 3 Phoenix, we've seen DM crush with it, and well, some people are just following suit. Cloud, he knows how to play these weird heroes.
I love that people understand the build. Like, the double bracer is a must. Like, still on this hero, it just makes. Like, when he got changed, I was going like 3 bracers even just in the lane. But ever since the nerf, I think two bracers. It's the exact amount you need.
It's just the build, and of course then when you get low, you know that you're not going to be dying that easily, and you want to get low because the dying light is. Munkushi running away from Mr. Morale is not level 6 just yet, but neither is the Timber Saw. Right now I think you have to bail on that lane. It's just way too dangerous.
Yeah, they also, by the way, caught Fishman. Of course we did see him die, but I just love that they just waited for him, because he's done the same thing almost every game, tried to snatch that Wisdom Rune. This time gets punished though, so nicely done by for Pirates.
You know, there's just some of these players like Fishman. Insania does it as well. They always try to do it, and like 1 in every 5 they get it. Their death, they don't care about it, and if they get that 1 in 5, it's just so worth it. Shira, please don't play with your life.
He popped a Grimoire, by the way. Perdanchik just popped it to get level 6 to use the rock on him. So we have a level 6 Warwalk.
Ooh, Shira just lost his treads. His courier just died when he was moving away towards that rune, and the Pango just finished it off. So that's a bit of a bummer.
Yeah, look at Sweden, by the way, just hunting down with Dawn as well, being very annoying. Yeah, at best that's what you can do, right, Midley?
Shira? Shira, please don't do it. Solar Guardian is coming over. He's dead. Once again, making a mistake. And Fishman, I don't think you're getting out of this one alive. He's going to use the glimpse to no avail. Meanwhile, on the top lane, they're going to try to go for Perdanchik, but he drops the golden. Here comes Mr. Morale. He misses. on the Whirling Death, so Sweden Strong doesn't really care, but Perdanchik is being healed up. There's the Healing Lotus, the Seeds of Serenity planted as well, and Otterker will be rotating. Sweden Strong wants to get away, and there's the Dawnbreaker with the Starbreaker, gets Sweden Strong, and in the end Perdanchik gets the kill. 1W, their dive, it just doesn't work.
What a massive couple of kills now for them again. They're just playing these lanes better. They did kind of the same thing the last game. Just coming out on top. Like, these micro moves in the laning stage are, let's just say, a bit faster from 4 Pirates.
I feel like Chira messed up a bit, right? Not only that first kill, but also this one. Imagine if you have an Ember that's gonna TP. These reactions from and chases from 4 Pirates, they're not gonna be as good. So I feel like he really did a number on his team as well. I mean, the difference between him and the Pango is kind of the difference in net worth at the moment.
Yeah. Just by dying as well, right? Like,
yep.
Dying on that mid lane.
There's gonna be a Diffusal Blade on the Pango. The timing is coming. 4 Pirates are gonna be so scary. Fishman just tried to deny the rune in front of his mid laner. Like, if you don't come here fast enough, I'm killing this.
The classic position 5 support, always. The one that you get, you know, in your pubs. That denies the rune in front of you.
In my pubs, the position 5 is always amazing.
Because it's you, right? That's why.
No. Some of the big items are done. There's an armlet on the DK, the Diffusal on the Pango that we talked about. So teams are ready. And I guess 4 Pirates are gonna be the ones to strike first.
I just want to see some big egg into RP combo, you know? I'm waiting for this Phoenix to come online. That's it. Like, he is already, I would say, right? Like, with the Veil.
Sweden Strong is level 4 though, so I think it's gonna be some time before you see an RP.
Yeah, that's true. But that's a Sweden Strong problem, not me. I can see the egg at least.
That is true, as they're coming with a smoke. Dragon Knight is not the easiest of kills. Nice glimpse away. Chira with his invis, but he's underneath the vision, losing a lot of mana, needs to get away, and he's just so slow with his Remnant. Kinetic protecting his Soul Guardian as well. He's gone with the Whirling Death Cloud. He's in the vicinity. He does have the egg if he needs to use it. He's gonna be holding it for now, but they've already lost Mukushi. 2 of your cores are dead, and now you won't even get to use the egg. No sun for you. As Fishman, the light in his eyes might get taken away as well. Somehow they do get the kill in the end. I think it was in the fountain where he died from the lasting damage of Perdanchik.
I love the tip on the Magnus, the sole survivor. In the end, the massive level 5 Magnus running away with his life. No, he stays alive to fight another day. It's respectable, but these teams, whoever has a Dawnbreaker is winning all the early teamfights. I feel like it's as simple as that.
It's just so easy.
Yeah, tier 1.5. If you have a Dawnbreaker, you're just winning.
I think that early game is gonna be enough for them to get so much. And poor Sweden Strong, he still doesn't have his level 6. I mean, this Warlock had his level 6 8 minutes into the game. I mean, it is a Warlock, but still, this is a problem.
Yeah, both of these supports, they need to find them. And, of course, the egg wasn't utilized. You can't really... You can use it, but you'd rather use it in a winning teamfight.
Oh, they can't click on the Watcher.
Yeah.
On their position 3.
No, they can't click on the Watcher in the triangle where they are right now.
Oh, okay. 5-level Disruptor is standing there. They're poking your supports that are so reliant on their level 6s. 13 minutes in, they're level 5. Oh my god.
So basically, Fishman can't click on the Watcher, and it's Dire Watcher. So they're gonna have like constant vision here, or what? That's kind of insane. Yeah.
Reconnect, disconnect, reconnect. Just try it. 1W. Don't give up. They're like, Gaben is against us. We can't win.
Lane Pango. Nah, there's no way they kill him here, right? No static storm yet.
He's close to it. Perdanchik has been found. And Sweden Strong is looking at him like, what the hell? This guy's level 8. Get away.
Yeah, I'm just not sure what their gameplay is or game plan is without the ultis on their supports. They do have RP at least, but I don't think that's enough. Yeah.
He's gonna have it. One more wave. One more wave, Blizzard. Let's see. Maybe you go and leech off of your cores farming the jungle. He's coming. Give me that experience. There it is. But what now? You still need to catch them.
You still need damage, yeah, and to catch them. And there's a blink on a bat and blink on Timber, by the way. Both of them have blinks. And there's, of course, a follow-up Dawnbreaker after it.
Well, there's the blink. There's the second blink. As the kill as well. No reason to go for the Solar Guardian. This tower will fall as well. They're trying to save their Kobold. Yeah, they will be able to. Very, very nice just to get the extra gold.
And you need to... Basically, at this point, I think you're not even fighting these next fights. You're waiting for your Phoenix Shivas. It's kind of massive for the team.
Look at this fight. Look at the fight. That Kobold, he gave up.
Oh, no. Oh, no, that's a disaster. The Kobold. Everyone knows. If your Kobold wins, the game is over.
It's over. Yeah, that's how it goes. I mean, it's not far from the truth here, Liz, because 1W are having a pretty bad time.
Yeah, 7k advantage, minute 15 is... Yeah, that's a big lead this early on. Definitely a big lead.
And huge. The win probability, 70%. It's 69. Yeah, I know.
Would you agree with it this time?
I would. I feel like later on, the later it goes, the Dragonite becomes more scary, and that the 4 Pirates definitely have a good opening to win this game without many problems. That was such a nice stun on the Ember. The Ogre stunning him after he comes out of the Sleight of Fist. Never seen that before.
In strength is victory.
Lasso ready.
Oh yeah, he's chasing him. Oh.
Not even close.
Yeah.
Shira doesn't even know. He doesn't even know that his life was so close to being gone once again. He's already died once to this combo.
Yeah, do they have the blink on... Oh, actually, Pango didn't go for the blink. That's interesting. Like, he goes straight to Ags. So Diffusal straight into Ags. I expected maybe a blink from him as well.
There's the dodge. This might be a way to turn the game around. Shira is going to be surviving. Still has one more remnant. As the glimpse, not enough. Ariel is alive as the Ember is trying to get close, but he cannot get close to the bat.
Yeah, they could have killed him with a fortification. They didn't use it. I think if you fortify, he actually dies to the tower hits.
Oh, they didn't have it. They didn't have it.
They didn't have it. Yeah, it may make sense. Makes sense. They are smoking up. There is a blink on Mag, and this is where this Mag proves me absolutely wrong, and he solo wins the game. It is a big blink timing for him.
Well, let's see if he can make it happen. But the smoke is coming out from the other side as well. Let's see what they can do versus Mr. Morale. There is a Solar Guardian ready. No RP being used. The Solar Guardian is coming in, but the Dragonite is attacking very hard. Mr. Morale gets to the high ground. He's fine. Audiker has his BKB, but the Egg is in a good position. Everybody is still alive. The Egg will stun them there for a second. Not too long. They have lost Mankushi. Now it becomes a disaster. You no longer have your main damage dealer. The Sweden Strong gets the skewer away, and he's still alive somehow. Starbreaker. Fishman pushes him away, so the last hit does not connect, but he will still get his kill. They do lose that in Narwhal. Sleight of Fist chains buyback coming out from the Disruptor. He knows that the chase is on. Cloud is still doing a lot of damage here. Doesn't have the dive, but the glimpse is there. Audiker without the shard will get pulled back. And where does he go? How does he run away? The rock has been dropped, and finally Cloud will be losing his life. Audiker has been found. Where's the glimpse? Well, you don't need to glimpse me. I'm gonna come forward. Him and the Golem running in. Static Storm saved until this point, but he's being healed up by Perdanchik. Here comes the upheaval as well. You don't want to get slowed down to a crawl, but Audiker, you will just break your legs, so you're gonna have to do it anyways. Fishman, he's digging the grave for his fallen comrades, as maybe they can kill this Golem, but in the end, it is another victory for 4 Pirates.
Yeah, another massive victory because that's a buyback as well from the Disruptor. At least they get the golem in the end, but these teamfights are looking way too simple. They initiated on Timber, they didn't kill him immediately, and then they got punished. I feel like if you're playing into a Dawn, it's always these mid-game 15 to 25 minute mark fights should always be like, let's smoke up and find a Dawn, right? Like, that's the simplest approach. And it's so difficult for them. They have all these big circles, like you have the RP, the Static Storm, the egg as well on top of that, but it's so much easier said than done to use everything properly.
Chira, not again. There is a lasso, not enough heroes there to kill him, it seems. Did you see the damage done in that fight? 11,027 for 1W and 11,031 for 4 pirates. So basically the same amount of damage done by both of the teams. Quite cool to see something like that in a fight, but obviously for pirates they had more concentrated damage to finish people off. Ariel loses his career. Sweet and Strong, he needs to get away from this area now.
And keep in mind that they had to go through Phoenix twice as well, right?
Yep.
Because of the first life and then the egg as well. A lot of healing from him too.
This BKB on Munkushi though, it starts to change the game, right? Because he's gonna be able to stand his ground, won't really care about much. Solar Guardian still stuns you and Golem as well, but I feel like the damage isn't there.
No, I absolutely agree. Shirado, he has no BKB.
Rolling Thunder, he's fine.
Is he?
He's completely fine. In the base, enjoying his vacation.
Absolutely fine to take a break and go grab a glass of water or something. And
there's the
Magnus was Magnus was behind him, by the way. Just couldn't do a lot. He had RP even.
One thing we haven't discussed is every single nighttime when the egg is used, 4 pirates just get complete vision of the fight. That is a huge deal for sure, right? Especially in those later stages of the fight when somebody's hiding in the trees low. As Magnus, blink away, Sweet and Strong. They want you, and he's going to the tower. I'm safe here. No, you're not, my friend. He's gonna get the RP off. No help is coming. Fishman dies to the Tormentor, so now 1W, instead of just losing one support, it is both of them.
Yeah, that's the first death, I believe, after the buyback, so he's dead for like 50 seconds on a level 8 disruptor.
Maybe it was intentional, right? So that he gets that death timer over with now.
Considering your position 4 just wasted his 2-minute cooldown ulti, I think so. Yeah, it could be. It just might be.
Yeah, you know the line. Was that intentional? It looked intentional as Chira, he's really trying to get himself back in this game, but he's just having such a rough time, and the explosion from the Timber Chira! Get out! He almost died to dragon scale damage.
Barely survives in the base.
That's such a good usage of the Ags. And having that Ags is such a huge deal, right? Now you don't really have to use the Solar Guardian that early in a fight, because this Timbersaw can survive through anything.
No, for sure. They need to find a bigger, better target. Well, they can't find a bigger target, they need to find a better target. They don't have a nullifier. Once they get it, they do have a Yules, I believe, being purchased by Cloud. Yeah, it's coming shortly, so they will have some dispel for it. But the problem is, the Yules is not the same as nullifier, because if you use it, then they can follow up with Solar Guardian much easier. You basically buy him time, yeah.
Chira, again, Lasso is not ready for 15 seconds. But they're gonna go into the backlines to find Sweet and Strong. They stop his cure with a flame break, and this time around he doesn't even have an RP to waste. Things are looking really grim for 1W, but they're holding their own at the moment, at least in shoving out the waves. There's the harpoon. Instantly the repulsion did work, so Fishman.
It's the bots, right? No, there's another glimpse. Unless you BK. Oh, actually, nicely done.
Yeah, but he used it for the glimpse, and I can DP away Solar Guardian. Not gonna work. It's not gonna work with the BKB TP out. Solar Guardian, Lasso, you have so many things. Munkushi will be taken out. That's his 9-second BKB that does absolutely nothing.
Yeah. A very sad state of affairs for 1B. They are getting towards the Chrysalis, so the Dragonite will be dealing some extra damage. Not a lot of it, but they are getting some items at least. They're not being completely crushed and zoned inside their base. My worries are, do these items even matter? Like, will they actually make a big change?
Yeah, you need 2 more items on the DK, I feel. Like both the Daedalus and an SNY, and there's just so much gold from now to be a threat. Right, at the moment he's not a threat. Roche also down, so 4 pirates.
There's like this one point in this game where Phoenix gets refresher, like Shiva's refresher. He's going for Yules right now, and I get it, but I feel like if he just rushed the refresher, maybe this would have been even better, because he can sort of solo these fights. I can definitely imagine a scenario in which, because they don't have a way of dealing with Yek, like they literally
really
cannot.
Suck, yeah.
Yeah, they can't kill it. So if you can get like he has a shard, and if you can get refresher fast enough, like there is a world in which he makes that huge difference.
Oh, we'll see if he'll be able to do it, but I'm just scared that during the duration of the egg that his teammates just die, and again, Solar Guardian is coming, he's up on the hill. Just don't pop the BKB, accept your destiny, which is death once again.
And that's definitely true what you just said. Okay, his teammates are probably going to die no matter what. These team fights, and if we even get a team fight, because right now it's just one pick off after another, 15k advantage. The Dragonite is not finding any space.
I feel like this Batrider was just such a huge, crucial part of 4 Pirates. He made everything happen. His Blink reveals destroyed the Ember Spirit even more. They've gotten the Dragonite a couple of times. They've gotten the Ember a couple of times in the mid game as well. He's just been able to get everything done with it. After such a good laning stage, it was actually quite easy to do so.
No, I would say that even Bat for me is one of those heroes that a lot of tier 2, tier 1.5 position 4s, if they're good at the bat, they just look like a completely different player. They just make so much difference, so much impact in every single match. I believe Eki is one of those, right? Like, isn't he like one of the bat specialists?
Yeah, for sure. Though, if you look at it right now, a lot of the supports have become bat specialists, really.
That's true, yeah. Phoenix?
Oh, Phoenix has been found. 4 step away. You don't want to be messing with Cloud, and that's the shard of Nat in our world that protects him from the chains. Egg gonna be used. Let's see if they can protect this egg. They need an RP, and it's just not there. They see the Magnus is on the other side of the map after the egg was used. It's gonna take some time, but the Dragonite, he's doing the damage on occur. Will be left a bit alone here. However, not in our world. He does have his Aegis, and there's the lasso onto the high ground. Munkushi is a bit too strong. He's gonna be popping his Mask of Madness. Come close to me. This is where I want it. You're gonna have the glyphs. Natty Narwhal will be pulled to the Dragonite again. No, he's not using the glyph. He doesn't have it at the moment, and the RP will be as close to the Dragonite, but he does get the lucky shot on. So the right clicks, they're just not as fast. Now they're gonna be fast. He cannot get himself down from the low ground. Munkushi, he is helpless. No mana for a TP. No way to get out. They're just slowly killing him.
This is probably the saddest Dragonite ever.
Oh my god, he has the armlet toggle. He's not gonna be able to pull it off now. He does get it off, uses the shards. They pull him down, gets the stun off, but dies either way. The most painful way possible.
That's so damn sad. Because this teamfight, like, all things considered, 15k behind, it looked kind of solid for them. But besides the fact that Dragonite got pulled on the high ground by Lasso, and they just couldn't get him. Like, even the RP, right? Like, the RP was okay, but he needed to skewer the Pango towards the Dragonite. He was too afraid to do it, and yeah, there was just not enough range on the DK.
I think he had the range there on the Pango that he got lucky shotted and then he just attacked way too slow. I mean, attack speed reduction 160. You're not attacking through that.
Yeah. Then again, yeah, I completely agree. I'm not sure. Like, I feel like the fight could have been worse for 1v, and what we just witnessed even gives me hope, I would say, for their next team fights.
Well, this Hex doesn't give cope to Chira, who is still alive. Gets out just in time. Batrider was a fraction of a second too late with the lasso.
Yeah, they're getting some things, right? Like, you have the gem on Mag, he's level 2 reverse polarity, level 18 on Phoenix, so Diag is a bit harder to kill. But what they need to make sure is that they have the RP to cover Diag. Like, that's one thing that they really missed in that last team fight.
If I'm 1W, I'm not fighting during nighttime. I just don't want to. Even though the enemies don't have any advantage in nighttime, every single time that egg gets used, they're like, oh, the Magnus is away, we can commit on the egg. We don't care. And so it just makes it so easy for them to decide what to do.
Yeah, the vision is massive from the Dawnbreaker.
That's the second tier 2. That's going to be going down. Only the mid lane tower remains where 1W might be able to get some grabs. And Ariel has a ward, is waiting for somebody to show on this high ground. Well, nobody's going to be showing just yet. And for Pirates, they already threw one high ground push. So this time around, they're going to be taking it easy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah. By the way, we do have some adjustments to the itemization. The Phoenix is going for Hex, not Refresher. Kinda hate when this happens, but okay. They get some more catch.
Is it necessary?
I think Refresher is stronger, but it's still a good item regardless. Because you've got Glimpse, you've got RP, you've got Dragon Stun.
Yeah, you have ways to stun people, I guess. You're right. Ooh, drums being used. That is a nice first target. If they can kill him without him getting anything off with the bash, is definitely gonna happen. Hex Cloud gets the ults up. There's the RP keeping them in place, but the golem being dropped. Still not dropping the egg. There it is. You don't have the RP to protect it. Now they're just gonna commit onto it. If it breaks, it's gonna be a huge deal, but very close. It's still not going to be happening. Does do a massive amount of damage, and the Dragonite is full this time around. He's not on any high ground, not on any hill, but he does seem like the king of this team fight. Tries to stop the blink, not going to be happening. Chira left alone. Mukushi thinking, should I help or should I run? He decides to leave his teammate all alone without the BKB. He doesn't feel confident enough, and they also now lost the gem, completely forgetting about it. They could have sent the courier.
Yeah, this was the biggest should I stay or should I go moment that I've seen in the last couple of series. He's just moving towards them back, towards them back, towards them back. However, he did get a big ass streak away from Otakar. Like, he got a 1200 gold actually. So I don't blame him for going back, buying that full Daedalus now. Like, you can see the power that this draft has got if you can play your teamfight properly. And that was more or less a proper teamfight from them.
Yeah, I just think that they didn't communicate well. If they communicated better, that when they were going for the Phoenix, that he uses the egg and not the Yules, and then the RP comes out, could have been better.
I mean, he saw the Yules, right? Like, he sees the Yules, then he RPs at the same moment. Like, that's still on Mag, I feel like, to wait a bit, but like you said, maybe some communication. He's gonna die here.
Oh.
Yeah, he's dead.
I thought at least Mukushi might stop attacking that Tormentor for a second to allow his teammate to live, but nope. Yeah, seems that poor Sweden Strong didn't deserve it.
Yeah. No Magnus players deserves mercy. On position 4 at least. I respect this.
I respect the core players, but the supports, it seems not so much. I was talking to Jenkins a bit, and it's like, I hate it when you have two none supports on your side. Like, what is, and then they had like a Magnus and a Zeus. So who's making the plays? It's Lasso, Starbreaker, Taller Guardian, Hex, perfectly utilized. That was beautiful.
Yeah, he was also showing on Timber, so he TP'd back, used that Link Hex. Just the amount of damage that they needed, the bonus damage, plus he has a full BKB now on Timber. Like, some pretty solid stuff coming from them.
Can this Dragonite carry this game on his own? 4-staff skewer up to the high ground. Sweden Strong is fine, and Nadinarwal won't be falling, but he has an Octarine core, so he's gonna have his ulti back soon.
He's gonna be big. Like this DK, you mentioned the SNY, he's finally got it. Like you mentioned it maybe 16 minutes ago or something. But he's got the full Daedalus and SNY.
He's ready.
This will be helpful.
He's ready to murder them. I hope. Do they have how many 4-staffs? Do they have only one on the Magnus? So save it for DK when he's up on the hill.
Fishman is running towards the game instead of towards Roshan.
Roche did scream. He's like, "What the hell are you doing, 1W? How are you allowing them to kill me?" And they're just gonna let it go.
Sometimes the team would fight afterwards, you know, just go for this fight, but because of the type of the heroes that they've got, like Static Storm, Egg, and RP, these are all like full committing spells, full committal, so you can't really go into the Sages.
Well, there is a Hex on the Phoenix now, so that might be able to help. As 4 pirates are in a smoke, they're on the hunt for Chira.
Who's the Hex target?
I know who's the lasso target because this is like the 10th time that we're seeing it. I think it might be you dive in Hex and you egg, and then you follow up with a DK stun. You just make sure that whoever it is, you just go and commit full on. I think that could actually work.
I don't know. Maybe now with all the damage the DK is bringing, but in my mind, like the way I see Radiant is they have to counterattack. They have to be like, okay, this guy got gone on, let's use the RP, or they're hitting the egg, you go with the RP. But if you're the one jumping in and hunting, might be a bit more difficult to execute. But they might have to. This high ground is being damaged.
Yep, that is a lot of damage on the tower. Upheaval also charged up quite a lot. Those imps are actually quite solid at pushing. 26 damage each of them. Okay, Munkushi, how do you go for this one? They're just gonna allow him to take the range axis. Just the Ad Glimpse is gonna be used. Starbreaker to prevent it. Rolling Thunder in the back. Gonna make sure the range axis fall. Phoenix has a Yules. Has a Hex as well. Cloud staying strong, but you did force out the DK form.
Yeah, they want to hunt with smoke. They have a glimpse.
Mr. Morale gonna be found. There's the egg. RP didn't even use it. He saw it was gonna miss. Or Guardian to protect Ariel. Not gonna be happening. He's gone. As Ember very deep in. Static Storm gonna be popped. Buyback from the Batrider wants to rejoin. He has the outpost. You don't have the egg any longer. And Onaker, he has a big ass hammer ready to smash it onto Fishman. The DK has been found, has the BKB, but will be using it only to run away. Nice let of his chains to keep them at bay. That is a very aggressive TP in from Fishman, and you're gonna lose your dragon form. How do you fight without it?
You probably cannot defend this any longer without the form. Maybe you can spam them a little bit, but that's about it. You just have to be careful not to lose anyone else to a lasso. There's no lasso for 30 more seconds.
There's the Blink Hex, and he just bought back Fishman. Smashed it to the ground, the RP onto the two of them, and let's see how much the damage the DK can do. Also using the Glyph and Agate Exception, they have the use to purchase it off, but he still needs to finish off this Timber, so will be able to do it. Munkushi, breathe fire, a couple more hits, they get the kill. Focusing on the Raxes, will be able to take them down. Creeps tank the chain, so everybody else from 4 Pirates will run out.
You know, like, everything that we've just witnessed, even though they lose a side, I feel like this isn't absolutely terrible for 1v. Considering they're like 20k behind, their Dragonite doesn't die, your Ember doesn't die. Sure, you lose the dieback on Disruptor, but you kill the Timber and Bat also bought back. So you have an option of killing this Bat and maybe having a good next team fight. Plus your Dragonite is going to have at least an extra item and maybe even level 25. Like, all things considered, like, this is not the worst hold for them.
80 rune and the Shadow Blade on the Dragon Knight. Whoa, 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 whoa. This is dangerous now. I mean, look at his damage without the Dragon form. It's over 500.
Yeah, for sure. Like, maybe a big pick-off is possible. But look at that. Great read from Ariel.
I mean, they have vision in the enemy base, so they kind of know if you're out on the map. He's approaching level 25 on the DK. Is this one of the games where you just get the AoE stun?
I'll take that.
Can we get it? Is there a possibility?
I don't know. I don't think I've seen it recently. Almost ever.
Only when you're level 30. There's the scan. Perfect. On point by 4 pirates. They've really been on point with reading the movements of their opponents in this game.
Yeah. Really solid work. They have good vision, like you mentioned, in the Radiant jungle, but they also are holding their own high ground. So if they're holding their own high ground, there aren't many places where Radiant could realistically go to. Chira just needs to be careful not to die again to Bat. He's doing something.
Yeah, he's dying. I don't know why he's doing this. He has an SNY and he thinks it's gonna be enough, but they just drop everything on him.
I really don't know. When I said he's doing something, that was my political assessment of the situation. Very diplomatic.
Yeah.
He's doing something, you know.
Something very wrong. Yeah, he's 0 and 11. Fishman is 1 and 11. 1 W. They still have 2 very strong heroes. One is the DK, the other one is the Phoenix, who is getting closer and closer to his refresher. DK, what did he get? Yeah, he didn't go for the AoE stun. I guess this one is just safer, but he doesn't have his form now. There's gonna be a small downtime.
Yeah, not the biggest one. It's not for me. It's about this lasso, which will be up again.
There it is. It's up. They don't have the golem, but they have a golem on death. So if you really want one, he might just be running into the fight. Rolling Thunder, Natty Narwhal.
They can wait for the Glimmer the Bat, and then he just goes in. We'll see if that's what they do. We have the Lincolns as well. Now on the Pango.
If you look at it, the Emperor is gunning for a Skadi. I really don't understand this. Just buy a freaking Lincoln Sphere. It would have saved your life like 10 times over.
Absolutely.
That is
Wait.
Yeah. At this point, Lincolns would definitely have been better, but I guess... Yeah, I don't know. Their top lane is being pushed in heavily as well, so this smoke is not really the easiest one to effectively use.
Yeah, they're not getting anything out of this one. I don't know if they even got some good vision out of this one. It's just an optimistic smoke overall.
Yeah. Like game 1 and game 2, I have to say, are very different when it comes to like skill level, overall skill level of the game. Like game number 1 was much higher. This game 2 has been a bit clowny here and there. Still a lot of fun so far.
Yeah, both of the teams are making plays, right? It's not like they're just sitting in their base doing nothing. But things are still slowing down here for the moment. Next Roche, in 2 seconds we're gonna know when it's up, and it's gonna be a pretty short one, so pretty much alive already. So they do have it. I'll see who scouts the Roche first. 4 pirates still haven't sent anyone in it. There's a refresher on the Timbersaw. A big deal now. Even if you purge him once, he's gonna have it another time with the reactive armor.
Yeah, they have this nice cliff ward here, but not sure if you can wait and fight there. You need to go towards the Roche pit.
Scan does connect. They know. Qualifiers preparing. Chira will be finding the bat. That is such a huge target and they can finish them off. The Hex gets off onto the Timber Saw. He has the refresher. They just take him out. He just bought it. Roche should be going to 1W right now.
That's absolutely the RP. Maybe that wasn't that necessary. I feel like he RP'd that Timber with 1% HP. At the same time, it's a Timber, you know, with an Aghanims. You want to kill him for sure. You don't want to let him use his armor. Straight into the pit. Very like Chira. He's had the worst game on an Ember that I've seen him in a really long time. But this catch on the Ember, right on the bat and the Timber Saw right there, I feel like it changes the state of the game quite significantly.
For sure. And now he has the refresher shard on an Ember that is huge. Both the refresher shard and the cheese. I feel like he's not gonna be giving it to Cloud because Cloud will have a refresher of his own in no time. If he wants to, I think he has money to buy it.
He gave it to Mag.
Oh, okay.
So it's gonna be like double RP, which is also okay.
That's
by
fine.
the way, Sweden Strong going for the Kaya Yasha as well for some.
Oh, okay.
Magic Amp for some cast animation amp as well.
And he's approaching level 18 as well, so level 3 RP. It is coming. It is actually a big buff, half a second longer duration.
This is the, what's it called? Like the core mag build, right? Like with Kaya Yasha and Shard, and then you just shockwave 24/7. You deal so much damage. But as a support, I think it's still okay-ish, I guess, at this point.
Did you see Perdanchik's score?
3-0-22.
Yeah.
That's the cursed. That's the cursed score.
Yeah, for sure. He has Golem on death. Dude, you're not dying. Don't go for that talent.
Should have taken the left talent. This man is unkillable.
Yeah, maybe at some point he just decides, okay, it's time for me to die to get that extra Golem.
That's actually sad. He got it on level 20. He still hasn't died, so a massive. And he's buying A on this. Come on, bro. You can't do that. Buy a blink into them.
Yeah, what the hell is he doing? He's literally sabotaging himself, but 1W, they're coming forward, they have a refresher on the Phoenix Shard, on that Magnus as well. 1W, they're smoking up, they know that this next fight could completely win the game for them, the buybacks are gonna be big, and I don't think 4 Pirates have a lot of them. Okay, they have them on 2 of their cores, but the Timber Saw is still missing 1.
Still, all their damage is on DK. If you can take him down, he's actually chasing instead. Yeah.
54 armor, if I saw correctly, there on the 56 freaking armor on the DK with 4.3k HP, and he has a Satanic, so good luck killing that.
It's quite a bit, and the Aegis, of course, on top of all of that. But his Dragon form will be off for like 40 seconds, so maybe time for Pirates to take a breather, come out on the map.
Also, there's a Greater Healing Lotus on the Disruptor. Dude, so many big items on 1W that could change the fight. Anything on the other side that's really game-changing? I feel like they already have everything they need.
Yeah, pretty much. You can always get bigger, I guess. Besides this Dawnbreaker, what can you drop? You can drop your boots. Buy something. Aghanims is kinda nice, but in this game, as a position 1, you don't truly need it. If he was like some offlane and you needed to catch Ember properly with the lasso, sure, but they had no problems catching anyone this game.
They're 26k gold behind. They're behind 20k plus gold for the majority of this game, and they're somehow still in it. This stupid Dragonite, like this
I knew where you were going.
Dude, like what the hell is this? How is he doing this?
I think it's like 2 things. One is this stupid Dragonite, and the second is this Phoenix that doesn't have an answer. Like you don't really have a great tech hitter. So these 2 things combined are making a 25k difference almost feel like nothing. And they're pushing high ground even.
My high ground.
I don't know about this. Like,
Well, especially because the wave is in their base. They planted the ward, but 1W, they're telling them, come over and fight us. They're even gonna glyph this. Oh no, that's a banner.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, my
But
bad,
the other
my
side,
bad.
the other side did glyph, I believe.
Yeah,
right?
that is true. Yeah, that's what I was talking about for sure. As Upheaval will be used, Rolling Thunder, Natty Narwhal coming in.
Oh, Phoenix!
He's gonna heal himself. Cloud.
This is really
Careful,
dangerous.
there's a Hex. They have the RP. They really have to protect this Phoenix. And he's gonna go down. Cloud, the double egg. He's just not gonna be there. Munkushi gets turned into a piggy. When pigs fly, you're gonna win the 1W. Well, it seems that this one is still in the air. Munkushi, he doesn't have the Aegis any longer. Needs to get away. He just lost it. What a perfect start to the fight. Fishman, he has wings of his own, but they're gonna get clipped. And Munkushi wants to leave, and he's gonna do his best with a bash. Just in time. They didn't have the Hex. They didn't have anything to stop them, but they had the luck of the Pangolier. And boy, oh boy, did Cloud mess up.
Yeah. Cloud just clowned a little bit right there. I don't know why he dove back straight into the... Like, look, the only way they win these fights comfortably is if they kill Phoenix before he uses the egg, right? Like that's their opening, and he just gave them that chance. Like he dove back. He didn't stop it for some reason. Maybe he thought they could fight, but there's a bat against you. Like you're gonna get lassoed or hexed. Very awkward play, unfortunately, for 1W.
They don't want to be buying back, but they're gonna have to. They're waiting for their Phoenix to come back. Still baiting in their opponent's glyph is available. There it is. No need to risk it.
Yeah, they don't have to buy back, right? Like now with the glyph being used, they can probably just wait it out.
Dawnbreaker Vision. Is the bat gonna go? Oh, he's dead. Okay, so
He's dead. He's dead.
Does give you confidence too.
You know how he died? Actually, that's kind of very cool. So Dragonite, he was losing his dragon form, and he needs to TP. Just before he TPs, he right clicks one time onto the bat. He crits, kills him, and then he starts TPing. He's like, just okay, I'm gonna kill you and then I'll TP. Maybe if he didn't right click the bat, maybe he'd actually live. But in any case, it was too cool. It looked like a badass move, you know, just one right click on the bat and then TPing out.
Warlock is level 25, so I'm guessing you get the armor on the golem.
Yeah, it seems that way.
Magic resistance makes no sense because the DK is gonna eat them alive. He's gonna eat them alive even through the extra armor. But okay, 40,000 gold lead. Okay, is this enough for Pirates to win?
This has to be enough. Because, you know why? Because they're just finding many ways now of dealing with the Dragonite. They have the double hex on Timber with Timeless Relic. You have Abyssal on your Pango. This should be more than enough. Aghanim's as well, by the way, being purchased, I guess, by the Dawn soon.
Let's see. Let's see if it's gonna be enough. Also, did you look at the Bat Rider? Usually we make fun of the shard and the bat, but this one with the Parasma, he actually does pack a punch.
Yeah, he didn't go for Ags, but this is still a very solid build.
Everybody's level 25 on 4 Pirates. On the other side, only the Dragonite has his.
Bat, he's hexed.
The Hex. They want to finish him off. The Echo's used. RP is huge into the Static Storm. They're gonna try to protect themselves from the golem, and Mr. Morales somehow still alive. They are gonna lose the bat, but let's see. Can you continue fighting here if you're 1W? The crits coming out from Otterker, but he's all alone now. The Glyphs will be taking him back. He needs to BKB. No, has the Starbreaker with level 25 talent. He just has no cooldown. Ember buys back, wants to rejoin in on the fight. This Timber, so how are you still living? This is why you just have to RP this guy. He gets the BKB and the Aghanim Scepter off, and he just lives through everything.
It's crazy that they didn't manage to kill. Like, I screamed bat when Timbersaw was the one actually hexed, and they called the Timber. He was the one initiated on, and they still didn't manage to kill him through everything. It's insane. Even though they have so much damage, it just wasn't enough. And these kind of fights, for me at least, they look kind of maybe the perfect kind of fights for 1W, but they still weren't perfect enough. Let's put it that way. Ember just isolated. He doesn't have a single real defensive item besides the BKB. I mean, sure SNY, but that ain't it. No Lincolns versus Bat versus double Hex. That RP, you saw it. It was good. It was on the Timber, but
it was awesome, and it just wasn't enough. That's how it goes. Ottaker, man, this Starbreaker and its pretty much no cooldown makes the glimpse not usable on the hero.
Absolutely, the whole game, Disruptor just does not have any fun using his glimpse. 112, 3026 on the opposing 25. Warlock, position 5.
Dragon Knight, if he wants to, he can buy a Swift Blink, but he wants a buyback. Chira is also level 25, and the Phoenix has hit his +2 hits on the egg.
This might be a good place to fight if they can start things off first. Break is there.
There's the break, and they want to go with the damage. Solar Guardian is coming, and he will survive, Mr. Morale, because he's gonna be used. Oh, this Rolling Thunder, they stop him. Both of the team fighters are gone this time around. They do have buyback. Sword. The Static Storm was used. Lincoln's broken, and there's the Hex now. They want him dead. Abyssal Blade to protect himself, not gonna be happening. They've lost the Pango. Does have a buyback A on this Perdunchik. Is he finally going to die? No. They want the Rose. They want a much bigger prize.
They could buy back. Still on the Pango if they wanted to.
Mr. Morale going in, gets the Hex off, but he gets Hexed off himself, and this time around, Yarpi does connect. Roll dropping low, the egg is there, and the Aegis will be taken by Chira Jr. 1W. They're taking all of those things, but they do lose the Magnus. Doesn't matter, because Munkushi is ready to finish off everybody. The egg used, defensive Ottaker, he needs to pop the BKB and get himself away from this one, and he will be able to escape for now. The buybacks are being used, and you don't have any more spells, even with the Aegis, even with everything that you have claimed. What now? What is left in the tank for 1W? Nothing, just their tankiness. And Munkushi will do his best, but he's being bashed, he's being smashed, and he's being killed. Now they want the Emperor, they want his first life, they want his second life as well. And how does he get out of this one alive? There's the Abyssal, the Silences, the Hexes, and the damage will be there. 2 heroes without buyback, and not a single Phoenix egg available.
Yeah, Who took all the items, by the way, from the Rush Pit? I only noticed the Aegis. I didn't even... Like, the fight was so damn messy. All these buybacks that came from 4 Pirates, I felt like they were a little bit too late, but in the end, yeah, they weren't. It was perfect. Dragon Knight does have a buyback, by the way. If they overcommit...
I don't think you can do it. Well, he's gonna try. He has to. Versus Mega Creep, this is gonna be too hard. Glimpse, Hex, they need the stun. Static Storm is there, but he has the BKB and the Aghanim Scepter. The Phoenix going down. It's gonna be a disaster, and he has no way to get himself out of this one. Refresher used on Nadinar. Well, he has another Rolling Thunder if need be. A on this Warlock, he just refuses to go down. Even once Munkushi with a Satanic, he needs to fight all on his lonesome, but gets bashed, gets abyssal, and it isn't allowed for him to do anything. Maybe with the Magnus they can make something happen, but looks very much unlikely now. Refresher being used, one more hit, he needs it, and there's the save with the 4-staff, and then he gets it off in the end. Mega Creeps are there, no more tier 4s.
So unfortunate for the DK. He goes in though.
He's gotta get turned into a piggy, however. He has the Satanic still, no BKB, no Glyph. The RP will be used, and they just don't care. We will take your throne. The name of the game is not Kill the Dawnbreaker, but Defense of the Ancients, and they didn't defend theirs. 4 Pirates take it to a game 3.
Yeah, absolutely insane game. 56 minutes in, 46k advantage with a Warlock that never died on your side, and it still felt so competitive. Through the game, it still felt so competitive. In the end, I believe the biggest difference maker was the buyback on the Pango. He goes back in, Rolling Thunder on the Magnus as he's RPing, and on the Phoenix that got caught. Like those 2 plays, I mean, it was one singular play, but it was 2 different disables on 2 different heroes. In the Rush Pit just won them the game and the fight. Even though they were obviously having an advantage before that, that just sealed the deal. Still though, a crazy game. Absolutely crazy game considering what an advantage they had. how difficult it was for them to convert that into a W, into a win. Just shows, I would say it shows the difference between a Dragon Knight carry and a Dawnbreaker carry. Like, Dawn is going to allow you to create all the plays on the map, it's going to allow you to get all the pickoffs on the map, but won't necessarily convert into objectives the way the Dragon Knight does.
It is... I still cannot believe that 1W held in this game. I feel like if Chira just played a little bit better, which I think in this game wasn't too hard because he made way too many mistakes. That they would have won. And unfortunately, it just seems that they did not have an Ember Spirit for the majority of this game. Even though he did do a lot of damage, I mean, when you look at it, 41,000, but it's still an Ember Spirit. I mean, AoE damage is what he does.
Yeah. I mean, 0, 13, 13. Very unlucky numbers on your mid laner. Not something that you ever want to see. And usually when your mid is 0, 13, 13, you've already lost the game like 15 minutes in. It's looking impossible. On the other side, 9-2, 26, the Pangolier perhaps wasn't the biggest star of the game. They all kind of carried in their own way. Like the Dawn did a lot, the Timber did a lot of tanking, which is what he needed to do. The supports did plentiful of work through the game. So overall, just a much better game and gameplay by 4 Pirates. Just better played by them.
I'm just so surprised that they are this bad at communicating. I think on 1W, I would assume that with a team that's been playing so long together, that they would utilize their spells better. So I don't know what's lacking with this team, but for quite some time they just haven't been able to find their stride. But Liz, going to game 3, any favorites? Who do you think now has the edge just before coming back into the game? Skill edge, psychological edge? I don't care. Who do you think's got it?
Psychological edge, definitely Otkar and the boys. But overall, I think that 1W are maybe still a slightly better team. Even after losing the way they lost, makes me think that they are maybe a bit better. They just have to play a game in which their mid laner isn't 0, 13, 13. And then it might be a bit different. I really feel that way. Sometimes through losses you can see that, because one team is absolutely dominating and winning, but you can still see some cracks, some openings, some possibilities for one win to win that. So I think that's the difference here. That makes me think that they might take game number 3, but honestly it's so close that it's impossible to call.
Very hard to call, especially before we see the draft. But for now, we're gonna be allowing these teams to rest. They've definitely deserved it, and after a couple of minutes we'll be back when the draft for the final game of the series is ready. No disappointing games today here at Eastern European Close Qualifier here with Harry and Lizard. 4 parts versus 1W. They are giving us a show, and after game 1, we already talked about it. Like, this series deserves a game 3, and what a way to bring it to us. 4 parts, winning for the entirety of it, and almost losing that game despite crushing their opponents. Lizard, coming into the last one, you're still looking at 1W as the favorites, but 4 Pirates as the one that hold the momentum. Go back to your competitive days. Who won? Which games you won more? Which games you won more? The ones where you had the momentum, or the ones where you thought that you were definitely better than the opponent?
I'm sad to say I didn't really win a lot. It didn't matter, momentum or or whatever. So it was. It didn't really help, but yeah, momentum definitely is nice. I feel like a team that was better in general won. Like, psychology, it did mean a little bit, but I really think that it all came down to who's better and who had a better understanding of the game. Like, sometimes you get sometimes you play with players that definitely get affected by wins or losses, but it's not that common. I feel like in this state of the game, there's still a huge discrepancy between just the understanding of the game and what you need to be picking and playing. So it's more on that than it is on just some morale and emotions. But yeah, I did win more on morale though. Like, after winning that game number 2, that definitely was helpful.
Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. I mean, I remember a couple of local lands where they imported you and you won versus me. So.
Yeah.
I still remember some of the comments. They have to bring Lizard to win and stuff like that. So that's how it was, guys. Lizard was coming in as this big celebrity ready to punch everybody in the face. He got punched back a couple of times to Bosnia, but also took the trophy home a couple of times as well.
Got shipped back once or twice. Was fun. Whatever, you know, fun. Like, I love that kind of Dota because it's like, it's serious, but it isn't like crazy serious, you know.
Yeah.
So these local lands were always
kind.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh boy, I still remember those. Maybe there's gonna be some in the near future, so maybe we import you back again. But anyways, now we're focusing on 4 Pirates and 1W. So let's see how the opening is gonna go. The Dawnbreaker is no longer in the pool, so that's not gonna happen. And we get an Alchemist. Finally he is in.
Yeah, like, finally. I'm not sure if I'm super happy with this because I can already say who my favorite team is. To take this one, Doom is out, Alchemist is in. Like, there are some counter picks, of course, that you can go for, but in general, I feel like this hero is... Like, there are historical counters and counters on paper, but nothing truly stops him from farming and getting his items, and then eventually he just takes over. The small camp and the medium camp that are right next to the tier 1 tower are way too big. Like, he gets all those stacks, he farms them. Like, even if you kind of zone him out of the lane, he will come back eventually and find all that farm.
Yeah, though very rarely does that happen. He's actually quite strong in the lane. We see the Batrider, one of the... I mean, we agreed throughout the game the biggest reason for 4 Pirates' success in that previous game was this Batrider. I mean, his lassos, the way that he found targets, quite amazing. Can he repeat it versus an Alchemist lineup, though?
No, we'll see. I think it's... even in the lane, it's... a really strong position for, right? So if you combo it with some nice soft laner, maybe you can. But like you said, Alchemist at the moment, even in the laning stage, looks pretty damn difficult to beat. And you can combo it with something like a Lich or whatever. One of my favorite fours versus an Alchemist isn't a bat, it's actually a Shadow Demon, because you can lane against him. You have the bubble to maybe make him stun himself, or something like a Tusk as well. Snowball can always come in handy, so he can't really utilize his unstable concoction properly. But yeah, they're gonna get the bat. Let's see what one we combos the Alchemist with.
Yeah, you mentioned the Lich. I feel like that would be one of the better ones, though. I expect the 4 pirates to respond with the Lich. Whenever I see an Alchemist, I think, okay, heavy physical damage, minus armor, get the Lich, right? And people have been starting to stay away from it a bit. I feel like those moments when the Lich is hiding in the trees, finding somebody with the shard and the ulti are kind of behind us. That people have gotten used to it and they just don't fall for it any longer.
Yeah, there's definitely still some strength in the hero, but I agree that it's used to catch you off guard that he can use the shard and the ulti through his other spells, so he can Sinister Gaze and then use everything else. And I feel like that was one of the major aspects of why he looked absolutely busted, because you didn't have to worry about the succession of your spells anymore. You just go in and you hands off keyboard, you just spam something and you kill people.
Literally.
Literally. But yeah, let's see what they go for with the bat on the other side. They could pick up some offlaner. You already know that you're into the Alchemist, playing into him, right? So.
Or you could pick like a Clockwork. I feel like that could be a good one. Get a Clockwork as a 5, and then his rotations to the Alchemist safe lane are actually quite nice. He tends to go through the twin gates a lot and then scout those stacks that you mentioned.
There's also the 3-0-33 score, or 3-0. Yeah, it was 3-0-32 or 33. 3-0-33 in the end. Warlock. If a man had that good of a game, like, maybe give it to him again. Maybe play the Warlock once again.
I mean, they played it in game 1 as well, if am I not mistaken? I think I'm not. Let me check. They played it... No, they didn't. It was another game. They played it versus Liga. That's when they played it.
They got the Invoker. Like a first pick in the second stage Invoker.
Tempo versus the Alchemist, I think. And this time around, 1W, they're like, we are gonna get this this imbalanced position 5. Man, the hero just looks so good.
Yeah, definitely. So far in the qualifier, it looked solid, and this is another one that's been banned almost every game, right?
Yes, almost every game. It's Nyx, Bounty Hunter, and then in the second phase we get the Ricky banned out as well. So that's most likely going to be a position 4. It feels like a Sweden strong hero, man. Dude, this is scary. If I'm 4 pirates, I'm afraid of this. Now you don't really want to pick a position 5 Phoenix versus this, because he scouts you quite nicely, and it is an open hero that would look okay. So what do you want to pick?
Well, you called for
Lich.
something like a Clockwork, something like a Lich, sure. I think it's all into the Ricky. It's all as annoying to play, but they get the Primal first. Okay, so you have the Primal Bat as a lane, right? Like, it's pretty good. I'm not sure about the Primal into Smokescreen. Like, you're going to need that BKB purchased early on anyway, and there are multiple ways of dealing with...
I don't like it, man.
Yeah.
Like, lane versus the Alchemist, not amazing. He has a stun. The Golem cancels your ulti with the BKB later on. I'm not the biggest fan of this pick from 4 pirates.
Why did they get it then? Like, I could see the same things you're saying, but maybe they just like the tempo that you talked about a bit earlier. Like, you have the Invoker and the Bat plus Primal Beast just constantly playing aggressively.
Okay, this puts the Bat Rider on 5, right? So you're not gonna play a 5 Shadow Shaman.
You might. You don't have to, but you might. Depending on... Like, they did play some Disruptor offlane on 1 win, I believe, in game number 1, right? Like, they had... No, they had the Lich offlane. Am I correct? I think they had the Lich... I mean, position 5 played from the... No, it was Warlock. I'm so slow. Yeah, it was Warlock. A lot of games today. This is not too many, but 4th game already with a lot of same heroes. So
Yeah,
both
true.
of these teams are capable of playing sports wherever they want to.
And we
They
finally
got the
see him.
Alchemist and the Lycan.
Dude, I mean, when I see a Shadow Shaman and a Batrider, I'm kind of thinking I'm eating these guys alive. And Lycan can be left alone in the lane at some point. He's still gonna be okay, especially Bat or Shadow Shaman. You're kind of fine versus both of them, while the Riki does his own thing. I really like this. I think you have to punish the Lycan in the lane and in the game as well if you're 4 pirates, and they do have a last pick, so let's see what you ban. That is a good one. You know what came to mind as a good ban? A troll. Even though it's not a hero that's in the meta, it just feels like a good troll game.
It is, it is. I think actually the Troll has a lot of good games currently. He isn't picked as much because he's, like you said, not complete meta, and there's just a lot of dumb things around Troll, but overall it does look like a solid game for him.
Yep, I'm thinking that or Bristleback is banned out. Gyro could be a good one. I feel like Gyro might be the one that 1W even bans out. I mean, Invoker buff, so much lockdown. There's good reasons to pick a Gyro.
Most meta. Out of all of these, Gyro probably the most meta hero. Another one is you can go simple and just pick Dragonite. I think that's also an option.
That would be good.
Dragonite, Gyro, Troll, all 3 are good. I would say Gyro is the most likely one, then maybe a DK and
then a
maybe
troll,
a DK. Yeah.
Makes sense. So 1W, what will they ban? I feel like DK or Gyro are getting banned out, and the other one is most likely getting picked. But what does 1W need in the mid lane? I mean, something that people do go for quite a lot versus an Invoker is an Earth Spirit. Let's see if you want that for Chira.
One game you don't mention the Lifestealer, it actually gets banned. It was a good game for him for sure. Let's see.
10 seconds remaining.
What did you say? Any like you can't really go for spirits because of Shadow Shaman and Bat. I guess there's a lot of control, but it wouldn't be that terrible for you. But you are playing into Invoker anyway.
Earth
There's
Spirit
a
is
Pango
different,
option.
though.
I know Pango is banned. Never mind. Earth Spirit, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's the best one. But Chira hasn't been playing it in his pubs lately. But I still think that it's the is the
You get
best
some
one to go
brood,
for.
you know. Nice call. They go with your spirit. There was also this option. You have Lycan, Alchemist, and Brood, and you just have the nastiest draft of 2025, or Huskar maybe even.
And there's the DK. Okay, so. Ooh, I really like what we got going on in this one. Especially, I mean, I know it's from the support role, but from a core role even more so. The duo of an Earth Spirit and the Warlock is so scary, man. I look at this Batrider and this Shadow Shaman, and I'm thinking they might even die without showing up in a fight. And they're playing a 5 Shadow Shaman, man. I just don't like the positioning in the lane from this hero.
Yep. You play it a bit differently, right? Like you're all about just
Yeah.
stacking, pulling, getting level 6 as fast as possible. Maybe some rotations through the Twin Gate. But I agree with you. The Fatal Bonds plus Earth Spirit on his own is probably one of the heroes that deals the most damage just by getting levels. And then on top of that now you got Fatal Bonds. It's pretty cool. The other side as well has some nice things, of course, with the Dragonite last pick. A lot of, like you said, tempo. Like a lot of ways to control the Alchemist's farming speed. But then again, I just never see that happening. Like I never see the Alchemist being controlled. Right now, there's a reason why this hero is banned every single game. That's because you just can't control it. You can throw everything, buy some vessels. If you don't have a Doom or a hero like that, he eventually just pops off, takes over the game. So we'll see.
You and me, it was off stream overall, but we talked a little bit about World of Warcraft, and then I look at this Warlock. It is the same as a tier 5 set from World of Warcraft, and that was such a long time ago. I mean, people who are playing Classic, they might still remember, but you know, the new players, they have no idea what that is, but it definitely comes out from that one.
The hat, right? Like the hoodie. Yeah, I don't know. I think right now the only thing that might attract me to WoW again is the hardcore. Like that looks really cool. Like very excruciating, painful as well, but kind of cool, right? Like you get to play hardcore. WoW. Imagine playing that on a PvP server. Yeah.
You need a lot of hours. So anyways, guys, let's get into it. Also, there was some respect already in the chat. Fishman saying mode Perdunchik. So he wants a 3033 Warlock. Let's see if he's gonna be able to do it on Fishman, or is he maybe going to be in trouble in this game. But what I'm really gonna be looking at is this Ricky. I want to see what he's made of.
Yeah, Fishman also says this is just a parody of the original, so I'm not sure about this Warlock, man, but let's see. I still think they for me, they do have the stronger draft. Like the Dragonite with Electricity is very damn scary, but it still feels that 1W they have maybe an easier way to execute with these heroes.
I feel like 1W's preparation in these games has been better, but for some reason I feel like 4 Pirates have been playing better Dota. That's just my my read of the situation. So I don't want to be going at this game like solely on draft, but if I would, I mean, I've been loving 1W drafts. I think they're setting themselves up for success, at least, even though it doesn't always work out.
Absolutely hard agree. They won all their lanes. Like 4 Pirates usually, maybe even if they don't win all their lanes, they play so well that they get an advantage just from this, like just outskilling them basically in the laning stage, making faster rotations. But the drafts are what made 1W's draft, like 1W's chances higher, I should say.
Yeah, for sure. But let's see how it goes. And they do send Ariel to the bottom lane. Thank you. If I saw a Shadow Shaman here and I'm playing this Riki, man, I'm salivating. I'm literally salivating. Versus a Bat, it's a bit of a different story.
A little trickier for sure. We'll see how much he can do on top lane though, because it doesn't really feel like the easiest lane for me to play the Shadow Shaman as well.
Yeah. More range on the Warlock, your harassment from the right clicks that are quite high do nothing because there's gonna be a heal from the Warlock as well. Yeah, it doesn't feel like a great Shadow Shaman lane. Also doesn't feel like a great Shadow Shaman game. There's so much AoE damage, so the foul play really won't help you all that much.
Yep. When do you pick this hero? You pick him to prevent some spirits from even being picked, or you pick him to catch some pucks and stuff, right? Like that's where he really shines. But in this one, he doesn't really have those targets.
Not really. Okay, this is gonna be a fight that Perdunchik doesn't want to take. He's like, I know how strong this Warlock is. I've shown you in the previous game how to play it, so I'm better off just getting my myself away from that rough situation. But so far, so good for 1W when it comes to laning, right? The Earth Spirit will do well versus the Invoker. Bottom lane Cloud is actually farming decently well versus a Dragonite. Oh, Fishman has been found. The roar is there, and dude, this is not how you do it. This guy didn't die for 56 minutes, and you do it in 2, right? So definitely.
Yeah, he did say it's a parody. It's not the original Warlock. It's gonna be the parody, and Alchemist now as well getting gone on. They don't really have spells on Mr. Morale, so won't be able to take him down.
Yeah, long cooldowns on those spells early on, like 30 seconds for trample. And definitely need to wait, but that was quite nice, right? And we were asking ourselves, like, why are you picking the Primal Beast into an Alchemist? Well, I guess it's the extra armor. You can just run in. But overall, good start for 4 Pirates, getting that first blood on themselves every single time.
Mid lane as well, Earth Spirit. I mean, of course, versus Invoker, these first couple of levels, almost any hero does well. Chira definitely having a better game in the laning stage so far than in the last.
Yeah, that in the last was pretty bad. Though he did die only when they were level 5, so you know the time is coming for Chira to die again. I kind of doubt that's gonna happen, but you never know. You never know.
Maybe with some rotation, you know, like, or a minute for runes. So far, Invoker did a decent job at securing them.
We'll see. You know, Perdanchik rotation. There's a tornado to get in close. Misses on the flame break. Chira gets the rune. So there's the rotation that was supposed to annoy him, but they're coming over. Ariel is gonna do some damage, not enough to threaten the life of the Earth Spirit. The top lane, Munkushi dropping low, Perdanchik as well. He's dying to these range creeps, needs to get away from the acid spray and will be able to do so. Mr. Morale, also quite low as Fishman, is pushing them back.
Yeah, they have another stun soon, but it's kind of difficult to use it because they didn't see the Shadow Shaman where he exactly was.
Is he going in? They want to go in. There's the Hex. And inside of the acid spray, they're both dying. There's a stun. Mr. Morale, he's going to go down as well. Whoa, so close, but in the end, so far, 4 pirates overextend.
Like, on paper, there was literally nothing wrong with that play. But the acid spray buffs up all those creeps, and then they just destroyed them. Like, acid spray plus creeps. Creeps MVP of the game. And look at these stacks, by the way. He's got like 2 mud golems now as well. Alchemist is gonna have a really good time farming those.
Oh, they did leave the Lycan alone, so he does go get taken out. Mr. Morale, on the other hand, just isn't afraid of these supports. Uproar, trample, gets rid of the wave, and now he might have to be quiet for a bit.
It's kind of cool what they're doing with supports. Like, they did keep Ricky top, and yeah, you do lose your offlane. But what that meant is that Alchemist stacks are safe. Primal can't go in, can't take them. Nice little refill on the mid lane as well.
Yeah, by the Lycan, just before the 6-minute rune, he needed that help. But Cloud is just not having a game, and I think the supports are having a nice time bullying a Lycan. He's just gonna have some level problems. No rune for the Earth Spirit. Very nicely done there by 4 pirates. Once again, early game. Nicely played.
They're tipping in the Ricky down bottom. Let's see what Sweden Strong can do.
Blood Grenade, has the sticks, Ariel. He just moves himself away. Well, they have Chira here as well, and Ariel does look like he's gonna be going down. The kick is ready, just enough for a kill. So first rotation successful from the Earth Spirit, and he hits level 6, whilst the Fishman, yeah, every single time this guy's gonna attempt this.
He might even be able to do it this time around. Like, how do you stop him? Shadow Shaman probably won't be TPing in. He's mid. Bat will TP, but this is like a fight now, right? Unless Primal comes in.
Well, he does have an onslaught on the Primal Beast, so he's definitely going to be able to stop it. He kills his courier, tries to heal himself, pushed away, gonna attempt to deny, and well, it's not going to be happening. Ariel is the one who picks up that kill.
It was a nice attempt, but like you said, Fishman always gonna go for it. Mr. Morale read it nicely to go in and stop.
Yeah, you check like which position 5 am I playing against? Oh, it's Fishman. Oh yeah, he's gonna be here. Easy kill.
Mid lane.
Roll onto Nadinar. Will kickback is there. Fishman gonna be coming over, but the MP was used and he just removes the magnetize. Of course, it just gets reapplied, but Chira cannot really do enough damage to threaten the life of the Invoker. Maybe if he connected on with the rolling boulder. Top lane, Mr. Morale will take some damage, nothing too significant. So things are kind of quiet, but alchemists, they love quiet.
We literally have the same thought process, and I think everyone does, right? Like, when you see an alchemist, you want the game to be as aggro on him as possible, but you can't do that anymore. This hero is just way too difficult to deal with in the lane. Like, he's just a strong, damn strong laner. And
I mean, it also might have something to do with people you played Dota with for a long time were a big part of me learning this game, as well as Mr. Morale will be found rolling thunder, also the rolling boulder as well to stop the onslaught. Doesn't happen too often, but here Chira just in the nick of time.
Once again, Alchemist a part of an aggressive move instead of being the one being aggressed on, and now he has multiple stacks in the jungle as well, like stack some more for himself. Of course, on the other side you have the bat stacking up. I wouldn't mind seeing bat take a bit of these two. Yeah, they're gonna be shared between the primal and the bat.
Very nice. They do have the pulverize now, so even more damage on him. But level 6s on the supports, at least on the Radiant side, they're not close. And on the Dire, well, Warlock, if he wants to take the book, he most definitely can get his level 6, even level 7, basically.
It comes down to the rotations, right? Like from the Invoker, from the Bat. Right now, I'm not seeing the mid lanes moving. If Invoker moves, that's a kill potential. Earth Spirit did make that move on top, but basically it's on them to decide the way and the pace they want to see this game going from this point onwards.
Yeah, I'm not sure why the Invoker is not moving around a little bit more. I expected him to most definitely be going for it, right? When I saw the Invoker second pick, I thought, okay, this is their way of dealing with the Alchemist, with tempo and speed, and he just hasn't gone for it. They dug up the rune, and maybe they've just dug up Chira's grave. Perdunchik doesn't get close enough for the shackles, so Chira will be fine.
Sweden Strong was digging that rune for the Earth Spirit and almost baits him into death, but the smoke screen also saves him, right? Like that's the reason why you couldn't use the shackles properly.
Warlock is finally level 6. He still hasn't taken the Grimoire. Fishman, he's gonna be the one that is gonna be waiting. Mid lane tower taking some damage, nothing too significant, but the Siege Creep is still alive, so it is gonna be threatened a bit. Not in our wall.
Wait.
Fine. Okay, we don't get to see a Midas Lycan. He's going for the Helm of the Overlord. First Dom, then the Overlord. Wait.
Oh, he didn't go for Alpha Leader. That's what's happening.
Okay.
Alpha Wolves.
Okay. Yeah, he's a pack leader. It's just that some people, they always have to be the alpha themselves, and then if he's not the pack leader, then he doesn't feel good about it.
Yeah, that makes sense, you know. Ego issues, right? Like that's what it is.
That's how it goes. That's how it works.
You can't share the hype with the wolves. You gotta do everything on your own, even though this time you actually have more creeps, but whatever.
As the mid lane tower is getting close to being taken out. 1W really aren't putting all that much emphasis into fighting it, but they are bringing in the Lycan. So now they have an army here ready to fight. Which creep does he have? Okay, the tomato.
I would literally trade an ancient creep and the auras that it gives me for the alpha wolves. I would literally trade everything that this facet gives, and the 2%, sure. Like, I don't know.
Yeah,
so
obviously you don't have a big ego.
I'm trading the innate ability and the facet just for the other facet. So like,
Ricky has been found. Sweden Strong jumps away. He has one more jump as well, and you're running into a golem, so it's better to just let it go, which they will. They didn't get the pulverize nor the lasso off. Maybe they could have been a kill.
Yeah, they don't have to really fight on 1v, right? Like they have the Radiance on Alchemist moving towards the BKB. I suppose maybe even a Blink. I think a Blink is also very solid right now for him. Meanwhile, they do lose the tier 1 mid. Invoker did manage to take that one down. What's so
it depends
annoying
what you want, right? Yeah. I've seen Alchemists even go for an S and Y in this situation.
Okay. Some stylish alchemists you've been watching, but I don't mind it. Like it's a pretty cool item right now, right?
Yeah, versus a Lasso, Shadow Shaman, Pulverize. Even the Dragonite just looks amazing.
Yep. How's our DK doing, by the way? Mask of Madness Armlet, he's keeping up. I mean, he's 3k behind, but that's the standard Alchemist issue.
They're setting up for Mr. Morale. The roll does not connect. Slow is there, has the onslaught, bobs the armor, and is kind of taunting them to come forward if they dare. Mr. Morale is level 10. He's higher level than the mid laner Spirit.
He's probably had the most time alone on the map. It's him and Alchemist, right? Like, just been farming around top lane. And they are using the Helm of Overlord. Let's see what difference this item can bring.
Marinar roll coming over, has the Arcane Rune, quite dangerous, but the roll misses still. They have the Blink, and this is not an Invoker that is gonna be living any longer, so they do take him out.
One thing that these beasts do bring to the table is like, it's really hard for Shadow Shaman to be useful, right? Like these supports on the Radiant side. Like you pop the wards and then these creeps just kill them off. These summons.
It does help, really. And also during the duration of the Lycan ulti, you just send those creeps forward and you don't care. With the Alpha Wolves, you just send them forward all the time, but I get the idea on how this can be very much annoying for Predanchik, who well, last game he didn't die a single time. This one, 15 minutes in, he has only one death, which isn't really all that much for a Shadow Shaman, but a very slow game at that. Both of the teams kind of okay with farming, and this Dragonite, he's still continuing to keep up.
One of the best things about DK is like everything about him right now, really, and the Fire Dragon Facet, the only one that you will ever take, is way too busted. Besides everything else, you get a built-in Battle Fury for some reason, so that's the reason why he's keeping up. The only reason. You get built-in AoE damage. Splash.
Imagine if somebody decided to give a range form to Sven. Everybody would be like, no, don't do it. And then, well, they give a Sven to DK. Chira. Roll away. Stun will connect. He's still on the high ground. Should be okay for now. Aerial gonna be defended. There's the smoke screen. Onslaught forward. Aerial, he will go down. Mukushi gets the kill with the Radiance. Predanchik will be next on the menu. Turns around with the Shackles and instantly cancelled. There's gonna be a rock dropped as well to try to keep this Primal Beast in place. And Mukushi gets another kill. And roll, Mr. Morale! He was so close to death. So close to getting stunned up. But neither of them come in time.
That was without Otakar, right? Like, that was still without the Dragonite that they fought. And they might actually bring him to fight now. They might
go in.
Mukushi.
He doesn't have the ulti. He doesn't look very much dead. What was with that deafening blast? I mean, whatever the case, it doesn't matter. He was maybe just covering for any kind of assistance that could be coming their way.
Can they catch more? They can catch the Golem and take it. I mean, Munkushi, to be fair, he did stand there for like 30 seconds hitting Rasta wards, farming them, so he got punished very heavily, and that's a full BKB now on DK. I was just mentioning that he didn't join, and now after joining, like, he gets a BKB and 800 gold on top of all of that. This was massive for Pirates.
These freaking Alchemist players, right? Sometimes they're just standing there hitting cogs, hitting Serpent Wars. They're like, oh, free money. Nothing in this world is free, right? It cost something. This time around, it cost his life.
Yeah, that was probably not what you want to be doing, you know? Especially because they didn't kill the Invoker anyway. He was in Ghost Walk nearby.
Waiting for an opportunity, and now you're not even 1,500 gold ahead of the DK as an Alchemist. That's even gonna continue. They even scouted this Roche attempt. Let's see. I mean, you can be annoying at it. You have a BKB on the Dragonite, so I don't see why not.
Well, they're not in position. Maybe that's the only reason. They would have to use every single TP. Plus, Invoker doesn't really have a lot of mana to work with. No, they don't.
Just let it go. They're rushing mid lane.
If they were in a better position, for sure. What do you think about scaling, by the way? I actually don't mind the way they scale on Radiant.
No, not at all. I mean, Dragonite, I love when you are gunning for like late game versus an Alchemist lineup. The hero just at some point falls off so hard. I don't know if that's gonna be the case if you get the Wolf Bite as well, right? Maybe with the Wolf form, he's gonna be strong enough. But generally speaking, the Dragonite is just so strong, especially when he has an Alacrity on top of him.
Oh, I absolutely agree. Alacrity DK for me is probably one of the strongest heroes. Bot lane, Chira. Oh, the blink was off.
He's gonna get silenced up. Roll does connect Chira. Very nice spell usage, and he'll get Aerial down. Now you need to cover for some of your heroes to escape. And Predanchik, well, he's gonna have to accept his destiny. Little chicken and chickens will get taken out. So you lose your supports. You take some time away from the Aegis, but it's still a victory for the Dire side.
Everything that started there was basically off of a miss blink. If Bat blinks properly, like he gets the lasso, but yeah, sometimes it just happens. He misread the movements of Earth Spirit.
I'm loving that Otakar is going for a MKB. You're versus an Alchemist and a Riki, and you definitely want that. I was about to say in versus the Lycan, but he's not. He doesn't have Alpha Wolves, so it doesn't really matter versus him. Verdanchik. We're not going to be seeing much of him any longer. He really needs that Thor staff. This might save his life. Nope, not really. Sweden Strong finishes him off with the Blink Strike, and that does finish off his Diffusal Blade. How are those 4 staffs looking? Well, nobody's super close to one. You only have one on the Invoker, and I feel like everybody has to have their own versus Riki now, because he's going to get the Shard at some point.
And it's such a cool combo as well. Like you have Riki to scout to go in, and then you can follow up with almost anything. And these guys, they're not gunning for the late game. They're instantly on the high ground. I respect this.
Oh, slots forward. He has the Shiva's Guard. Mr. Morale is quite strong. Still has the Blade Mail. Will be popping it. You don't want to be focusing on that one. Shira goes in. The silence is there. Lasso onto the Warlock, but he got the Golem off, so it's really not that big of a deal. They will bring down Fishman. Otakar is in such a good position. He seems to be untouchable. He's just standing his ground. Blade Mail does nothing when you have a billion armor. Pops the Mask of Madness. Just goes forward. BKB 9 seconds still available if need be, and they're gonna be finding a Riki. Look at those right clicks. Otakar gets himself a triple kill and 1 W. Go high ground a bit too early, or maybe even a bit too late considering this Dragonite.
I would say a bit too late. I would actually agree with that more. It was kind of a cool play. Like they have the Aegis, they just go in, but this Dragonite absolutely did not care. Backstabs them together with the Bat Rider, finds all the right targets. But one extra thing needs to be said. They did use everything they had on the Primal Beast. Like they basically wasted all their arsenal onto the Primal Beast, who lost like 50% HP, and that's it. Wasn't even close to dying.
Narwhal doesn't have that much mana to work with, but he is healing quite fast.
Good old Ghost Walk.
Gets himself away. Just in time. But 4 pirates, they're gonna get out, and win probability, it's still on the side of 1W, so Dota Plus still favoring the Alchemist. We'll see how well it goes. Lycan going for an AC, so no Aghanim Scepter on the menu just yet. And man, whenever I play a bat and I get the shard, I want to break my keyboard. Like it literally does nothing for you.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Unless you get like, what did he have in that last game?
Parasma
and stuff. Yeah, then maybe okay. It's still bad, but okay, at least it's justifiable. Predanchik should be fine.
Okay, he's okay. Very nice disengage. Perfect time to use it as well. Alchemist will still go farming, but your Aegis went out and you pretty much lost a lot of your gold lead, kind of half of it being taken away. Now this Dragonite has an MKB, 9-second BKB still available on him, and the Crystallis is already done. Otakar is gonna murder some people. It's insane how strong he is at the moment.
He's absolutely the scariest hero in the game. Like when you look at everyone, yeah, it's not even close. Like this Alchemist, sure you have farms, sure you have this, I believe, Orchid flying out to him, maybe a Bloodthorn. It's still the Dragonite that you have to look out for.
That's the one that's gonna be killing all of you. As the smoke is up there. They will be finding an Earth Spirit. Nice way to start another fight, and now an extra. But they need to focus on these targets. The Dragonite, who is he killing? He's gonna try to finish off Cloud, and not gonna be happening all of this damage for nothing when your teammates are gone. BKB gonna be used, and he's gonna try with the TP out. The damage, it's almost enough. Otakar barely survives. Oh my god, 4 Pirates. This was their timing, and they do nothing with it.
I think it was a really bad miscommunication when it came to like which targets they need to go on, because he was hitting the Wolf, everyone else was getting gone on, and they needed this front line to fall fast. So yeah, Cloud just survives. The rock got used on top of the Dragonite, so he couldn't finish him off. And one thing that needs to be said, because of that crit that he bought, it's a normal build, but he doesn't have a Shadow Blade, so he can't really reach targets that fast. No Shadow Blade, no Blink Dagger. So, gotta find a way to initiate a little bit better.
I mean, they could have just focused on the third spirit, but they decided, oh, we wanna kill both of them, so... Greed is what was the problem. They definitely could have killed Chira. I mean, there was a Hex, there was a Shackle, you can focus him down, take him out, and go from there.
Was the idea, there's maybe a world in which the idea was to pull the Lycan towards the Earth Spirit, and then there's the splash damage. I think that's what they were gunning for, but it didn't work.
Not really. Maybe overestimating the damage of the Dragonite, which I thought he was going to be doing more, not gonna lie, but armor, it is quite high, and you have to be careful of the Howl, right, as well. It takes away a big chunk of your damage, so you might have to just pop the BKB to remove it. There's the grab aerial. He's continuing with his Night Slashes from the previous game. He's gonna try to go for Predanchik, trying to finish him off. Mushi's taking a lot of damage from Otakar. He needs to move away. He's quite speedy though, and the Dragonite can't really do much this time around. He will not get the TP off. The stun is there in time, or the BKB expires before he gets out. Otakar making a slight miscalculation that cost him his life.
Yeah, they're just punishing these massive overcommitments, and like the way they initially go for a fight and the way they target, it's either too much or too little. And I feel like this is maybe some trauma from the last fight, that they dumped everything into the Warlock. He didn't even have Rock. Like, it was still on cooldown.
And now
I'm not sure. They missed their timings for sure.
They had it. It looked like 1W missed their timings, and then 4 Pirates overestimating their abilities a couple of times, going in thinking they're just gonna be gobbling their opponents up. You know, one thing though I've seen in this game, and we saw it in the other, impact of the mid laners. Natty Narwhal was on fire in the previous one, Chira having a really bad game. This time around, it is the other way around, right? I just don't see this Invoker. To me, he's invisible.
You get that bug? It happens sometimes.
Yeah,
or do you mean like really you don't see him, or?
Yeah, I mean, he's in the Ghost Walk, he's constantly invisible, that's what I was talking about. But yeah, definitely not having the impact that you would expect from an Invoker.
I wasn't sure if it's like literally or not, but yeah, I'm happy that I'm not the only one that gets these bugs.
He's 0-2 and 4 on Natty Narwhal. Like, at what point does this Invoker do something? Is it just is he an alacrity for the Dragonite? Is that his life now?
I mean, he dishes out a lot of damage in fights when the BKBs are out. Like, there's this slump where the BKBs are all 9 seconds, right? And you have to wait for them to go out. And but overall, the hero has pretty cool scaling. It's not like just the scaling in a way that he right-clicks hard later on. You can see the build as well, like Witchblade, Pike into a BKB. plus the fact that he's universal. Like, he actually starts right-clicking quite a lot.
And the next fight, he will do 1,000 damage max. Like that. That is what he has been doing.
More or
Oh
less.
my god.
More or less.
Aghanim Scepter on the Lycan. So he's ready to wolf bite his alchemist. So we're gonna have a real pack of wolves here on 1W. Let's roll in. Ottaker, not gonna be caught. He has a 7-second BKB. There's the lasso. Onto the Warlock, and they do finish him off. Ottaker standing his ground. Let's see how much he can do. With Mr. Morale going in, he does have his BKB, and they're smashing the head of the Alchemist into the ground with the damage of that Dragonite finally coming into place. He does get a chance to attack. Yeah, they blocked each other. They just made such a mistake there on their side, and they just continue to dish out the damage. That Narwhal gets the kill. There it is, the Invoker.
How much damage?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
1300.
Yeah, okay, I was wrong.
Yeah, straight into the pit. Like, you were close enough. This time around, it was way closer the way they fought. Like, they actually managed to utilize the splash of Dragonite. He also has a full Daedalus. Plus, they managed to kill the Warlock before he popped his ulti.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird because 1W they did see the fight coming their way. They popped the wolf bite as well. Bat Rider was just quick enough. Like, he was just a bit faster.
Ariel, he is crushing it, man. If they win the series, it's on the back of his Bat Rider. Not gonna lie, right? Because for me, he's the MVP for sure of the second game.
Just imagine if you're playing a Bat Rider in this game, but there's something invisible always on top of you, hitting you and breaking your blink. Wouldn't that make it much harder for you to initiate?
No, I have no idea what you're talking about, Lizard. Right? This Helm of the Overlord with the pack leader is also quite annoying to the Bat Rider, and they do have a Ricky that is invisible and is attacking. Are you saying that Sweden Strong is not playing this properly?
Just imagine if it didn't have to be Ricky, but it was like some sort of a summon that you can constantly create without worrying if they die or not. Just imagine. Just
I'm
imagine.
imagining it.
Like something like an alpha wolf, you know, something like that. Some animal. Would be pretty
that would
cool.
Help. This Ricky does have a wolf set though, so does look cool. Anyways, though, let's see. There's a gem now on 4 Pirates, really big thing, and as you mentioned, the Daedalus on the Dragonite. So, can they make something happen with this? The Alchemist in the fights, he wasn't dying until he got wolf bitten, and then he thought that he was stronger than what was actually the case. I feel like if you are 1W, you should just ignore the Dragonite. Go for the other targets. That is who you want to kill. The Invoker, the Shadow Shaman, the Bat Rider. Those are the ones that need to die.
They're definitely the easier kills, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes that's the best approach. Just go for the ones that are easier to take down.
That you can take down. I mean, not even easier. Possible. Mr. Morale still has the BKB. It's an 8-second one. Double Sinus as well, but he does respawn with the BKB at a perfect time. And again, Fukushi has to run away. Cheer up. Be able to survive as well. This fight is long. This is the fight that you want. Ottaker is taking the damage slowly, and very soon they're gonna be coming back. Didn't lose the Bat Rider. There it is. Chira Jr. gonna be re-engaging. They do take away the Aegis, but with that, the Dragon form as well. 1W. They're thinking about going in once again, but they also don't have the Chemical Rage, so that does keep you from wanting to go forward. Fishman healing himself up. One more hit is gonna do it. Sunstrike. Not needed. Take the, oh, did he kill him with a Sunstrike?
Yeah, he caught him with the Sunstrike in the end.
Oh, on the edge. Yeah. I thought that he died before it.
What is the true problem here? Because, like, okay, first and foremost, for Pirates, they initiate very nicely. They caught 2 different targets, like Earth Spirit, and I'm not even sure who the other one was with the lasso, but in any case, good initiation by them. The problem that I see from 1W is, like, you have this Alchemist just running around. Is the itemization the issue at the moment? Like, he pops the BKB and he's in wolf form, but unable really to do a lot.
I think his targeting is wrong, right? He has itemized to pick off the sidelines, And he's just always jumping onto the Primal Beast and the Dragonite. Even this fight, right? He jumped in on the Primal Beast, thought he was gonna get the stun before the BKB. I think Mukushi should get this idea out of his head that he's gonna kill somebody before a BKB and just make sure that he's killing, I don't know, Shadow Shaman or an Invoker in the backlines. I think it's a way safer way to approach these fights. Just play like there's no Primal Beast or Dragonite. Right, that's how you should do it as an alchemist.
It's kind of hard when you can't even click around them, you know, like this Primal Beast. Every time I play against him, I'm trying to ignore him, but I literally can't. He's too big.
That's true.
Pops BKB and you can't even click around him. It's the only hero that can literally, well, Brood can kind of do it, but he's worse. He can stand on top of creeps and you can't actually right click on them.
His model is a bit too big. It reminds me of the old Terrorblade model.
Oh yeah.
When they reduced the size. When they added Terrorblade, he was so big on the screen, it would take half my screen away. As there is a smoke now from
Bigger is better. I like it. I think we need those models back.
Size does matter, guys. That's what you're getting from this cast is smoke on smoke action, 1W. They don't want to go over the mid lane. Too scary at the moment. Okay. They now know about that ward. Sweden strong. We'll get it down. They're gonna start gaining some ground here on 1W. Who do they want? They are still going on to enemy vision. Chira smoked up still. Boss Rider would be a perfect first target, but Jira gonna use the Shivas, doesn't find much with it. Mr. Morale coming forward, BKB there again when he sees the unstable concoction, but Mukushi, he's baiting things out this time around. They do find the Shadow Shaman, nice way to start the fight. He's not getting out of it alive. Otakar still got the Satanic, still got the BKB, and add in Narwhal and Invis, and look at the backline. They found it. But Cloud, who has found who? He just sees them all and he's ready to eat them up. Ignoring the Dragonite, that was the way to win these fights. Finally, 4 Pirates, they do find. Alright, they do get found by 1W's Otakar. He is fighting all on his lonesome and he will survive somehow. He does survive, but it doesn't matter. 1W win a huge fight.
Yeah, huge fight for them. Nice, very well played in a way that they found the right targets first. I mean, no one found anyone. The fight was really messy. Like the initiation from Earth Spirit was off, the Golem was off, the Primal Beast as well went kind of in a wrong direction as well. So everyone was just scraping to figure out what the hell is happening. Meanwhile, Dragonite, once he popped Satanic, he was actually stronger than the 4 heroes hitting him. But yeah, he definitely needs the control that his teammates are bringing to the table.
Shield Rune now on Earth Spirit, so Chira is gonna have an even better ability to go in the backlines. Needs to be careful that doesn't get purged off by the Invoker, but against everything else, you're fine. It's gonna be like an extra 1400 HP for him.
I really like that Cloud is queuing up Hex as well. Just extra control, you know, maybe a Basher on this Alchemist wouldn't be that bad too. Yeah, he's queuing it up. Yeah,
just make sure that
helpful.
Isolating targets gets you kills, right? I think that's the smart approach. Hex, Basher, those are the type of items that allow it. They don't make you stronger in a teamfight sense, but make you stronger in a inside of a teamfight pick-off sense.
Killing off the supports, killing off Invoker, if you get the Hex off on them, like, most likely they're dead. Like, they do have some glimmers, some Force Staffs, but just not enough save on their side.
So what do 4 Pirates do? I feel like now with 1W adjusting their team fighting, that it's very hard for 4 Pirates to do much. So what's the plan on their side?
It's kind of harder for them to find the targets. Like you're playing into Riki, into Warlock. They're either invisible or sitting far behind. But you still need to be the one initiating first, I feel like. Can you
just lasso somebody and use your BKBs to take him out like a core? Maybe an Alchemist, just use everything on him? Is that
it's hard because of the rock.
Yeah.
They have this huge reset tool in the form of Warlock. Like, if you could kill him off first, that's probably the best way to start.
Oh, Invoker is scaling with the Plasma, but still down. Ricky has been found. Nice way to start off the fight, and they can kill him, and they do. Doesn't have buyback. Caught up with off this BKB. Warlock has been X'd up.
Warlock.
He gave his life away per Dunchik. He knows how a Warlock player thinks. He's not going to be able to Sunstrike that Wolf as Cloud still coming forward. Chira Jr. is the one who gets the kill, and somehow, despite it all, despite them killing the two supports, they're still being mauled in this team fight. Munkushi loses his wolf for it, and he loses his life as well. They've already killed one wolf, and they want to kill them all. Chira, think about going
actually
forward. Decides against it. He's TPing away from this. Golem will get dropped. He even stopped the onslaught there with a neutral item, just not allowing him to get away. Very nice usage of the Havoc Hammer.
Yeah, meanwhile, Otakar, very nice usage of the teleport scroll once again, leaving his teammates. Like, how many times did he die on DK? Once, right? Like, yeah, he only died once. That's when they managed to... I can't even remember when, but yeah, every other fight he just TPs out and survives in the end. Like a very, very messy fight from 1W. Like, this is probably the best case scenario for 4 Pirates. They're on the high ground, they're killing the Ricky, then they're killing the Warlock immediately afterwards. And once again, 1W know exactly where everyone is. Not sure how Warlock just...
He found the Warlock without the blink. What the hell? He doesn't have a blink.
Just went a bit too deep on Fishman.
Unreal, man. Unreal that he's allowing this to happen to him. Like, a player of this caliber should know better. Roshi just moved and, well, he's gonna die.
I think the real problem was the Ricky being caught, so you move too far on the low ground as Warlock to try and save him. So they get the refresher shard, they get the cheese as well.
Who do you give the refresher to? I feel like double golem is nice, but also Chira, his spells are a big deal. I feel like a lot of heroes I'm okay with getting the refresher shard, even the Lycan. Having the double Lycan form and double bite.
Double hex, yeah, double hex, double BKB, yeah, everything is good.
Yeah, for sure. But for now it is gonna be on the Earth Spirit, so I like that. Him being able to stand longer in a fight and just spread out that damage, making the fight long, is the way that 1W generally win without much pushback.
Gonna be hard to push that high ground though, even with all their spells, even with Aegis cheese. I feel like pushing into bat is always nicer if the bat is that, if you can get the team fight out first.
He just jumped into a smoke screen on the bat rider and he doesn't have the BKB. He's gonna have to get it. They did see the dragon form being popped, and one thing that they do have is very good wave push on 1W with the Lycan shard, so very soon they're gonna have all of those waves in the base. So, banner dropped. I don't know where that banner was dropped at all. So, I guess we're gonna be finding it at some point. As 1W have a cheese on the Ricky, stealing the Wisdom Rune. Moment they're the ones controlling the fate of the game, but you can never really write off a Dragonite. Level 26, any other level 25s that we're getting soon. The Earth Spirit has his, so Magnetize is undispellable. And Lycan is approaching his as well. Alchemist only now hit level 24, so not gonna be happening anytime soon. Arcane Rune on the Earth Spirit. He has a refresher. He has an Arcane Rune.
You gotta go now, right? Like, this is maybe a smoke play. You get baited by this Arcane Rune to go high ground, I swear, 90% of the time. They also have a shard flying out to Munkushi, so he's...
Yeah, kind of has a double ulti. Not really, but close to it. Let's see. Will they go? Chira with his undispellable magnetize and the refresher. Imagine what he can do in these fights if they're long enough. That damage will be insane. And they're coming over. Kushi dodges the EMP, continues the push. Kind of scared, but being protected by the Ricky. Bat doesn't have the BKB yet. He's a little bit farther away from it. There's the lasso. He finds an opening when there was no smoke screen, but it doesn't matter. He still gets taken out immediately. Does have a buyback if need be, but look at Munkushi dying as the Nagus flies away there with the Aviana's Feather. This Fishman uses the Golem. Now jump in, and the tornado saves him. Munkushi, he should be fine. That is a fast little...
They got him.
I thought the chickens don't fly with this one. Obviously, like, he's still on the low ground. That would be an aggressive TP. The Shadow Shaman will be taking him out. Sweet and Strong finishes him off there, having an Aghanim Scepter. He doesn't really have to focus on one. Now you do not have your BKB any longer on Otacurrent. Chira still holding in on the Refresher Shard. So what do you do against this Magnetize? Tornado, EMP as well. As a Refresher, BKB, Chira will be fine.
Yeah, he just gets Berserk Potioned away and he can move away easily. Does have that ulti available. No BKB yet though. Without the lasso, like, you can't hold the line. Like, you just can't defend. You need it. It's up in 9 seconds, but right now it looks like they don't have enough damage. George Dragonite just sold his boots. He wants the Swift Blink at least.
Yeah, he's had enough of being kited in these fights that he cannot get on top of people, so I think this is his way of saying, when somebody gets lassoed, I'll be there to kill them. So let's see if it works out. He's so damn strong in the DK and just cannot do any of the damage. Well, he will be finding the Primal Beast. It's fine for now, even with the Bloodthorn not really taking all that much damage. It's hard to commit for him. Lycan is level 25. He went for the Wolf Summoned. I'm actually surprised he didn't take the reduced total damage for Howl versus a DK. Just makes a lot of sense.
Yep, maybe he went for this one because of the facet, I guess. As he went for the pack leader. I don't even know anymore, you know?
Primal Beast protected there by the friendly Hex. He's really trying to defend this one, but they're just pushing it in. Unstable Concoction onto the two of them. You really have to be careful. And they are going to be using their Wolf Forms going in. Just like Madman, the lasso is there, but onto the BKB. Now with a Hex. That is a dead Mr. Morale who does have a buyback. Will be rejoining in the fight. It's time to bail. You force out a buyback. Need to get out right now. Shira Jr. slowing them down. Doesn't have the Magnetize. Still has the cheese. As they do lose Perdonchik, so he'll get eaten by the wolves in the backlines. That is the Death Golem. And Fishman will be showing Perdonchik how that talent is used.
Easily. They lose the Warlock, but they force the buyback. They easily back off. They can fight another day. They don't have to truly commit any longer. Like you said, like Madman, at this point they popped those double wolf forms. I feel like they could have went for the buildings as well instead of for the primal, but wasted a bit too much time on him.
Yeah, 4 Pirates were actually able to save their glyph. That is, I think, very, very important for a game like this. But I still don't see their path to winning these fights. Okay, that might be a path.
That's one.
Okay, so what is that? 700-800 damage without the dragon form. He's gonna have so much more.
He had a Swift Blink queued up, but he goes for the Rapier instead. The problem is, like, do you think that they can def the top lane against the wolves? Like,
it's just so hard.
Yeah.
I mean, they can, but it's gonna be creating openings for 1W. I think this is one of the games where you get the regen on the Chemical Rage. Yeah, I like that because he already has max movement speed because the Lycan. That's actually quite cool. And double refresher for 1W. One on the Earth Spirit, one on the Lycan will be available.
This is like so annoying that you have to go base every time just to kill off the wolves. At least they're not killing your teammates. At least they're not alpha wolves, I guess. Imagine having 4 alpha wolves running at your base. That would be...
Radiant's courier has been
You're
That
never
would be,
letting this go, are you? You're
Yeah,
never letting this go.
Oh, yeah. Just saying, man. I'm not... not salty
yeah,
at all about it.
I get it. So, 1W, they continue to apply pressure. There's the one refresher orb that is done. Invoker lost his courier with a Hex. I mean, for Pirates, really, they can't catch a break, but they want to catch their opponents. Who needs a break if you can break their legs? As Ariel coming forward, he places a ward. He's thinking who to go for, and it will be a Lycan. Can they finish him off before he uses any of the forms? They'll try to defend him, and he's gonna be fine for now. Cloud is surviving for how long? Not for long. Does have a buyback and come over. Jira eats the cheese and is now super healthy. Turns it around, and Mukushi finds an opening. Even with the Satanic, you get bashed, you get killed, and that is gonna be a Primal Beast dead. Also looking for more. Very, very dead. Shadow Shaman as well, who does have a buyback if he wants to rejoin the fight, but he's just looking way too easy for 1W, and he just came back. The Rapier, it's no longer yours, and now your life is ours. That is gonna be a series for 1W. Nothing else left in the tank for Pirates. They're fighting like hell. They're gonna be fighting until the end, but the end will be on their side as 1W with all 5 heroes alive versus a lot of buybacks win the fight and win the game. With that, the series is theirs.
Whoa, just a crazy back and forth series. Not only this game, but in general, back and forth series. Like this game, I felt at one point when the high ground push happened for the first time from 1W, I thought they most certainly drew it. Like Dragon Knight was way too far ahead, but they just couldn't combine their spells properly in these team fights. They couldn't find the right pickoffs, the right catches, and eventually the Wolves took over. And that was it, really. On Lycan, I like the Alpha Wolves and everything, but when it comes to the Saganim's build, I feel like it might be more of a gimmick sometimes than an actual usable... the camera? An actually usable thing. But... this time around, it definitely did work out well for them. It's just the fact that they could run around the fights and ignore the Dragon Knight. Like, he had a really big issue at following targets. I'm not sure if itemization could have changed something. Like, if he had a Silver Edge, I don't think it changes a lot. It's just very annoying to be kited. Like, I know there's a Pike as well as an option, but you just want all of these other items that he had. I feel like the control was necessary from his teammates, which you have a bet, you have a Primal Beast as well with his ulti, even a Shadow Shaman. And
but you don't have an Invoker. You don't have an Invoker. I think that's the main problem in this game.
I think you don't have a Warlock. Like, a Warlock is against you. So
yep.
Whenever you get a catch, you catch a break, you catch someone, there's this golem that breaks it apart.
Yeah, you're talking about these Alpha Wolves, man, but somebody needs to deal with this Warlock. It's just insane. What is even Warlock's other facet? I feel like nobody in the world knows it. Chaotic offering golems deal more burn damage based on Warlock's health and mana regeneration. What the? Okay, now I understand why Whitemon said Warlock only has one facet. He doesn't have two. Yeah,
he doesn't know really about the massive Salve plus Clarity plus Shadow Word build, you know?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But I feel like it has the same icon as the pack leader, so you would probably hate it as much as you've hated on the pack leader in this game.
Maybe I would, but it's realistically, it's for me, Lycan also has only one facet. It's just that sometimes people misclick the other one.
Yeah, it's the strategy time needs to be longer, Lizard, for it to work out. But we're done with our first best of 3 that is gonna be on the stream. Avulus did beat Liga, but we have 2 more best of 3s today. Of course, only one on this stream. It is gonna be 1 move versus 9 pandas, the last one for the day. We're already behind schedule, so we're gonna be taking a short break. When the teams are ready, we're back. And welcome back to the last series of the day here at our stream here for the close qualifiers of Eastern Europe for FISSURE Universe Episode 4. I'm Harry, joining me is Lizard, and we're watching One Move versus 9 Pandas. 9 Pandas, they ran through Blue Submarine. One Move, they ran through Asakura. One Move's victory, a little bit more straightforward. But coming into this series here, Liz, we've got some big names versus relatively new people on the scene, but it's gonna be a rough one.
It definitely will be. If the other games that we have watched today are anything to go by, we will see another pretty cool series. I have to say though, 9 Pandas for me, like looking at the full roster of teams, taking into account that Avalus have stand-ins, might be the absolute favorites of the qualifier. A lot of seasoned veterans on the team, a lot of players and names that you know, and a lot of players that have been around and that have been playing decently well in the last couple of tournaments. So we'll see if One Move can perhaps make a difference here and bring the new names up front. But I might be expecting 9 Pandas to take this one.
Yeah, so last time that they met was ESL 1 Raleigh qualifiers as well, and 9 Pandas won in 2 games. But they weren't easy games. 46 minutes, 40 minutes, right? It definitely wasn't easy.
Yeah, it doesn't feel that any of the games are easy right now, right? Like even today, all the games in all the series were hard won and hard fought for. So yeah, like these upcoming teams in Eastern Europe are strong, and they will put up a fight. They will not be losing the games easily, and they won't be just being spanked by the old guard that easily.
Yeah, makes sense, makes sense. The draft should be on our screens fairly soon. I know that the teams are ready. They've gotten themselves into it. The lobby has loaded. So, Lizard, are you ready? I'm ready. I hope the viewers are ready for Game 1's draft. Anything in particular? Any heroes that you want to see that you think today maybe haven't been as utilized as they should have?
I mean, we have 9 Pandas. I want to see some bulky frontliner position 5s or a disruptor, I want to see some Undyings, maybe some Ogres. But like, we haven't seen any Ogres. I feel like that hero is pretty damn solid at the moment, so maybe something like that for 9 Pandas. On the other side, I'm not really sure what to expect from One Move. I know that I will not be seeing a Lycan as it's already panned out.
They get rid of the Elder Titan. That is the one that I wanted to see.
Yeah, and like bulky frontlining position 5s, right? Like Elder Titan, Ogre, Undying. These are all solo heroes, and we're not gonna see DET at least. Probably the best one out of all of those at the moment.
Yeah, for sure, right? With all of the heroes and all of the magic damage that is currently in the game, I feel like the ET might even be underutilized.
Yeah, he was picked in every single game. And then he got nerfed a little bit. The attack speed innate, I believe, not the facet, but the innate got nerfed. And, after that, people kind of stopped picking that much ET. But this hero is becoming more and more popular, and I'm kind of sad about it because usually that means that it's gonna get nerfed. So yeah, I'd like my Phoenix to stay as strong as he is.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be a Phoenix and the Dawnbreaker response. I always look at the Phoenix as a pretty solid hero versus the Dawnbreaker, but that's at least team fight wise. Throughout the game doesn't have to be, but they can kind of counter each other. And we've seen in the nighttime what happens. You pop the egg, Break of Dawn comes, you have all that vision. One hero that did make it through, that really didn't make it through any time in the first phase in the all of the games that you and me watched today, is a PA. So there might be a chance.
Yeah, I do think that PA is in a really good spot. It all depends on the team and how they feel about the hero. Like if they feel that she's busted or not. It's kind of funny because she came into the meta because of certain offlaners that needed to be broken down. Like you needed that fan of knives, and then you started picking her into almost anything. I do like the matchups of Phoenix versus the heroes that they banned out so far. I'm wondering what they will combo the Dawn with. Dawn plus Bat was amazing. Like usually with the Dawn you want some sort of a setup. It's not only about Solar Guardian to save a target. Like this Solar Guardian can be so strong at moving on the map very early on. So.
Clockwork maybe? Is that that could be a good one.
Not a bad idea. Like in general, very solid. Like, getting some Lion as well is just incredibly strong with the Dawnbreaker. You get like 2 ways of setting up the Starbreaker. You get initiation that is
5 seconds remaining.
that usually lasts more than enough time for the Solar Guardian to jump in. Shadow Shaman as well, a very good other option.
Considering 9 Pandas play this Phoenix offlane, I would love to see a Clockwork, and we don't get to see it because now, if you want, you can pick one for Loopsy, and that could be a very strong 9 Pandas duo offlane. Something that Paravision play a lot with the MN9 class. I mean, 9 Pandas could probably replicate something similar.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you don't really get a lot of egg hitting abilities here. And you get a lot out of the Clockwork, right? Into the Dawn and into the Zeus. It would be... I would love that pick, absolutely. But they get the PA first.
Yeah, I mean, you see a Zeus, or even the Dawnbreaker, right? You sometimes won't be able to react those 5 hits from the PA. They come out, crit, somebody dies, and then your ulti does absolutely nothing. Plus, PA can jump in, jump out, and not really care much about the Solar Guardian.
Yeah, I think that's the... I think that's so important too. Like PA has so much mobility in fights. It's like versus Solar Guardian, but in the lane as well. Like you can actually blink out of all of the aggression that Dawnbreaker brings in. Of course, you can still die. If you try hard enough, you can always die as any player, any hero. But on PA and Phoenix, like versus Zeus, Dawnbreaker, you probably shouldn't be. At least in the lane, because you have dive against Dawnbreaker and you have blink on top of that. So you should be able to survive.
Okay, that's a Loopsy hero and instant Bloodseeker. Yeah, that is to be expected. Woe has 14 matches on Bloodseeker in the last 7 days in his pubs, so he really likes this hero versus a PA. It makes a lot of sense to go for it. Plus, you have a Zeus, right? And Tiny is still in the pool if they would like to pick it up. But having the last pick, I guess you don't leave it for a support, but I have seen teams do it.
Let's see. A lot of options for them. Like they get this global potential that we talked about earlier as well. Like you have Zeus, you have Dawnbreaker, you have Bloodseeker. There's just a lot of different things that you can... a lot of different little gimmicks that you can do between these 3. And the only thing they need is like a Spectre and a Nature's Prophet, you know, just to seal the deal. If you're low anywhere on the map, you're probably gonna die. And even if you're not low, it's not gonna happen, of course, but it would be... What happened to the good old school, let's have some global strat, you know?
Yeah, well, they do have it now. There it is, right? Zeus and the Dawnbreaker, that's as global as it gets, and they're gonna go for a Riki, so a little bit of vision as well. That's nice, but you don't really have ways of keeping people in place, and I think that could turn out to be a problem for you. That's an offlane Abaddon for sure.
Abaddon plus Muerta, is it kind of something that we have experienced today once already? Like you get this Abaddon into Bloodseeker, he can't heal up, like you're just running him down with your Aphotic Shield. Like you get that facet, you max out your passive and Aphotic, and you're just bullying him. And who's going to be a position 5 here? Is it like actually the Zeus 5?
Yep.
Zeus 5 plus Bloodseeker into Abaddon and Muerta. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure just how strong he will be in that lane.
They ban out Lina. I'm thinking also maybe about the Primal Beast ban. I feel like Sniper is good with one moves lineup, but it pretty much sucks versus a PA.
Yep. One thing that I do see from, I would say both sides, is that their catch is, they don't have it. Like there is literally no catch. So if you're one team or the other, you can look towards these spirits from the mid lane. Like Murta with the calling and Ricky with the smoke screen is an issue, but that's like down the line, and you need an ATOS for that to work. So sure, Abaddon with some Blink Manta eventually, but that's also very down the line, far away from the first 20 minutes of the game. So I wouldn't really mind seeing these kind of flashy heroes from the mid lane on both sides. Maybe a Storm, Earth Spirit, whatever. Ember as well. Pango might not be an option to Bloodseeker, but could be an option for them.
It's just hard to look at a good mid laner here, not gonna lie. It's a rough one. I'm okay with the tiny ban, but I feel like you would be fine versus that hero as one move, and it would be very good for you if you wanted to pick it up. So we'll see.
For me, for one move, I honestly think Ember, Storm, all good.
Yep.
Like all Puck as well is another option. Like they all have the same issue. That's playing into Atos plus calling from Huerta, but that can't be stopping you from picking a hero. Like you know it's coming, and you just have to itemize for it.
I'd love a Puck, not gonna lie. I would love a Puck. I feel like 9 Pandas are probably gonna ban it out because you don't want to pick it into Riki. It just feels really bad, and they could put the Riki into the mid lane, completely destroy you. But yeah, it just looks like a perfect ban for them.
Yep, like having that Puck for the PA for the Phoenix. They ban out the Pango instead. Would have been good for one move, and they get the Ember. Makes sense. Yeah. Now on one move, what do you want to pick here? Into the Ember, like you do have options. Earth Spirit is still left in the pool if you want to go for that. You can have the good old school Storm into Ember Spirit as well. You could cheese things up, of course, go for something like a Huskar, but there is a break against you eventually.
What about a Viper, man? It gives break for a PA and an Abaddon with the silence. I would like a Viper here if one move wants to play it.
You're a genius.
Yeah, I know.
Goddamn genius. No, I like it.
I've heard that a billion times. That's true. That's true. I like it. I really like it in this lineup. I was a hater last time when we saw Viper. This time around, I love it.
Oh, honestly looks like a pretty good game for him. Like you can zone the Ember. You get some nice break, like you mentioned. Like overall, into both the PA and the Abaddon, I wouldn't mind it.
Well, let's see if that's what they're gonna be doing here on one move. They're definitely taking their time discussing this. Maybe they already have an idea what they're gonna pick. They're just discussing of how they're gonna play the game, and the 9 Pandas won't have the same amount of strategy time to really think of how they want to lane it, how they want to play it, to have a little bit more of a talk with their coach.
Oh, okay, that's another option. I mean, this hero just absolutely demolishes Ember in the lane.
But it sucks versus Abaddon, right?
Yeah, well, on paper it should, but I guess it doesn't matter if you dominate the lane that hard, and you have this combo with the Bloodseeker. Like you said, it does suck versus Abaddon. Like you do have a Dispel against him, but that's way down the line. When he already has a Nags and stuff, so once you start clashing, that is, you're not gonna meet him in the lane. Most likely you won't, so...
I don't know about this, right? I see some lackings of this one move lineup, but I can see how it can work, how you can have so much heals that you cannot die. But you don't push. Your pickoff isn't that great. I'm having a rough time here. And then the Ember can poke, right? And with the right poke, if you're forcing out TPs from a lineup like one move, their lineup can fall apart quite quickly. I don't know if I like this, Dazzle.
You know what? I can see it working in the lane. And I can see it perhaps snowballing because of the Ember just being completely crushed. At the same time, I do agree with you. I feel like your call on the Viper might have been more out of meta, but more in place. But let's give it the benefit of the doubt, right? Like he gets some Ags fast, gets some Shard fast. You get that Hex. from the Dazzle as well, which isn't something that you would get from Viper. And he has a really cool set. Like, he looks really mean, so maybe that played a part of why they picked it.
Yeah, probably. Okay, so Liz, I've been very understanding, right, and haven't been asking you direct questions. But yeah, we're gonna turn into our manly Slavic mode, and I need a prediction here. Who's winning game one? Come on. I don't want any. Oh, you know, this guy can do this. No. 9 pandas are winning, or 1 move are winning. Who's taking it?
Sigma moment, huh? Let me see. I do think 9 pandas will take it. Like, they are the stronger team. So that's the easy answer. The easy answer is 9 pandas. It doesn't really take any Slavic attitude to call that one. I think it's straightforward. But
Okay.
I wouldn't mind seeing 1 move do well with this lineup, just because it's a bit, just a tiny little bit different. It's not like crazy different, but they do have some potential. You did see what Bloodseeker can do once he gets a lot of farm as well.
Yeah, I have one question also as well. What the hell is with the Veiled one on the PA? So why that over the Methodical in this game? Yep, okay, so that is
no,
the...
I'm trying to think as well. Like, that's my answer, silence.
Yeah, I assumed that I really have to talk to some of these PA players. I know that VTune was always big on the PA, but whoever you ask, they're like more in the Methodical. They're like, Veiled one is situation, and then you ask them like which situation, and they can't really answer. I hope that VTune would have an answer for us.
It could be one of those things that you just feel. You can't like eloquently phrase it, but you feel it's good. Could be.
Okay, but it feels like a good Veiled one game. I like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
That's it, Just, you know, like you can sense it. Your gut is telling you to go for it.
I like it though, because I think jumping the right targets in this game is very important for the PA, and surprising the enemies with like a crit kill, double crits maybe as well, coming out to get the kill versus all of these heals might be a way to go. But solo, low armor hero versus a Riki, you don't want to be playing the Phoenix versus the Riki. It just feels so bad in the lane.
Yeah, you just need level 2. They caught him. Like like this hero is incredibly strong in the laning stage, or I mean not incredibly strong, but incredibly difficult to kill once you get level 2. But level 1, he is a creep.
Okay, this mid lane, so far it's okay for the Ember. When does it start being a disaster?
It should start right now. Like, he just got the poison touch. He needs to be careful not to get it evaded by Ember every time, but once you get the level 1 poison touch, it already becomes hard for Ember.
He's kind of low on mana on the Dazzle. Okay, this bottle is coming, so
there's bottle.
That's definitely gonna help. We'll see what the race can do in this one. Definitely the Eastern European mid laners. I mean, at one point in time, everybody wanted to be like no one, and now no one is back. And a lot of those kids that were watching him when they were young, getting good in the laning stage, especially, are now in the scene. So that mid lane always goes so well for Eastern Europeans. So I'm looking forward to seeing if this Ember can pull something off.
No, not sure about this one. It could be a bit too difficult. There's always like some potential, you know, to outplay. He's doing a good job at keeping the lane equilibrium under the tower, so he's at least able to contest the creeps properly. On bot lane so far, Abaddon, as expected, doing pretty damn well.
There's nothing you can do about it, right? You have Abaddon, you have Muerta. Both of these heroes are quite strong in the lane, and you can't really pressure them. So I'm thinking that bottom lane is probably going to be a wash. And even now, they killed the Phoenix. I don't see the Phoenix dying any longer now with level 2. So we might just be in for a very
say that, but top lane.
Nah, he has the Aphotic Shield. He's fine. You see, it wasn't even close. Told you.
Had the Aphotic Shield, healing Lotus, and the Fairy Fire. Like you said, not even close.
Well, of course, with a Bloodseeker lineup, you want to be poking, you want to be testing your limits so that you get them low. That's gonna help you in the lane for sure. Race getting kind of unlucky there with the chains, needs to get away from the poison touches. Rain is rotating, so they really hate December Spirit, it seems.
I mean, they picked a hero, and his almost main reason to be in this game is to crush the Ember.
Loopsy
though.
What the hell are you doing? Why did he go for a TP? Either way, he's not gonna die. He will be fine. Solo, a bit too deep here. Needs to be careful, as Not Me is gonna come for him. But he doesn't have the tricks of the trade, so Solo should be fine.
Yeah, he had 9 stick charges as well to live through any possible aggression. They did a good job on top lane to stabilize the lane. The PA is farming behind the tower, even though some creep skipping happened. VTune is just farming.
And that's what you want, right? A stable farming lane with the PA. You got a Battle Fury fast. That is gonna be great for you. But this mid lane, I mean, you called it. The Ember is gonna have a very rough time, and the Race is having it. But he is level 5, so level-wise, okay-ish.
Honestly, this is good. Like, this kind of a performance from the Ember is already good. Like, he is finding levels and he's finding some farm. He's not being completely zoned or demolished. And this is a good lane for Ember versus Dazzle.
Oh, Not Me. Rotating. Can he change this? Can they finally kill this Ember? I mean, you would want to solidify this this lead in the mid lane by killing him, but sometimes teams even overestimate themselves and they go too far. Let's see if that's gonna be the case. Ember in some trouble. He does have a Fairy Fire. The calling is there to protect him. Not Me has one more blink strike to get out. Not gonna be happening. He gets taken out.
Yeah, Rain is here. He might go. Ooh. He does see the Ember, right? Like, because of the tourist, so he went for it.
That's dangerous.
Solo is so dead, actually.
He does have 10 stick charges, and maybe
He's
he
very
gets
dead.
denied. No, AD rune. Too much damage. Well,
He messed up a little bit. He had no dive. He tried to go in there, but there was also a high ground ward that gave vision on him.
nah, he thought he would do okay. Not gonna be happening. But also, Dazzle didn't refill his bottle, so in all that commotion, he didn't put it in his inventory to bottle the AD rune. So a bit of a bummer there. No extra mana for the Dazzle. This will be fine. Tune. At this point now, you just start farming with the dagger, which is a bit of a bummer because the Dawnbreaker will get everything that she wants. You just can't get close to this hero.
He did go for Cornucopia first, which isn't really that strange, but will allow him to just chill under the tower as well on PA. So both of these heroes will be, like he said, just absolutely trading. You need to make a rotation on the PA if you want to kill her. Same goes for Dawn. You even need like 2 heroes at least. So I'm not sure where we're gonna see anything. The game is definitely, like you called it a bit earlier, 3 kills, 7 minutes in. Could
I'm
be a
even
bit more
surprised we got
action-packed.
this. I'm surprised we got 3 kills, not gonna lie. That's 3 too many from what I expected to happen. I guess after that Phoenix kill though. As top tower taking some damage. VTune, he did finish off the treads. He was thinking about just rushing the Battle Fury, but he decides, yeah guys, I'm probably gonna be going into the jungle, and without the treads that would take too long. So smart choice, smart choice.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ooh, all of the core level 6s are done for one move, so Solar Guardian is ready if you want to set something up on the other side of the map. But again, who's gonna set it up?
You don't really have it. Your setup might be the Rupture at this point. You just go in, you rupture a target, then you follow up, but for that to happen, I feel like WoW needs to leave bot, because you also can't really do it on the Abaddon, can you? Maybe you can.
I mean, you can try to force out his ulti, to force him to skill the ulti, which he hasn't done so far. So he's just gonna continue farming. Oh, it's gonna be a diffusal blade Abaddon. Okay.
Damn,
Interesting.
Vitu just like lost 90% of his HP, 60%, not 90, but 60 from one combo of the Dawnbreaker.
That is what
Diffusal
Zero
Abba, huh?
does. Yeah, it seems to be the case. Usually we see Echo Saber, but Diffusal Blade is pretty cool as well. Whoa. He is hunting. He wants to find the PA Rupture, and I guess Vichun could just TP out instantly if he sees it.
Yeah, they do smoke up towards top lane.
Dire's top
Oh, this
tower
is big, right? If Erase can get a couple of kills, they don't break the smoke, not me. He would love to take it for himself. Fish Chains uses the smoke screen. He knew that this was coming, but Vichun gets the kill. It's so huge that he's getting these kills because they're propelling you towards the Battle Fury as Lace just gonna be running. And I don't think he's getting far away in this situation. It went a bit too deep. And should be taken out. Blood right. Not enough damage, but with the Zeus to help, it is gonna be just enough to get the kill.
Cool that they brought the Dawn, right? Like there was nothing on top lane that Triple S could have done, so just goes down bottom, secures that Abaddon kill, also forces him to skill his ulti, which is something that they tend to ignore until like level 10, 11.
Yeah, because I mean, when you don't have it skilled, then you can choose when it gets popped. When you do, then they just get you to 400 HP. As Rain has absolutely no mana, Erase is coming forward. Sleight of his chains in a second, and he really wants this one without any mana. He can't do anything. Loopsy from afar secures it. Very nice that shot.
Yeah, just a good old position for securing the last hit. So what are we waiting for? Like right now, one big difference maker. PA is getting
Killed.
worked on.
Basically, yep, he's gone. That's a big one, right? Because his Battle Fury was getting way too close.
Yeah, good rotations by Wolf. I was gonna say we're waiting for mid laner, but I guess they're not waiting for anything as Bloodseeker can make the rotations. But they also do not have a mid laner at the moment. This is the Dazzle gameplay. You want to get your Aghanim's before you start making any plays, and he's just in the triangle farming it.
At incredible speeds though. He's gonna have his Ags in just 900 gold. That's pretty much done in like 2 minutes. But 9 pandas, they do find the trade in the tower. Their PA will still be staying on the top lane to farm as this game continues to be slow. But very soon one move will start to apply that much needed pressure. And of course the gold lead, it is the difference between the Dazzle and the Ember. That's pretty much it. One move.
Do you like the sorry? Do you like the diffusal on Ricky as well? The brain is very dead, but like, is there anything else that you can go for on not mid but the diffusal?
No, I think not. I actually think there's not another item. It just doesn't make any sense.
What was the name of that Serbian Ricky spammer?
Did we have a Ricky spammer?
Yeah, you guys had a Ricky spammer. You just played Ricky.
I don't remember.
You don't know? Like,
No.
what kind of a Serb are you? You don't know your famous Ricky spammer.
Yeah, I feel very much ashamed right now. I'm gonna send a couple of messages, so LeBron knows 100%.
Yeah. There definitely was one, long time
Oh,
ago.
but was it Surovi? I think he spammed a lot of Ricky.
Oh, no, not that one.
The older guy, huh?
Yeah, older.
Oh, I think I know. Wait, I'm gonna remember. As there's gonna be a dead shot. Silence is in the calling through the blade mail. They really don't want to be doing all that much damage. He has the Solar Guardian to run away. Doesn't even need it because that was what they wanted to force out.
My point is just I would like to hear the OG Ricky spammer on what his thoughts are about Ricky at the moment. But they do smoke up mid, which is kind of interesting. Bloodseeker is really far away from Radiance. They're make all the moves.
Solo has the egg. I think you pop it here right now. No, he doesn't pop it. He thought that the Abaddon was going to be there in time, and just so much damage here from the Dazzle from afar. Not me just finishing them off while the Dazzle is doing that overtime damage. They're going to try to go for the Zeus. He's going to have the jump after.
There's the Grave.
Let's go on. They have the Grave, trying to heal him up. Does the Abaddon care about the Grave? Yeah, he does, about digging one for you. Erase. Gets the kill from afar of Etune. Next hit is going to be a crit, but you have your Battlefield. You're better off just farming now.
Yeah, it was a lot of free kills on both sides, I would say. Like, of course, 2 kills for one move, and 2 basically free kills. Like the one on Phoenix and the other on Huerta, they just died too quickly. I think that was that moment when you don't really expect it, the damage, and from that moment onwards you play a lot safer.
Race. He's being surrounded. They have the smoke screen. They definitely want this kill on the Ember. Or better yet, they would like it on the tower. Loopsy comes over. He knows that his team needs him.
Yeah, they don't have the Bloodseeker anymore. He's farming up down bottom. Like, he's got the Relic now as well. So you probably want to wait for that. You can make some plays, sure, but getting that Radiance online would be massive.
I'm surprised that the Dazzle isn't playing more aggressively. I mean, you have the Solar Guardian to protect you. I don't know what he's afraid of.
Yeah, it's kind of a very tricky hero in that way. You get a lot of farm, you get to the Saganims, but if you overstep your boundaries for just like a, you know, just a little bit, you can get picked off and killed, even with the Solar Guardian. So
I guess
you gotta
similar
understand
to
your
Huskar.
limits. Yeah.
Well, silence, damage. Rain gone. They're just feeding themselves on this Zeus. Poor guy. I mean, he's died 4 times out of 6 kills.
6.
Oh, actually, one time he denied himself. So he died 4 times. Ricky died 3 times. The cores on one move haven't died a single time so far.
But they are taking down mid tier 1 though. Ricky
Dusted up. And there's a pause. So is it the puppy pause? No, B-Tune. He has some issues. Hopefully they do get resolved quickly so we can get ourselves back in the game and we don't have that scare that we had a couple of series ago with one player not reconnecting immediately.
Yeah, what's he going for, by the way? Is this this should be a BKB, right? On the PA.
Yeah, I haven't seen a Deso in a long time. PC Crush. Yeah, don't. So he smashed it.
Solo strong. PC Crush.
Yeah, that reminds me of my father coming back from parents' meetings. That's how
same, same. That's pretty much how it went for all of us. Lizard bed, PC Crush.
Basically how it went, but he's back. No parents' meetings any longer. Hopefully, here for any of the 9 Pandas players, so we should be getting ourselves into the game quite soon. As yeah, they're ready to go, and we are ready to go for this game to continue. Let's get the hype up, because we really haven't had much action. But after this tower falls, Lizard, I feel it in my bones that all hell is gonna break loose. If it falls.
That's a good game, by the way. It was free on Epic, I think.
It is. Laze, getting away. He does get hit by the Blood Drive, but V-Tune is here. It is the BKB that he's going for with this Mithril Hammer, and this jumps forward, I guess, without the Rupture. Nothing to be afraid of. The Race coming in with the haze. They found Rain. Just stop murdering the Zeus. The poor guy, he gets the ulti off. Let's see. Whoa, he might be fast. He's not fast enough. Dies with the dagger, with the crit. They're trying to finish off the egg, and it almost explodes, but almost doesn't count as Lace pops his ulti. He's gonna be healing so much difference. He's lost a lot of his mana. The crit is there. He does get the grave off, but he doesn't have anything else to help him survive. Etune gets a kill with a dagger from afar, and now he's ready for a double kill. It's not enough for him. He wants a triple. He wants everybody. You bullied me in lane. Now you will die to the daggers that Etune is holding up, and how many we don't know as they are coming forward. That's gonna be another crit for an ultra. Etune setting up for those crits over and over again to murder the one move team.
That's a full BKB just completed off of that one fight on the PA. He did have a mithril hammer, that has to be said, but still a lot of gold for the PA. And such a good fight. Good execution by 9 Pandas. After the pause, they just went YOLO under the tier 2. They know that there is still no Radiance on the Bloodseeker, and they utilized that fact perfectly. Sure, the egg died, but it bought more than enough time.
Yeah.
See, they're just wasting all their time hitting that egg.
And it almost even popped, right? So
yep.
Imagine if they were able to protect it. Though they don't really have any stuns, so I think this game the egg is gonna be dying more often than not. We're not gonna be seeing big stun eggs probably. But very nice movements from B-Tune. I loved how he played this fight. It's just beautiful.
Just chilling in the back and using Q. That's how you like to play, right? Like you just stand in the trees. It's my favorite gameplay as well. You know, you just stand and you shoot spells from distance.
Atos. They have the shard on the Dazzle. Loopsy going for a TP out. There is some magic damage going his way. The Poison Touch, it is physical, but well, there's still a Dawnbreaker that you have to think about.
Yeah, well, most of his spells, right? I think all of them are physical on
Yep,
Dazzle.
everything.
And then you get minus armor as well to work with, which is the reason why he deals so much damn damage.
He used to be the full physical boy, now that's Pango, right? So, poor Dazzle.
Yep.
Everybody has forgotten about him.
It's one of those gimmicky, old school gimmicky mid laners. You know, if you want to be an edgy kid, you go for Dazzle, you buy a Dazzle for mid. It used to be the play.
Base, he gets rid of a sentry, so he knows that the enemies are in the vicinity, but he also knows that he can survive long enough to get himself away. So how are things looking to you at the moment, right? One move, I had my doubts about their lineup. Do you think that they're gonna be fine going forward in this game, or did they need to be a little bit stronger early on?
I still think that there is potential for their draft. It's not easy because of that ultra kill on PA. Like, it definitely changes things, and he's got the BKB Battle Fury Yasha now. But there's still potential, and 9 Pandas, they have to be careful of about how they approach it, the rest of the game. There's like this grave on top of Bloodseeker. You think he's dead, and suddenly he heals. Dawnbreaker as well with full Aghanim's now.
Oh, they're gonna be looking towards the Ricky, and that is a very dead not me, so he gets taken out. Race want to get it done. 9 Pandas, they seem to be in control at the moment, and VTube has a Yasha as well. This PA is so strong.
It's just hard for one move to play Dota, unfortunately. Like, I've been talking about the good things that they've got. If you want to talk about the bad things, they have no stuns. Like, you literally have Lightning Bolt and that's it.
Starbreaker.
I mean, yeah, sure. Or Hex from Dazzle as well with his shard, but in general, that's just not enough. You can't play the game on your own terms.
Those aren't really stuns, yeah, for sure. They're just some lockdown, maybe to prevent the enemies from TPing out, but that's about it. They do have the Aghanim Scepter on the Dawnbreaker, though. And I feel like the way that 9 Pandas are playing these fights, when they do happen, the way that they're running around you, it just makes it so easy for them to not get caught with that Solar Guardian, to force it out and then go in once it's done.
Very simple. If there's no control, very simple, of course. Maybe some ATOS on their side as well. Like, hence the Ricky ATOS, which, like I asked you about the diffusal. Like, he didn't go for it in the end. I think I really think, yeah, sure, Diffusal is the better item on the hero, but Atos might be better for the game. They just don't have catch. It's needed.
Dire's top tower
Ah, that's true, but you're also versus an Abaddon. We'll see, we'll see. I don't dislike the item. It's not actually half bad. One thing though, when I look at this 9 Pandas lineup, usually we look at the PA as like the ultimate late game hero. I think this time around 9 Pandas, that's one thing that I'm looking at this one move lineup, that their late game could actually be very scary, right? You could get to a point where you cannot die on any of your heroes. Seeker, Dawnbreaker, Dazzle. So if I was 9 Pandas, I'd ramp up the tempo with the Sagas.
Yeah, for sure. That's one strength that they've got. The BKBs, once they're up, Dazzle, maybe a Dawnbreaker as well, get something.
Dire's top tower.
That Atos, it was so close. So freaking close. I think they nerfed the projectile speed a couple of patches ago, but yeah, they do want difference. And they use the egg, well, even if you do, it's not gonna change anything. So we talked about the stun problems on one move. There's definitely some on 9 Pandas as well. We're still gonna be going for it. You're gonna have to BKB this if you want the kill, but Rain, yes, he says no. He can do it without it. Has a crit, doesn't want to use it on the blade mill. Oh, hello, Ricky. Yes, I do want a bonus kill if that's not a problem, but no vision at the moment, so he's gonna have to be careful. They're really doing their best to pop his Aegis with an Abaddon on his side. Not gonna happen.
They're trying to pop it without really committing heavily, and unfortunately for them, it's not possible. And one move, if they want to take a proper fight, they need a Bloodseeker. He's not there yet. He does have a BKB and Radiance, and I believe Dazzle's BKB, yeah, he's got his as well, so...
Bottom tower is under attack.
They could even take this fight, even into the Aegis, I feel.
It's just so scary, right? You go into that fight, you might pop your BKBs and the enemies will move away. You can even use a zoning egg if you want to, and at that point, one move, there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, whatever you do on the side of one move, they can just BKB and go away. That's the problem.
Yeah. But let's see, 9 Pandas, they're forcing down this tier 2. While this is happening, one move, they don't have any intention of defending it. Not me, he's so close to being caught. Lucky for him, no sentries in the vicinity. But that's the first tier 2 down, and whoa, has an AD rune. This might be an opening. They go for a smoke immediately. They're going for it. Let's see, who is the first target? Who do you want? You have a good ward in the mid lane as well.
Might actually be a difference maker here.
Oh, let's see, B-Tune. He's like, oh, he has a double damage. Well, let's see how I do without it. He's gonna get ruptured. I want to take this Aegis away. Whoa, coming forward. He's gonna get some misses in. Where's the Abaddon with the Aphotic Shield? There it is. He removes the Poison Touch immediately. Sword Guardian coming forward with V-Tune. He still hasn't used this BKB. Meanwhile, backline, they're trying to finish off the egg, and they will be successful at doing it with Tune. Going in difference, they want the kill, but another Grave comes out, so he will be losing his life. Laze has his ulti, however, Erase, he doesn't have a way to extend his life, and now you're down to do difference. Is he gonna be getting another Grave? There it is, spamming his spells, and you just can't bring this guy down with a BKB TP out. That is the only reason that V-Tune survived, and one move, just unkillable on their side.
Yeah, I guess we might have reached that point in which they're...
Already?
Yeah, already it seems that way. And you could see the difficulties with using that egg. Like, he pops it. Sure, you waste a couple of seconds of the BKB on Bloodseeker, but it really didn't matter. Already we have arrived at this point. What needs to be said is that PA might have taken a bit too much damage, and they forced... it forced the teammates to just heal her up and use all their spells on her. This Dazzle as well, like, he's the main target. He's the one that needs to go somehow. And while he has a BKB, it's probably not happening. The Grave cooldown is almost non-existent.
Yeah, you don't have it. It is, he's just spamming his spells and getting another Grave, and this is before he gets his level 18, right? Once he gets his level 18, it's basically gonna be constant Grave if he does have the mana.
Yep.
Maybe that's the reasoning behind this Diffusal Blade of the Abaddon. Just make sure that he loses mana. And he's going for an Axe on the Abaddon, so he's probably thinking, okay, if you're surviving forever, I'm gonna try to keep my team alive as well.
Yeah, not a bad idea overall. Even though it kind of moves away from the current like meta on Abaddon, where you're just going for, I'm gonna carry the game from the offlane on my own. I still like it. I still like the Axe build quite a lot.
Yeah, it's a good idea. We haven't seen it in a game recently, so I cannot gouge how strong it is, but I do think it is a smart approach for sure. And Dazzle now has a shield rune, right? So if you're 9 pandas, don't fight him. Don't fight him. He is too freaking strong at the moment.
What do they have? They have a shield rune on Dazzle, and they also have a full SNY on Bloodseeker. Like off of that last fight, he's got not only the BKB but the SNY.
Oopsie. Not gonna be happening. No TP. No life. Poor guy.
Oh, they see VTune as well. No Rupture though to catch him.
They're just gonna posture aggressively. Whoa. Getting himself into the face of the opponents, and really 9 pandas lineup right now, it doesn't work at this moment. They need a couple of more items, and you know, I see the Sags on the Abaddon and I like the idea, but I still don't know if it's the right thing to go for. It is very hard to understand what 9 pandas need in this game. I feel like they need VTune to go ham, and that's about it.
I feel like they need control no matter what. Both of these, I guess, you know, if both teams don't have control, maybe no one needs it. Imagine there were no stuns in Dota. This is the approach.
Yeah, then Dazzle would be picked a lot if there were no stuns. Pucks as well. But who knows? Who knows if the puck would be that strong if there's no coil. As Satanic is done, the PA now does have ways to stay in the fight a little bit longer. He's thinking about an Orchid. So that's most definitely going to help at killing the Dazzle once his BKB is down in the fight. And I think it's now 8 seconds, so still quite long. And he also has an Illusion rune, so good luck killing the Dazzle anytime soon.
It's still, I would say, a proper approach. You're not killing him any other way. The other option is for one of your teammates to be buying it or getting a Hex. You know, like the Phoenix can purchase it. It's a really good item on him. Maybe on Ember too.
I really like the Shivas on the Ember. No, right, if it any kind of heal reduction versus a Bloodseeker Dazzle Dawnbreaker is quite needed.
And a lot of armor for him, right?
Yeah, for sure, right? Physical damage is something that you're dealing with. Though, I feel like one move have a lot of mixture, right? A lot of physical and magical. Yeah, sure, it's Zeus, which is a support, but I still think he packs a punch. Especially, he's going for an Aghanim Scepter, so Rain is gonna be an even bigger beast. There's the silence with the calling. Not me will be fine, and VTune just didn't have the guts to go forward. I feel like if he jumps that tricky that he gets him, but it's too scary.
Yeah, he didn't know where the Bloodseeker was. Now he's gonna get gone on.
Doesn't want to pop the BKB. This doesn't feel good for 9 pandas. They're just being pressured from all sides. One thing that one move are pretty bad at is shoving out the waves. They have a Dawnbreaker, but you know, Ember Spirit, Phoenix, PA with the blur. It's a lot easier with these heroes to shove out the waves.
Yep, it's like you said, only the Dawn that likes doing that, staying on one side of the map and then joining on the other.
And he's being countered by the Phoenix, basically. Solo is doing a better job at dealing with the waves than the Dawnbreaker. Well...
Oh.
Yeah, damage. Just enough. Nice Zeus ulti just for division.
Yeah, he did a good job up to this point. They comboed nicely to punish him.
I mean, overall.
Not even a Ricky needed, right?
If you are a Phoenix, I think you're glad to die there. Not gonna lie. That's not a bad death. Got the wave. Lost your life. Left a ward. That's it can be worse. Okay, Solar Guardian Radius is ready. That's huge with an axe.
They have a couple of things. It's that, and it's this Zeus that just got a kill. He has
what a snipe.
He's got Aghanims now as well, and Lightning Hands, which is obviously way more important.
The most important thing. I mean, he does farm fast. That's one of the reasons why he's the most farm support, and actually by far. But yeah, that was beautiful using his Aghanim Scepter to get a kill. Is that his first kill on the Zeus? No, on the second one.
The first Aghanim's usage, he just threw out.
Yep, that is true. That is true. And Rain has been having such a rough time early on. He was kind of food for the opponents, and now he is one of the heroes that you have to be afraid of. There's the Rupture solo. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Right under the Nimbus, even if the Zeus didn't come over, you're not getting away from that one. What is it? Base cooldown 2.5 seconds for the Nimbus, so TPing inside of it is impossible.
Yeah, they're moving straight into the pit. There's no Phoenix. If there's no Phoenix, there's no team fight. And it doesn't even look like they want to contest this. Like, they have some pretty big items on their cores, but like, Ember, PA, and Abaddon, what are they missing? They're missing a stun. That's it. They're missing some control from their offering. They're not having it. And they didn't supplement with some control from position 4 or 5.
You have the Ags on Abaddon, so now we're gonna find out just how much of a difference that's gonna be making inside of a fight. I feel like it's solid versus a Seeker as well. There's a lot of AoE damage on the other side, but I think now I have a good understanding of what this one move lineup is doing, and I feel like that 9 Pandas are not respecting it. That they think that VTune can carry this, but I think it's just not gonna be an easy thing to do at all.
Yeah, maybe if he is able to blow up a target fast enough, you know, like you just jump in and you kill the Dazzle before he even uses a spell or pops the BKB, then it's kind of doable.
You need
if that's
both.
not the case, yeah.
How do you do it? You need both the Bloodthorn and the Abyssal Blade, I think, for that to happen. And even then.
Pretty much, yeah, no, with those two you definitely can, but you do need both.
Wait, but look at this. You try to do it, you can do it once, but next time, if the Dawnbreaker is ready, I think he just instantly jumps in to stun you with the ulti, and then it saves the Dazzle's life.
Yeah, that's true as well. I'm not saying it's perfect, I'm just saying it's a play that's maybe the way that you can approach the game. Maybe your Ember or your Phoenix gets a Hex eventually, and then you can jump. I'm surprised Solo isn't, I mean, Solo isn't that kind of a player, but a Hex would be really good on Phoenix this game. Just getting it.
Yeah, I feel like you have to think about those late game items already. Not me, being a little bit annoying to the Ember. They know they can't get the kill, but they want to push it back.
He's actually queuing up Refresher. I feel like Refresher is pretty bad here on the Phoenix. Just because, like, the way you play the game...
I don't like it.
Your egg is dead in... most likely your first egg is dead.
Very weird that he's going for that one. I think he's gonna change his mind, though.
Yeah, we'll see. If you plant the egg well enough, and if you play again around it well enough, then anything is possible. I just feel it might be a bit harder to execute, but that's why he won all those tournaments. He can clutch it out, I guess.
Ember needs to get out. There's the ulti of Zeus, and Ember will survive. Erase is okay, gets into the base, still had 10-1 charges and the BKB to work through, so not even close. Bloodthorn is ready on the PA, so getting a kill on somebody in the backlines, quite possible. However, it is basically only one move getting the kills in the past 15 minutes. I think they haven't lost a hero, maybe even more. Let me check.
It's been a long time, yeah.
So its last kill happened at like 23 minutes into the game.
So we've had 12 minutes of heroes just farming. Good old PvE server. I think we loaded the wrong server here.
Yeah, 9 Pandas were losing a couple of heroes, but they haven't killed anybody for basically 15 minutes.
They will have a 25 on PA by the way as well. So
and on the Seeker.
25. Yeah.
What is he gonna get? Do you go for coup de grace chance?
On Seeker you go the Rupture charges.
Yeah, but on the PA?
On PA... I'm not sure, aren't you going for... I guess you are going for coup de grace chance. Back in the day you used to go always for triple strike. But
if you use the triple dagger, you're pretty much securing that your next hit, if need be, is gonna be a crit, right? Because 34% times 3, it's basically 100, so... We'll see what he decides to do. I like both of them. Both of them do make sense. There's the double rupture. It is now available. 2 of the tier 2s have been taken down. They want the last one with this one, but the creep wave on the top lane is gonna be a problem.
Yeah. He's what, like 40 seconds away from the Aegis being reclaimed, and so far they haven't really utilized it. I mean, they have if you consider farming utilization of the Aegis.
He went for coup de grace chance, so plus 10%. I mean, jumping in on somebody and surprising them with 2-3 crits. It is now a real possibility. And then you have the Bloodthorn on top of it, so the damage output will be quite high from the PA. And he even gets the Ancient Guardian, so all in on damage.
Yeah, and they're smoking up on the other side meanwhile. There's no Aegis, but still they instantly smoke up.
Oh, Dazzle has level 20 talent for the poison touch damage. It's insane, and he also has an AD rune. Ascetic Scab. This Dazzle is just not gonna die. In VTune, ruptured up. He needs help. Dodges the ulti from the Zeus. He has the Satanic and the BKB. His Lays, they do force out his ulti. This is quite dangerous for the Abaddon. He's not taking all that much damage. He needs the Sunray to heal him up, and okay, he's fine. That burrow time does last for too long.
Yeah, they did manage to back out without using a BKB, without using basically any big spells or items. Yeah, borrow time, of course, but it's a 70-second cooldown, so that massive.
He's gonna be fine. How does the level 25 of the Abaddon work with an Ag Scepter? Is it every time gonna be a an AoE Mist Coil? Or
I believe so.
Oh, that's actually OP.
You're gonna be healing up everyone around you. It should be very broken.
Solo, that doesn't work. You should have learned up until now. It's just so hard to play versus the Nimbus.
Yeah, it's gonna be harder to play against 2 of those, as he's not that far away from a Refresher Orb on Zeus.
He's what, like 600 gold away? He's queuing up a Rapier on Zeus. Do you think he goes through with it on Rain? That he just stays in his base and destroys them with the Magic Rapier?
Magic Rapier, I wanna see it. I'm down for that.
I mean, buying a Rapier versus a PA is, as a Zeus, is kind of griefing the game. But who knows?
You don't challenge his genius. You just leave him be. Let him buy. I'm down. Can we vote for him to buy Rapier somewhere? I want to see it.
Maybe like collect funds. Like if you buy Rapier, you get this amount. That'll be cool. 65 to 35, one move. They're definitely in control. 9 Pandas, they haven't gotten a kill in 17 minutes. And I don't think that's gonna be changing anytime soon, not gonna lie here, Lizard. VTune, after that ultra kill, he has been awfully quiet.
They've been... That's the last fight that they took that went their way, and that's it. They do smoke up though, so here goes. All or nothing. They do have a blink on Abaddon as well, like you have blink Ags. You can always be in position to heal heroes up. And they might put Solo as a bait, you know? You kinda always know what Solo will be doing.
Well, nope, he's in the backlines. Okay, but maybe somebody comes close. They see, whoa. There's the blink, the Harpoon as well. He pops the Bloodstone. Solar Guardian forced out as well. They do move away from the area for now. So 9 Pandas, is this enough? The bash is there, going in. not really doing all that much damage by Vichu. He has been ruptured. There's the double rupture. One on Lace. Now let's see how those heals are going to be looking. He still has the Satanic Bash on the Dazzle. He needs to kill him, but he gets the Grave off once again. There's the second ulti of the Zeus. They did lose the Ricky for the AoE damage, but Vichu, he's just not doing anything. The Seeker is going to the fight, just spraying blood on everybody. Is it your own, or is it Seeker's Erase? Trying to get himself away, but we see you clearly. You're not getting out of this one alive, as Vo finishes him off as well. The Dazzle might have died, but you just need so much damage on 9 Pandas, and they don't have it.
You need to find a way of killing off the Dazzle faster than that, and then maybe you can fight. But the only reason why this fight even went, I won't say well, I would say like at least the reason why they managed to kill the Ricky and the Dazzle is the Abaddon. Like you can see the moment his ulti popped, they were able to stay alive. Like you'll see here, they're getting destroyed, then the Abaddon ult pops, and see they're just healing up. They're just healing. Like this PA is getting HP, she's getting it. The moment this ulti stops, right here, everyone is just dead. That's it. Fun's over. And they're losing a full side of Fraxis, by the way, as we're watching this replay. Bot lane is getting absolutely demolished.
One more hit after the glyph, and that's gonna be a Lena Rags the glyph. Oh, nice deny. We've been getting
Another
a couple of those today. Oh, one move. Looking really cool with this draft. I'm loving it, man. You know, I saw it, I didn't understand it, and the more they're playing it, the more I get like what they were gunning for. It's literally a ticking time bomb, and at some point you just don't die.
Yeah, this was basically the only scenario in which I saw them maybe winning it. That's like the Dazzle plus Bloodseeker being unkillable. I love the approach from the other side, but the problem is you only have one borrowed time per team fight, and that's it. On the other side, Dazzle can heal you forever as long as he's alive.
Oh, scan. Perfect, on the money. Whoa, he's just standing his ground. He's just so freakishly tanky. You don't have a nullifier to remove this this shield of his. And there's the ulti. Now they know roughly where the positioning of 9 Pandas is. As Woe is running in, he knows that he's not the one to die. There's the Shivas. They do rupture the Phoenix. Solo tries to get away. He gets hit. Silenced up as well. Has a buyback. Needs to return into these fights. Looking towards the Zeus. They do take him out. He has a buyback. Refresher in a couple of seconds. So he will be coming back. Burrow time is available. Abaddon healing up. He wants to get close to home. They need to heal Vichu. They need to heal him now. Where's the Satanic? He's just not healing that much. He's trying his best, but the damage is not there. Grave will get used. I mean, not even needed, really. Nobody was getting low on the side of one move. They're just unkillable. They cannot lose these fights, and by not losing fights, they cannot lose this game. That is a full 5-man wipe, and GG being called. You just cannot win it. It looks way too easy.
They actually call it. It's anything but, right? Like, it looks way too easy, but it was anything but. They played it very nicely, though. Waited. They did their time. They waited for these big items to come online, and from that first team fight that they won, I don't think they ever felt like they were out of the game. Like it never felt like I don't know. Like you see this PA, and she's getting the getting the orchid, she's getting the silences, she's getting the bashes, but every time a team fight starts, like there's no damage, and that's all due to Dazzle. You are dealing damage, but you're not killing anyone, and if you're not killing anyone, they just get healed up. You're playing versus Bloodseeker versus Dazzle. Two very weird drafts. Like no stun drafting, no stun Dota. Seems good. Stats resistance too strong. It does play a part in these drafts, of course, but this was like the Dazzle being a really good pick into the Ember mid lane and playing a massive part together with the Bloodseeker at the same time.
And you saw difference there, just how he got excited. He's like, I told you this was the best pick. I told you we can't lose with this hero, and his team trusted in him. It just ended up being a perfect last pick for them. I really didn't expect Solo, you know, the most seasoned captain in all of Eastern Europe, to just get outsmarted so much by relative newcomers, let's say.
maybe he expected this draft to just work. You know, sometimes you have faith in what you've drafted, and you expect your teammates to be playing a little bit differently around it. Maybe if they had another sort of a jump on top of, maybe if they had another sort of a jump on top of Dazzle, that could have worked, but they didn't. Like, they had only the Ember to truly go in, and the calling wasn't really it. It wasn't good enough. Maybe they could have played the game a bit faster too. Like, both teams were seemingly very satisfied with just chilling and waiting until late game happens. But I truly also believe that to win against Bloodseeker, you should be winning earlier. Like, this hero needs to be stopped. The moment he gets too big, if you aren't on par with the farm, like, he takes over.
Yeah, his late game is insane. It's just so different in the way that people are itemizing with him, and it just takes the game by storm. Without a nullifier that they were building on the Abaddon, you're not going to be dealing with him, and especially when he's protected by 1, the Dawnbreaker, and 2, the Dazzle. But with that being said, we do have our highlights ready for this game 1, so we're going to be taking a short break, and after that, potentially the last game of the day. And we are back, as we said, with the potentially last game of the day. But if 9 Pandas can take one back, we are going to be getting ourselves into another full 3-game series here. I'm Harry, joining me is Lizard, and you're watching FISSURE Universe Episode 4, Close Qualifiers here in Eastern Europe. Game 1. And Lizard, I feel like if people haven't watched that game, it's actually very hard to explain to them what happened. That just after 20 minutes of the game, that 9 Pandas were incapable of getting a kill. It was just impossible versus the lineup they were up against.
Sometimes you lack damage, sometimes you lack stuns. This time, okay, they didn't have stuns, but they definitely had the damage. The problem was, how do you burst someone down fast enough? Because there's just like too many graves. The cooldown is way too low on the dazzle. So I feel like the way I see that this last game is, dazzle might have not been the plan all along, but it was just a perfect pick. You know, like it was one of those situations where I don't think they pre-planned the dazzle like 100%. Maybe they played it here and there. Maybe it was one of their options. But I think it's just one of those heroes that you saw the opportunity and you took it. And it was like the best hero for the moment. Not only because it was so good against the Ember on the mid lane, but also it made your whole draft much more difficult to play against. So I do think Dazzle was a problem, but Bloodseeker being banned out or being picked by 9 Pandas, maybe that's an option for them to consider.
It just goes to show that one move's preparation was good in that game. I also, like you, am not sure if they planned for their lineup to work that way, or even after they picked the Dazzle, did they know that it was gonna be that good? But man, that lineup looked scary. Do you think that Dazzle might be coming back into the meta, considering that we see all of this melee mid laners, you know, Shakers, Monkey Kings, Embers, Earth Spirits? Is there a chance he comes back?
I feel like the problem with him is that some games, like, you can still do the same. Like, he didn't really crush the lane last game, he did alright. But sometimes you're playing this Dazzle and you're getting picked off, you're getting killed by the enemy supports, you're being jumped on. This time, like, he didn't play against anything like that. There were no ways for 9 Pandas to just jump and eliminate him before he got the BKB and started fighting on his own terms. So he can be in the meta, but there are certain reasons why he's not picked as much as he used to be, at least.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, I see this Nyx Assassin and I instantly think, if there is a Dazzle in a game, and there's a Nyx Assassin as well, that Dazzle is gonna be one sad guy every single time. He's gonna be the main target, right? And then when you have lockdown problems and maybe burst damage problems, then obviously a Dazzle is gonna come out here and there. But people even forget about the hero. 9 Pandas, they get rid of the Phoenix. The bans are roughly the same as in the previous game, but the Phoenix is out. So what do one move want this time around? They're the ones that are gonna be opening up the draft.
I just want to see Solo on a solo hero. Phoenix is okay, but I want him playing one of these brawler-esque frontliners. I feel like when you're playing something dumb, you can focus on your teammates as well. Like, you can focus on the macro and not the micro. If you're just running around decaying people or running around bloodlusting, it might be a bit easier to make all the shot calling.
There it is, the tombstone save for the Doom. Makes sense. Let's go.
Perfect. That's the solo I like to see. I mean, even though Undying isn't that massively... I mean, he did become more popular lately, even on offlane, right? Like, he's being played on offlane more. But
this is my take.
Yeah.
Fishman doesn't play this hero, it doesn't work. That's how I see it. That is how it's been in the last like 5 years, I think, in competitive Dota. If Fishman doesn't play it, it doesn't work. And Solo has played it a couple times in the past 5 years. I think a lot of it hasn't gone too well. if the hero is not in the meta. And I feel like I saw his pubs that he's also not doing that well with it. Yeah, he's like 37% in the last week with a with an Undying, and it's basically all he plays.
Yeah, that's not a lot. 37% feels kind of weak, but into Doom, this should be like,
solid.
A very solid pick. Yeah, it opens up. I don't know, like you can go for something like a Drow on position 1.
Let's go.
Yeah, versus a Doom with low armor. It opens up a Gyro as well, right? Like a lot of position 1s that are sometimes hard to play. Gyro not being one of them, but yeah, this definitely opens up those heroes.
I'm looking at VTune's heroes, and pretty much everything he plays is very bad versus the Doom. He plays Slark. He plays Ursa. Ursa can be okay. Morphling. He plays Huskar. He plays a Alchemist, right? All of them suck versus the Doom. So yeah, I would like something like a Drow to come out. I feel like that's in the VTune's alley if he wants to pick it up.
Yeah. Is there something that Doom hates playing against right now, like super massively, besides the, I guess, the monkey in the lane?
I mean, Medusa is annoying for you throughout the game. That could be the one. But I see Undying Medusa, and I feel like you're just gonna get kited way too much.
Okay, the Gyro is the ban from 9 pandas, and they just open up with the bat first. So they're kind of showing their hands when it comes to the two supports. But the two supports are very straightforward. One gets a lot of creep skipping, one gets a lot of farm and the catch, and the other, if it's a support Undying, which I do believe it should be, the other just gets a lot of bullying potential and a good, just not a good, one of the best laners in the game.
There goes Zeus again. This time around, I'd really love a Tiny. I feel like Undying and Batrider. Undying is kind of squishy if he doesn't get the decays off. And then you have the Zeus to scout him out, Tiny to kill him. I'd love something like that. Something that can catch this Undying and just make him disappear. Or you could just think about, we're gonna kill your Tombstone. Something like Snapfire. Not really in the meta right now, but could go that route. Nope, they go Ricky. So same support duo as last game, worked out well for them.
Yeah, you can approach the laning stage in a way that you're just creep skipping, right? Like with Ricky, you're playing into Undying. What do? You get the waves around for Doom. But the 9 pandas are stepping up. Like they're serious mode. You can see the pace of the draft as well. This is way more confident. Like Wraith King into the Doom, of course. Just one of the worst carries to Doom ever in the game. And then on top of that, they get Enigma. There aren't really many easy ways of breaking a BKB Black Hole, but you're not even counting on that. You're going all auras like your Vlads, your pipes, drums early on the Enigma. One problem that I see from Wraith King is he does tend to fall off eventually versus most carries. He's not as strong, not as late game as some other ones are. Seeing that you have the Doom and seeing that VTune is definitely a Morphling player, can one move also take the Morphling away from them or something like that? You know, so these Omega late game carries are pretty solid for one move.
I feel like, considering there is an Enigma, that you might just go Seeker again. I mean, why not?
Okay. Yeah.
It could happen. And then they go Clinks. Okay, whoa, this is his second most played hero in pubs. And I was like thinking if he's gonna pull it out. He goes for Maelstrom. I just don't think that this hero is good versus the Enigma in lane, right? Because you don't have the Burning Barrage any longer. We'll see. We'll see how it works out for him.
And you have Zeus. They've got some magic resistance. Like, can you kill the Eidolons fast enough? Let's see. Maybe there's some potential. Like, you definitely can move around through that pact against Bat, which is of course nice. Like, you can at least you have that going for yourself. But it could be difficult for sure. And once again we see this draft that is fairly limited on stuns. It has to be played like I don't know, like this is ninja mode on one move. Yeah? Like you have to be, they are stealthy ninjas, and that's how you kind of have to play the game. Poke and prod, get pickoffs with Zeus ult. Meanwhile, on 9 Pandas, you just want to play Dota. You have the black hole, you want to play around the team fights.
Last time I didn't understand their draft like thoroughly, or I didn't really understand how strong it could be. This time around, I definitely don't get their draft. Like, I don't understand why pick this Clinks over something like a Seeker, over something like a Monkey King, over, you know, heroes that generally do well versus the Enigma in lane. I'm just not sure about what they're going for with this one. In every game, he's going for the same thing, like Falcon Blade, and then like Maelstrom Shard. So, but he has won every single one of his pubs, though. Right? So that is
does he go for? Does he go for? He does go for engulfing step, right? Like, of course, I feel like all Clinks players do.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see. Maybe some tar bomb and you kill the Eidolons together with the Zeus.
Maybe.
Not sure. He definitely, like, if he's playing that much Clinks in pubs, he obviously knows what's up. They are the ones that snatch the Tiny, so the control now and some stuns, some initiations are definitely there for them. Should be at least a little bit easier with the Tiny pick. What can you do here? Can you just timber this game up? And you are playing into a Doom, but...
Maybe a Shaker?
5 seconds remaining.
Also an option, maybe just an Earth Spirit.
Yeah, Dwayne Johnson versus the Mountain. That's how it goes.
Yeah, I'd love to see some The Rock against the Mountain. They get the Shaker instead. Close enough.
So I'm okay with the Shaker. The only problem I have with the Shaker in this game is that until you get the BKB, that the Riki is kind of a problem for you. But after you're done with that, you're fine, and you might even decide to go for it over the Aghanim Scepter after the Blink Dagger.
The Blink. Yeah. Or maybe just rush the Aghanims. I wouldn't even mind that one. And get the BKB, get the Blink. We'll see what they go for. In any case, I feel like both teams should be satisfied with their last pick mid laners. But like you said, this one move draft in general is a little bit wilder. And there's so much potential for them to play the map fast, to get pickoffs left, right, and center. Like, you have the Clinks, you have the Riki, like, you can constantly make moves. I'm not sure if this is the draft that will win you the series against 9 Pandas, but I like the draft. I feel like they need to, however, they need to play a lot faster than the last game. Like last game, they were just chilling, farming. This time around, they need to make all the plays on the map.
Yeah, but also I'm looking at this. I like the Tiny pick. With the Tiny pick, I have a better understanding of how they need to play. So I like it. I feel like these supports on the other side actually hate being taken down by the Tiny, and you have superior vision with the Riki and the Zeus, which is great. I'm still not 100% set on the Clinks, but we are gonna see how strong it is laning wise and game wise. There's one thing about 9 Pandas though that bugs me, Liz. I mean, there's a reason that the Wraith King isn't being played. There's a reason that the Undying isn't being played. Do you think that these heroes might just be too weak?
I'm not sure about Wraith King. I feel like this hero it has a place in Dota, but did he go for he didn't. He went for Bone Guard. Yeah, that's what I see often as well. I like the Spectral as well in some games. I don't know, like, I don't think they're that weak. Like, Undying is definitely solid offlaner. Wraith King is also solid, but can be kited later on. Like, you just get kited and you fall off. I think that's his biggest issue, biggest weakness is. No one is gonna stand there while you hit them, and most of the time, you do not get the basher or the abyssal on this guy.
Yeah, you're that one jump, one hit. If you don't kill them, then you're kind of screwed. And I feel like that type of Dota doesn't really work. I mean, we saw it there with the PA, which is a much better hero, much harder to get kited, and you relied on the fact of bursting people down. It just didn't happen.
They're scouting V-Tune. He might go for this.
He's in trouble. The blood grenade is gonna be used. I mean, only 3 armor on the Wraith King. He used to have only 2, but then they added 1 extra, which I think is a big deal for his laning stage. Difference, he doesn't want to be taking this much damage before the laning stage. This is kind of annoying. I mean, you're a 0 armor hero versus a Shaker, so already you are gonna be in a world of hurt.
Yeah, plus the equilibrium completely in Shaker's favor. But you are tiny, you carry a big stick, so he should be able to get towards his bottle, nonetheless.
We'll see if that does happen overall. Bottom lane, 2 melee heroes versus an Undying. I know that the Riki is kind of weird in that matter, that he doesn't really get too close, but I think double decays are something that's going to be happening in that bottom lane a lot.
Even a singular one constantly applied on Doom is annoying.
This top lane, I think I'm the most interested in, because Clinkz is just not a hero that you see nowadays. I mean, Woe might be the only guy that consistently plays it that I've watched recently.
There was Miracle, like he actually played some Clinkz unsuccessfully, but wasted. God, bot lane.
Run. He's fine. He's fine, and
Barely,
while he's running
actually.
away, is he fine? Man, those skeletons, they really do put in the hurting on you.
Gotta be careful. Ah, okay, Solo went for a Tombstone level 2. I was thinking if he takes Soul Rape, he might even snipe them, but maybe even with the Tombstone they can dive this.
Decay can now kill you, right? But because it does 10 damage, so they finally made it at level 1 Decay can finish people off.
This is still, though, I feel like pretty bad. They wasted a Tombstone, and it's because of it. Because of this Tombstone, the lane will be pushing in.
I mean, Doom can't get close, so it's Ricky getting all of the farm and the experience, I guess.
Yeah, he's just, you see, he's just controlling the wave very nicely. Now, this is, like, this Tombstone, I feel like, gave a lot of breathing space to the Doom and the Ricky.
I also like that stun, though, from VTune. He prevented him from getting the extra 125 gold. Then it would have definitely been a disaster. This way, 3 CS on the Doom. I guess it's still fine, right? You're crushing
still
him.
playable, yeah. For sure.
And lo and behold, the Clinkz is not doing well versus the Enigma. I mean, not surprising at all. I'm still waiting to see, but of course it is only the start of the game, so we'll see what WoW has to do. But I really hate it when Enigmas get these free lanes. Usually an Enigma is versus some carries just a free lane for them, and when this hero gets a free start, just crushes everybody early on.
Yeah, they're trying to take down the Eidolons with Arc Lightning. I think they just misread this this lane. They aren't able to kill them off fast enough. That's it. I really think they just misread it. They tried with Tar Bomb plus Arc Lightning spam, but all they did is feed some Magic Wand charges to the Enigma.
I'm glad that the Tiny is at least doing okay for one move. I mean, sure, you're gonna be losing the lane versus the Shaker, but he's definitely doing okay, especially with starting off the lane with like 30% of the HP missing. Whoa!
Top lane Undying
is out. That's a nice TP out. The Enigma couldn't get close enough for the Malefice. No boots just yet. He's just going straight up for the drums. So no wonder he wasn't able to close the gap.
Yeah, meanwhile, you can't really force the Wraith King out of the lane.
Oh, oopsie! Just on his own versus 2, surrounded by creeps as well. He gets an easy first blood. Again, they're bullying Rain in the early stages of the game. Didn't work out for them too well last game when they killed him multiple times. Might work out this time. Just look at the Zeus and the Undying net worth. Like, what the hell is that? You almost never see that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think that's the Zeus and Undying special. And a couple of other heroes that buy a lot of mangoes and spam them. Well, there isn't really a lot of them that just waste all their gold on consumables anymore.
But these two do. B-Tune getting kind of low, but all three of the cores of 9 Pandas are topping the charts here. Ricky going forward. He does have the blood grenade, coming close to it, and he definitely wants the skill, but will get stunned up underneath the tower. Still has the tricks of the trade, and B-Tune will be going down. He loses his life. It was Triple S that got the final hit. The solo does finish off Not Me, but this is actually quite nice for the Doombringer.
Yeah, pretty cool Hurricane usage there to get the Raid King in range to finish him off. He had stick charges, I believe 6 or 7, which should have and could have kept him alive if not for that Hurricane.
As Rain jumps away, Flamebreak does stop him, but he still gets himself out of a tough position as Ricky does rotate. He's gonna leave the Doom alone for the time being. It seems that runes are gonna be on the menu, and well, Tiny. He wasn't stronger, but he was luckier.
If you gave me a game, guess the MMR, and I open it up and I see like Zeus, Klinks plus Ricky in a lane, I'd be like, this is Herald.
Not even Guardian? You're not giving them a Guardian?
I'd be guessing Herald. The only reason that I would guess Guardian is maybe Enigma on the other side, you know. But if I only saw these three in the same lane, I'd be heralding that up.
Yeah, one of those, but overall, so far so good for both of the teams. The starts are okay-ish, the Klinks is kind of suffering.
They're going to
Brain, he jumps out, has 8 stick charges, they're taking a decent amount of damage, and will be taking out way too many units difference. Coming over, the tosses there really won't be doing all that much. It is being slowed down. They need to kill this Tombstone. They're just being overrun by zombies, and they do finish it off, but now the slows are there. From the sticky napalm, this first rotation of difference does absolutely nothing for him. He's just gonna go down. His lane didn't go too well, and now going down right afterwards in his first rotation is a disaster, while the Shaker is pretty much having a free farm in the mid lane, and he gets an easy kill. No, Fissure! He saves the enemy's life, and TP from the Doom. Erase doesn't know about it, but also the Doom won't even finish it off as it races out.
That was such a crazy Fissure that he loses vision on the Zeus, isn't able to catch him. Last hit him. Very unfortunate because he did waste the Echo. But then again, if you're 9 Pandas, you're really happy with the laning stage so far.
It doesn't get much better than this, really, when you look at it. It's actually quite nice for them.
Do not Google Klinks net worth.
Yeah, just if the observer could move it away, because he's making it pretty easy for us to Google it. Bottled regen rune not really gonna help you versus the Doom, and now he's surrounded. The Klinks is gonna be joining in on the fight, getting the kill. Whoa, gets tossed in. A poor man's blink. They need to finish off the Tombstone. Will be able to do it. Extra gold for them, and he might just be getting a double kill right now onto Soul. They're gonna allow him to have it to get that net worth back up, and Googling it right now is not gonna be too bad for him, as he does propel quite close to the 5th spot in the network chart.
Yep, now you can do it. Good rotation. You can see that he's very comfortable on the hero, even though the lane went poorly. He's making some moves on the map. That was mostly due to Doom being used nicely on the Shaker, of course.
Well, he still has the regen on the Shaker. Raze, they're gonna try to kill him. He has the wand charges, uses them, and it's not gonna save his life. In the end, he's out as well. Once again, that's twice in a row that they kill him. Killing a blink hero like this twice in a row after his laning stage was going well. It's actually quite a huge deal.
It's massive. Like, this Tiny was far behind the Shaker, and now he's like 200 gold above him. A massive comeback.
There's a black already. Whoa. Well, with the Tiny being close, that's not gonna be a problem. Whoa, now gets his 3rd kill in a row. Speaking of a comeback on a Tiny, that's the comeback on a Klinks as well. And the
What's
one that
happening
is now
to 9 Pandas? Like, they had almost the perfect start when the lanes were stable. Now the lanes broke. So did their game.
Avalanche toss. You don't have anything to break the black hole, but you do have the silence from the smoke screen, so that's quite nice. They are going to be losing Not Me, going a bit too deep there. Loopsy gets himself a kill and will be level 6 after that.
Still another incredible trade for them. Can they get difference? He's got haste. Yeah, he's fine.
Dire's middle tower.
I really like all these offlaners that secure the runes. Doom was on the bottom lane, like Triple S was actually securing the bot rune. I really like seeing this.
Especially in a game where you have Shaker and the Tiny, right? The runes are kind of what dictates the tempo of the game here.
I see it like from 90% of tier 1 offlaners right now. They start controlling even from minute 6. Like they move in for the minute 6 rune. As offlane, not as support. It makes a huge difference. Enigma might be dead again.
Yeah, he's very dead. I don't see him getting out of this one alive. There it is, caught. Okay, move Woe, please. Yeah, there it is. Woe was moving away so that Difference can get the toss, and Difference was moving away so that he could get the toss. But
Ring around the Enigma.
Ricky gonna be scouting these stacks. So, is his team coming? The Tiny doesn't really have all that much mana, so I guess you just have some info here.
Yeah, this sentry is there from the Ricky, so he isn't scouted. They also get a nice obs. Maybe later on when someone goes to farm it, you can... Usually who farms it is the Shaker with the first echo. He just goes in, gets all the creeps, echoes them, but might be a bit late for that now.
He might do it solo. Getting on the silence is there. He cannot get out of this one alive. These two Invis heroes, they just take you out, and we're seeing the power of the Clinks. The Difference is coming over to steal the stack, at least get the big stack. You can't get the Ancients for now. Lasso will be used. One Difference dead. His path is blocked by the fissures, so poor guy, nowhere to go and nowhere to hide.
Yeah, they did get the stacks, but still, this is a really good punish. They needed to get something going, and also Vitune can farm up the Ancients, so his rotation isn't really only for the kill.
And again, Triple S secures the rune.
Yeah. It's a really annoying game for the Undying. Like, in the laning stage, he's really strong in a game like this one. But afterwards, it's really annoying to play against Clinks plus Ricky. They can blow you up almost at any given point in the game.
And what's with this skill build? I mean, we don't see Undying much now, but 3 points in Decay and 2 points in Tombstone. That just feels weird to me for the Undying.
Yeah, might be some solo special. This is your offlane build, right? Like sometimes with definitely 2 levels of Tombstone, and then you max out Decay to
nice
little pick off.
Blink dagger reveal. When is the blink on the Tiny coming? He needs like 350 gold before he gets it, so. But it's gonna come out soon. A race has been found, and he's pretty much surrounded by enemies. He's not getting out of this one alive. He blinked in, he doesn't have any mana. Ulti from the Zeus just to see if anybody's coming to help, and Difference gets the kill so that he can propel himself towards that blink faster.
Yeah, he's got it now. Like, you've got the blink on Tiny.
You would want to open up the mid lane tower before that blink is delivered. There is a glyph on 9 Pandas, so they will prevent this, at least for now. Is he gonna hide his blink? No, he's bringing it in. Yeah, that's not a way that you want to reveal it.
Middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is
So, they get a tower. The way that they were losing the laning phase, you never would have imagined for this to go this well for them. Solo, already in position to prevent any kind of rune steals. Ricky, not gonna be there in time.
If this was Fishman, I'm telling you, that rune was getting stolen by the Ricky.
Yep. Whoa. What is he gunning for? It's very hard to play this game for 9 Pandas. I don't see many of their sentries to protect themselves. They might even think about an early gem in this one.
Right now, the only sentry that they do have is... Actually, they have 2. One in the river and one on the enemy side.
Doesn't give them anything, really.
Absolutely no info.
Maybe one in the mid lane can help you. But they are gonna go for a smoke, so trying to get themselves out on the map. Maybe punish somebody. Whoa, would be quite nice. Scan off the mark. Nobody gets clipped by it. And finally, they take down that ward. But it has served its purpose for a long time. It was there.
Maybe they can set up by baiting on the Enigma. So far, they would always go and make that move on the Enigma. Zeus.
Well, they should be able to get him lasso mid-jump and just not going anywhere. At least you force them to use the lasso. That's not half bad.
Can they still fight this? There's no Doom, there's no Wraith King.
They reveal their sentry. Loopsy. To be careful. Avalanche toss. That is a very dead Batrider. Just super fast, super easy. Shaker has a blink. You need to get away from here right now, as they are going for difference. Tombstone has been placed. The TP from the Doom is coming. Difference. He will have a round of spells. Ricky going in. That is a 3-man silence. And Tiny is out. The Black Hole will be used. They're trying to finish off this Lynx and will be able to do so with VTune rotating. They do finally bring down the Tombstone. So one move do get some things in return. Doom is available. Nice fissure onto the two of them. Avalanche to keep them at bay. Not me. He has the blink, but he doesn't get it off in time. Blood grenade being used by Rain, a very late one. And Ricky, for a second, it looked like he was gonna live, but in the end, it is a small victory for 9Pandas.
Yeah, he tried getting away. He tried using smokescreen first. Maybe he could have tricks of trades, but Malefice was the problem. And I'm not sure if that was a small victory, because they do get the clinks, right? Like, that's a massive kill.
Rain jumps out just in time. Didn't want to echo for this, and Doom is coming from the side. The reason I'm saying small is that you use some of your big spells, but the echo is still up. And Triple S just hasn't been able to use the Doom in this game. Does not be. There's a double silence now onto the Shaker. You would want to use his ult. He's not going to be using anything. He's just dead. And the chase is on. They have the drums. Nice blink away. The lasso will be used. Nicely done by Loopsy. Every single time he outplays this Ricky and just gets the kill.
Yeah, very well played by him. He was 1 against like 3 or 4 heroes, but he gets the kill and gets away. So overall, I do think that 9Pandas have stabilized the game a little bit. They were bleeding left, right, and center. It might occur again once this phylactery is finished. Tiny gets that extra burst of damage. Of course, the Kanda is the real deal, but phylactery as well is nice to have. Yeah,
for sure, for sure. Oh, the Shaker is going for an axe. I feel like this is so greedy for him. I mean, this smoke screen is annihilating him in these games, and that's not gonna change. That's really not gonna change anytime soon.
There's like one 4-stab being built by the bat that can help him, and that's it. And that can only help him for now, right?
When there's
a
charge.
Oh,
later. What a Zeus ulti. They were going for a Clinks there, and he just ultis in time to stop all of the blink daggers. What timing, insane.
What they need on 9Pandas right now is the blink on Vitium, right? Like, this Wraith King needs to get the blink. Once he does have the blink, then you can actually jump these backlines, maybe even the Clinks easily.
Triple S top lane. Is he gonna use his ulti? Yes, he will. Avalanche onto the two of them. Echo Slam gonna be used, trying to protect his buddies, and will be able to do a difference now. Can he get out of this one? Definitely not. Meanwhile, the rest of his team is around the mid lane, and there is nobody to find. Straight into the pit they go. They don't have the Tombstone to help them, but they're gonna try without it.
And that's gonna be the fastest, the cleanest one, but they do have the damage. You got Wraith King, you have Shaker as well. Bat isn't the worst, though. They did kind of take it slower now on one move. With Earthlings and Ricky, more than anything else, like, these heroes are just farming and chilling. Like, if you remember, just 5 minutes ago, Clinks was everywhere, making every possible play, but he's just happier farming for now.
I can't believe that Ricky is not queuing up a shard. From the Tormentor, it went to the Zeus, which is kind of not that great. But I feel like it's just a great shard game in this one. Plays found. And once again, there's not going to be any black hole usages. Very clean pickoff.
These heroes are just dumb. Like, when it comes to pickoffs, like, you have Ricky, you have Clinks, you have Tiny. if they find someone, he's instantly dead.
And Zeus is approaching his Nimbus. I mean, Rain with his lightning hand is just getting so much. Difference is dead. Avalanche to slow them down, and Rain, he even got clipped there by the flame break. Not me.
The left side,
out.
not me. Yeah.
It's fine. Barely though. This Raid King is starting to become a problem, right? Because they can't kill him. You have a Doom that does nothing to him. All of this burst damage is kind of crappy versus a Raid King, so VTune is having himself a free game.
It might be one of those mythical good Raid King games, you know. The rare, you pull the rare card.
The Raid King game is real. That's something that you really rarely see. Again, Zeus goes for a scouting ulti. As Raid King is getting his blink delivered, Shaker is getting his axe delivered. So a big spike for them, as they're gonna be looking towards this Tormentor and stealing it away. So Ricky, no chance of getting his shard.
Maybe
okay, you got the crappy shard again.
Yeah, maybe they can take Radiant Tormentor instead. They're kind of low on the Radiant side, so I'm not sure they can contest this anyway.
Raid King is coming over. Okay, that is the guy that you don't want to fight against. He doesn't really have that much HP, and he's alone. So this was a very cool bluff that one move they just don't want to call.
If they actually knew what the situation was with the other heroes, they would have went on him. Because Shaker and Undying TP'd base even. Like, they couldn't even connect onto the Raid King. Like, they were way too low after the Tormentor.
That is the downside of using your Zeus ulti for scouting. Imagine if they had it there. Use Zeus ulti and like, oh, you're alone. Well, why wouldn't we just kill you at least once? But they decide against it. A very even game though. What does Dota Plus even say? It says 53% for one move, so yeah, quite close. Woe has been dusted, and Woe will be killed. They overlap their stuns, and it just doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter at all.
He actually got scouted by the ward, which Zeus dewarded right now, like a second or two ago. So he knew he was under vision. He just still went on.
They're gunning for the Raid King. He's alone. Okay, they're coming through the twin gates. They know that one move are hunting, so it's time to bail. Very nice read from 9 Pandas.
There's the dust.
Out. Nicely done.
Nice try by Raze to try and find that sweet spot where he can actually use enchant totem, but
I mean, he screwed up, not gonna lie. He should have moved away and then jumped onto the Ricky. He was trying to get him with an AoE of the aftershock instead of just moving away and then jumping on top of him.
Very, very true.
He's like, I'm gonna make this awesome cool play, and then he forgets that he really doesn't need to. It happens. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, he's just tunnel vision onto something. Nice smoke break by Ricky.
Beautifully done. Leave some vision there as well. I think that the gem timing for 9 Pandas is coming. Usually it's around the 30-minute mark, but this is one of those games. We just won it earlier.
They might catch Clinks here.
Oh. Who was the one hunting? This is a timing for 9 Pandas at the moment. One mover just not capable of fighting them. They have the Doom available. We've only seen one of it used in this game thus far. As a blink dagger.
If you doom the Shaker or the Enigma, I feel like you might even be able to take this fight. Aegis is out.
Well, no more Aegis, no more Courier. That's dust and some wards taken away from Solo.
Another Courier is flying out. This one might be dead as well if... Yeah, they're moving it back to the tier 2.
Yep. You have to keep those up, and that would be a 4-staff on the Bat Rider, so definitely don't want that. Stolen Tormentor, and Ricky does get it. That's actually quite nice. Only one 4-staff thus far.
is under attack.
They're playing the split game quite nicely, getting themselves inching towards these bigger items, but top
Nine
lane is
pandas
being
are
pushed in.
Erase. Gonna go. Take down the Zeus. Rain taken out. Does have a... Oh, actually doesn't have a buyback. He had it there for a second, but he might be needing a bounty rune to get picked up, and there aren't any on the map at the moment. No more glyph. Are they just letting this one go on one move?
It seems that way. They're not even moving back. Tiny's still pushing down bottom. I guess getting his BKB. Yeah. Now that he has it, maybe this is time to fight.
They don't have a glyph. They have a Doom, however, but you need to see a Shaker. What's going on? Toss back into the tier 4s. It's not where you want to be. Let's see if that BKB will be protecting the Tiny Tombstone in an aggressive position. They're going to be using the Black Hole. There's the Doom on V2. They want him dead. Yep, they are going to be getting him down as well. He will be turning into Wraith, trying to do as much damage as he can, not to be in trouble. Blink Strike away as the Doom does go forward. Black Hole not available, but the Echo is still there. They're all clumping up together. Raze, if he finds an opening, it'll be quite dangerous. Whoa, very nice usage of his steps there to just get himself into a better position.
Yeah, gotta be careful about that Echo. Sure, there's no Black Hole, but there's layers on layers of teamfight for 9 Pandas. Still, Tiny, he did sacrifice himself, but that was a really good and cool play to get rid of the Wraith King. Wraith King does not have a BKB, keep in mind, so if he's back, like, tossed all the way back the way he was, they can kill him twice easily.
They showcased it. They showcased it quite nicely there. Erase. He's approaching his BKB. I feel like this is the one biggest item for 9 Pandas is the Shaker BKB. That just changes the game completely. And you want to kill him at least once more to delay that one. Blink in.
For sure. They might get him.
He's gone. Usually you go in with the jump of the enchant totem and then you blink away, but he did it the other way around, so it was quite easy to understand where he went.
Yeah, a lot easier to catch him. They do have a gem on Bat, and they,
finally,
like you said, some of these items they change the way the game is played. Shaker, BKB, definitely the gem as well. Because I'm looking at one move, and they literally, like their name says, have only one move, and that's pickoffs this game. Like go and get targets with Clinks and Ricky scout them out and maybe burst them with Tiny as well. If you can move together on 9 Pandas, I feel like you're I wouldn't say much stronger, but you are. I feel like your teamfight is better.
Well, let's see. BKB's 4 staffs versus this Ricky Shard. It is kind of a necessity to be able to play this game at all. It's gonna be very rough to do anything. I mean, even for a Wraith King, right? He might not die, but the miss chance of 75% makes it very hard to play. At least he's getting a Bloodthorn, so that's gonna help.
I love this Bloodthorn. I actually adore this item on Wraith King, even when you don't have like big miss chances to play against. I just like Orchid on him, and Bloodthorn, like the new, oh, kinda new Bloodthorn. Gives you the attack speed, gives you the damage. It gives you everything that this hero actually needs. So. Not that bad.
I like it as well. I feel like Wraith King is the hero that you would want to trade your first life for 1 kill on the enemies, and if that happens, then you just overwhelm the fight. So it just makes sense to have an Orchid, because it does allow you to delete one hero if you find an opportunity.
It just gives you that extra little bit of catch, right? And a little bit of control. The slow is nice.
Solo? I don't know why he didn't want to kill the Nimbus himself, but either way, attempting the Roche, one move, once again, just not even close to fighting this one. So this time around with the Tombstone, it's gonna be even faster, cleaner, and easier for 9 Pandas to claim this.
Yeah, bottom line is they probably understand as well that, oh, Doom. Oh, damn, that ward didn't see him. That's Ricky though.
He gets silenced up, no tricks of the trade, no blink out for him. Very easy pick off. Loopsy, I think, is crushing it. And you highlighted the Batrider players today, but there's so many of these good Batrider players. They're just doing everything right.
Yeah, he's got a very cool tier 3 item as well, the Psychic Headband. Some extra range for everything, really.
But speaking of tier 3 items, Ricky got an enchanted quiver. I imagine just how much damage he'll be doing. Like every 4 seconds you jump in with Blink Strike and you just take away so much of somebody's HP.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, aftershocks.
He's got a blink, by the way. Blink diffusal, Ricky. Just very simple for him to get away, right? Like tricks of trade into blink.
They need their tiny ready here. Also, Zeus. Let's see if Rain will have better positioning this time around. There's a glyph. They're going an echo onto the Zeus. Okay. No BKB on the Enigma, so I think you kind of lost your main team fight to Avalanche. Toss back, Loopsy. What a play from the Batrider coming over so that he is the one who gets tossed back. Oh, that's beautiful.
Can they maybe continue chasing off of that? They did buyback on the Zeus. So
I feel
maybe
like you
this
do
isn't
want
enough.
to.
Yeah.
And they are.
Up.
Whoa. You get there, you can get easily bursted down. There are ways to cancel the black hole though. One move.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, they got scanned. Man, that's just perfect for Mine Pandas.
Yeah, absolutely massive scan. Right on the money.
Knowing exactly where they're at. Calculating the time they weren't there, but Ricky has found them. He breaks the smoke, and they will be finding a triple man avalanche. That is a perfect way to start off the fight. Let's see, Erase getting taken out as well. He does have his Aegis, but let's see how much it will help. Beechun being killed by the Ricky. There is a lot of skeletons, but the Doom still available, and they're going to be using it on Beechun. Where do you think you're going? He's going to be fighting until the very end, finishing off the Ricky lasso as well onto Woe. They're living through it all. Beechun will lose his life. He's going to try in his raid form to run down Triple S, and does manage to do it. This Tombstone surviving for so long. The difference, he's the one that has to take it out. If that had died earlier, a completely different fight, but 9 Pandas, they live through it all.
One hero that you don't want hitting that tombstone is the Tiny, right? Like he is the worst. But that, to me at least, the beginning of that fight looked incredibly good for one move. Like they get all the circles, they get the Nimbus, they get the smoke screen as well.
Oh, that fissure, and it blocks him in. He has to BKB TP out. That is just perfect. He had one more hit, would have finished off Loopsy, would have been able to run away, and just a perfect fissure to prevent Loopsy from dying, and also a BKB TP out was used as well. Where's the gem though?
Oh, Zeus sold a bit too late.
He's staying close. He had the Nimbus. Oh, didn't have the Nimbus. Okay, so. Way.
Just a tiny little bit too late. He's queuing up the same items, by the way, the Refresher Orb and the Rapier on the Zeus. We'll see what he gets after the Refresher.
Oh, that is another Tormentor dead. Doom Tormentor, not the greatest, but I think with the Wraith King and the Enigma units that you might just heal quite a lot in this game in particular.
I don't know, this is one shard that I'm never buying. I feel like I don't even want to get it, you know, like the bad shard when you're a support, basically. They will smoke up after getting that shard, though.
Well, Doom will be available in just 8 seconds, so you want to go forward. Yeah, I was trying to defend that shard once when casting with D-Panda, and he's like, no, it sucks. No, it sucks. He didn't even ever let me finish my sentence.
Oh, they know where Clinks is.
That is a good way to start off the fight. No lasso.
Though. Yeah.
Solo, DPing out. Damage just not enough. Did they spot Vichun there with that jump onto the high ground? I think they did. He has no TP, he has no BKB, he's just all alone. He has nowhere to go, he has nowhere to hide. This is a very dead Wraith King. He gets the Bloodthorn off, and these skeletons are doing a decent amount of damage, but it's nothing that is going to be changing the outcome of this catch. Vichun is gone.
That's a massive pick off. I feel like Solo should have, like if he knew there's no TP, he should just pop ulti, Tombstone, fight them there, buy some time for his Wraith King. Very
Probably.
unfortunate. Like, they were setting up for Klinks, actually, on top lane. They had the Shaker in position, they had the Wraith King in position, and they got punished heavily.
Let's see, it's a 7k gold lead, but 22 to 22 still a very equal game. Solo has been found, he doesn't have the Ceaseless Dirge, and he's just gonna get demolished. The damage output of one move, just every single one of their heroes hurt.
Yeah, this should be the Wisdom Rune and the Tormentor because of all of that.
Tiny shard.
This is one of those situations where they lost a lot for almost nothing, but at least the Shaker did steal the enemy Wisdom Rune, like the Dire Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, at least something. Lace does have his Bling BKB Black Hole, and you really have no ways of cancelling this one out. But what you do have is a double Zeus ulti in the next fight, of course, if he does wait for 90 seconds, which can prevent those Blink daggers from doing much. And just having vision of the Enigma is gonna be a win in itself. But I kind of feel like if I'm this Enigma, I'm just popping BKB, I'm jumping the Klinks, and we're killing him in a second. Or maybe even the Doom. I guess the Doom can cancel your Black Hole.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a Blink, right? Does he?
He has
does
it now.
have it now. There you go. He just received the Blink from the courier.
Is this one of the games where you buy an Aghanims on the Doom and you just jump into the Black Hole every single time?
It's definitely a play. If he thinks about it, I feel like it could be the play.
Yeah, especially if there's some Lincoln Spheres. I feel like until there are Lincoln Spheres that he might not think about it, but there is one being built on Shaker, so
Yeah.
maybe.
He's very close. He's, what, 1,000 gold away from it? 900? So.
I could do with more of that.
Yeah, very close to it. And also there's gonna be a Lotus on Undying, but he's a little bit farther away from the item.
They're also thinking about dealing with it in some different ways. Ricky is actually going for... It's far away, of course, but he's got 2k gold and he's going for Wind Waker. So, another way of dealing with the Black Hole.
Initially, I think the idea was to get the Yules versus the Bloodthorn, but then you look at the game and you think, this is actually a very good Wind Waker game.
You just love it when the things align your way,
Yep.
you know? Like you go for one thing and then some domino effect.
I still remember, like, when I was trying to learn Sand King how to play him. I had a friend who played a lot of it, and I asked him, like, how do you always get 3-man epicenter stuns? Like, I see 2 heroes together and the third one always comes. He's like, it always happens. As Nine Pandas, they are coming in with the smoke. One move, they have a smoke of their own. Double Zeus ulti as well.
Radiant are scanning.
You won't. They have the Lincoln Sphere on Erase. Definitely don't want to be the one getting doomed, but now it is the Enigma that will be a target. Rain, every single time it's him. And this time around he doesn't have a buyback. There's the ulti. Okay,
Oh, they know.
Oh, Solo. Don't want to die. Difference. Nice. Force that, but now also the Bat Rider has been found. Jump from the Ricky. He needs to jump out. The damage is insane, and the second ulti from the Zeus gets the kill. They do lose position 4s on both sides. Onto the Shaker, but you cannot commit. Buyback from the Ricky, buyback from the Bat
He's
Rider.
in.
But there's
He's in a really bad spot.
Oh, the catastrophic one. The Black Hole will be used onto the Doom. Not sure if you really want this one. And Tiny coming in. This is what this hero does. Won't get this away just in time, but the last one will be there every single time. This Bat Rider, he just does his job so well. Buyback from Woke. He wants to come over. He wants to fight for this Roche. Not me. He needs some help. The healing Lotus keeping him alive. And VQ, you don't have your ulti. You don't have your life, but he will take the Ricky down with him. That is a dieback. 4 heroes on 9 Pandas have died. Make it 5 as Solo did buyback as well. But the Roche is now open. One move, they win this fight.
And that's such a absolutely messy fight. I don't think the Black Hole was on the target that needed to be used on. Like, they used it on what? A Doom that already used his Doom. It wasn't really that big, and Klinks didn't get clipped by it. Meanwhile, the only reason why they managed to get the 3-man Echo is because they were trying to save Ricky. He went way too deep, so they were giving him an out. They were giving him targets to blink out on. Just absolutely messy fight from both sides. in the end, one move, they do come out on top, and this is like a 20k now advantage. This Tiny, Klinks, of course, he's the damage dealer. We all expected it from him, but this Tiny as well, he is doing some massive work.
Insane. Insane, really. And the Bat Rider being dead, I think that's the big one. You can definitely go high ground, at least force out the glyph. Also, Burning Army. Look at the skeletons just coming into the enemy base. It's just so hard to play versus this, and they do push. Goodbye, tier 3.
Yeah, maybe even Raxus.
Range Raxus, definitely. Done. Oh, Tiny's gonna have an Aghanim Scepter. Not a lot of things to keep them in place, but I think 9 Pandas do get clumped up, and I think the idea for one move is just to use the spells from afar. You don't want to commit when there's a Tombstone, when there's a Black Hole or an Echo waiting for you.
Maybe you can even kill the Enigma during the Black Hole, right? Like with this. Not necessarily my favorite item on Tiny at the moment, but eventually you can get it. I wouldn't mind like maybe an Echo even instead, but this is still very solid. Not me, mid lane.
Oh, that's really bad if the Bat dies. This opens up the high ground push for sure towards the top lane.
That's a massive bait by the Riki.
Huge. Poked a bit, and Refresher is now ready on the Zeus as well. So if he needs his ulti again, he can most definitely have it. Tiny's level 25 as well, Lizard here. So 2 toss charges, even more damage coming out from him. Well, top lane is shoved out, so I guess that is still a victory for 9 Pandas. Very nice usage of the Eidolons.
And they will have the Bat in 20. So not enough time, even with the Sages. Not enough time for now to capitalize on Bat being dead. What's the hold up though? What are they waiting for? They will have
level 25 Klinks.
Yeah,
Daedalus and Starbomb multi-shot. Man, this level 25 of the Klinks is dirty, man. Right, with the Burning Army, I think they're just gonna die on 9 Pandas.
Yeah, keep in mind that he also has Ancient Guardian as his tier 4. So, even more damage. Plus a DD.
And look at the Doom. He has the pack leader Zora. So he ate the wolf, and understandably so. Race needs to be careful. Lincoln's broken, doomed as well. Pops the BKB before getting stunned. There's the save with the Tombstone, and they're just focusing on the Tombstone right now. They want it dead. That AD rune, it's really doing work. Whoa, needs to get away. Lace, he's threatening with the Black Hole, but he dies. He's called it. They just throw trees on him, and he goes down. They're just getting annihilated right now. 9 Pandas, the Ceaseless Dirge makes Solo come back to life, but only to see all of his teammates just being gone.
They have some buybacks, but this is game. Like there's no tier 2s. You have buyback on Wraith King and Enigma, but there's still Aegis on Klinks. Like, how do you actually stop? Yeah, this is game.
Did you see Klink's damage? They call GG. He did 11,000 damage in that fight just in an instant. Everybody died.
Yep. It was a cool attempt to save the Shaker with the Tombstone to get on top of the Klinks, but with the Black Hole. But you need to survive for longer than 2 minutes for that Black Hole to work.
Dude, what a series for one move. I mean, 1 W and 1 move, all ones in the upper bracket final. I mean, tomorrow, one of these teams are already gonna secure their spot.
Yeah, I definitely expected more from 9 Pandas. I expected this to maybe be a 2-0 for them, but far from it. One move with some really cool strategy in game number 1 with that Dazzle plus Bloodseeker, and game number 2 as well. Even cooler with the Klinks, Riki, and Tiny just hunting down the map. Like, very cool from them.
Yep, looks good. Looks pretty good. Overall, some of the games that weren't finished. So now we know that it is gonna be 4 Pirates playing versus the winner of Asakura and Blue Submarine. So we'll see who comes out ahead there. And Avulus will be fighting versus 9 Pandas in the lower bracket quarterfinals. I mean, I definitely wouldn't have expected that tomorrow it is like either Avulus or 9 Pandas that we're sending home first, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Avulus or 9 Pandas. my grand finalists, like my favorites of maybe the full tournament. But of course, on one side, both sides have had some changes, and Avilus has some stand-ins, right? So it's a bit different. But good job to 1W and 1Move, like both of these series that they won. Massive victories. Like especially this 1Move win. You told me that the last time they met, 9Pandas won 2-0, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so nice little comeback for 1Move as well in a way. That they managed to take down the team that did win cleanly against them before, and in a really convincing fashion, in a way in which like you can see that they have their own take on the meta and how it should be played, and it's pretty cool to watch.
Yeah, actually very smart approach. I think they just came better prepared for this series. I cannot even say like they played all that much better. 9Pandas played okay Dota, but I feel like in both of these games that they just... their strategy wasn't good enough. Their drafts weren't good enough. And, you know, even from our perspective, you know, standing on the sidelines, you're looking at the draft to 1Move and you're not sure. Like, is this a good draft? Like, I don't know. It can work, but it can also be pretty bad. And then they crush it. So I really can't wait to see what these guys have in store, right? Because they really did play clean Dota today.
It's kind of clean. Maybe not maybe the word that I would always use.
Yeah,
but
right.
it was definitely their own style, right? Like, and that's something to always look forward to.
Well, tomorrow we saw there on the screen that we are gonna have 2 elimination games and of course 1 game for the qualifier, and then on the last day of course we're gonna have 1 best of 3 with the lower bracket semi-final and a best of 5 in the lower bracket final, where there will be the loser of 1 win versus 1 move. But with that being said, Lizard, thank you for being with me today. Of course, thank you to Fissure for hosting this close qualifier here in Eastern Europe. But of course, guys, follow the results on other close qualifiers as well as we wrap up this first day of amazing Dota in Eastern Europe, and we're gonna be seeing you all tomorrow. But until then, have a good night everybody, and bye bye.